Yeah. You've been knocking on the wrong door, friend. I ain't your savior. I ain't your fool. And I damn sure ain't the one. Boots on gravel, hear the crunch in the night. Old Ford out of one headlight. Dust in my lungs, whiskey in my veins. I learned real quick how to live with pain. You talk big, but your shadow's thin. All that bark ain't got no skin. I seen your type in every town. Riding loud and fade on down. Mama said, boy, keep your word tight. Daddy said, don't start no fights. But if they push you past that line, make damn sure they remember why. You keep knocking, but I ain't home. Heart locked down like a king on a throne. You on fire, you get burned. There's one damn thing you should've learned. I ain't the one to play your games. I ain't the one to carry your chains. I walk through hell, I earn my name. And I don't bend, I don't break. I ain't the one you push around. I ain't the one to back on down. You cross that line, now hear that sound. That's your world hitting the ground. That's your world hitting the ground. Yeah, I came from dirt roads, no silver spoon. Cold nights, howling at a broken moon. Had nothing but grit and a chipped up pride. Now I stand tall, got fire inside. You want favors, but you never gave. You died in shallow, I was born in cave. Every scar got a story told. Every handshake, I read that soul. Don't talk loyalty if you're switching sides. Don't talk real if you're living lies. I cut fake like a rusted blade, still sharp enough to make you fade. I ain't your ladder, I ain't your fix. I ain't the one for your dirty tricks. You pick the wrong man to test like this. Now you're dealing with the consequences. I ain't the one to play your games. I ain't the one to carry your chains. I walk through hell, I earn my name. And I don't bend, I don't break. I ain't the one you push around. I ain't the one to back on down. You cross that line, now hear that sound. That's your world hitting the ground. I gave my trust, yeah, I paid that price. Seen cold hearts under neon lights. You took kindness for weakness, boy. Now you learn what strength destroys. I don't hate you, I just see clear. No more weight, no more fear. I walk alone, but I stand.
Remember who you are, white boy. Start a fire with some gas and a match. Hanging out the window of a truck with a flag. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. Just remember who you are, white boy. Raising hell just like your old man. Little slice of heaven somewhere out on a ranch. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. This is for my guys outside with a little bit of red on their necks. Standing for the anthem with their hand on their chest. Rattlesnakes on some yellow flags hanging from their window panes. Buddy, you should watch where you step. Step, 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 get to stepping, y'all. Get gone, get gone. We just wanna work, go to church, have a good time till we in the dirt. Remember who you are, white boy. Start a fire with some gas and a match. Hanging out the window of a truck with a flag. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. Just remember who you are, white boy. Raising hell just like your old man. Little slice of heaven somewhere out on a ranch. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. This is for the guys who gon' fight to be free till the cops come around. Who never let the flag that they wave touch the ground. Metal sign on a fence post, no trespassing allowed. And this is for the ones who don't run, reading Bibles, loading guns. They know what they gotta do and they know how to get it done. All the ones who learning lessons till the day they get to heaven. If you ain't one of us, then get to stepping. Stepping. Step, 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 get to stepping, y'all. Get gone, get gone. We just wanna work, go to church, have a good time till we in the dirt. Remember who you are, white boy. Start a fire with some gas and a match. Hanging out the window of a truck with a flag. Pissing off the the world is trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. Just remember who you are, white boy, raised in hell just like your old man. Little slice of heaven somewhere out on a ranch. Pissing off the world is trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. Remember who you were, white boy, before they try to erase in your past. Told you it's bad. Remember who you were, white boy, before they put your kids in a mask to sit in a class. Remember who you were, white boy, before the only lives that mattered were black. You got attacked. Remember who you were, white boy. I'm telling you, you gotta go back. Be more like that. Remember who you are, white boy. Start a fire with some gas and a match. Hanging out the window of a truck with a flag. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you. Just remember who you are, white boy, raised in hell just like your old man. Little slice of heaven somewhere out on a ranch. Pissing off the world that's trying to tell you it's bad to be like you.
Days since a mass shooting on Detroit's east side left 2 people dead and another 19 injured for months. There has been few updates on the investigation until today.
DPD says they executed 11 search warrants earlier this week, leading to the capture of several guns and more than 10 arrests. And as Jacqueline Francis shows us, among those arrested, one man accused of pulling the trigger.
It's a quiet, snow-covered night here on Rossini Drive, a stark contrast to that summer night 6 months ago when gunfire erupted at an illegal block party. 19 people were hurt and 2 others killed. And now, all this time later, the alleged shooter has been charged. It was a night that still haunts the city. Video shows people scrambling to get away from the gunfire. Now, 187 days later, a major break in the case.
With great pleasure today that I can bring some source of justice.
Interim Police Chief Todd Bettison said 19-year-old Demetrius Shaw was arrested and is being held on a $1 million bond in connection to the mass shooting that left 2 dead and 19 others hurt.
He is charged with homicide and assault with intent to commit murder.
What led to the arrest? Police say they executed 11 search warrants on Tuesday, resulting in the recovery of 21 guns and $500,000 worth of drugs. It also led to 10 arrests, including Shaw.
This should bring some assurance that the city of Detroit is a lot safer today because we have Mr. Shaw off the street.
This arrest is an answered prayer for the families who lost their loved ones that night, including the mother of 21-year-old Arnold Phillip.
How could you think so little of life? You took a life I gave. It wasn't yours to take.
The interim police chief repeatedly said that this investigation is far from over as they continue to work on this case and close in on others they believe to be involved. Reporting on Detroit's east side, I'm Jacqueline Francis, Local 4.
A teenager now facing charges for his involvement in a crash that left another teen seriously hurt. 19-year-old Mahdi Bittar was charged with 1 felony count of reckless driving causing serious impairment. The crash happened last month at Ford and Schaefer roads. Investigators say the 15-year-old girl who was hit remains in serious condition. If convicted, Bittar could spend up to 5 years in prison.
Ashley Elkins, a mother of 2 from Warren, remains missing, and her ex-boyfriend, DeAndre Booker, is charged with lying to police about Ashley's whereabouts. Today, we learned more about what police found inside Booker's apartment in Roseville, including his internet search history. Meanwhile, Elkins' loved ones can only wait for this case to unfold. They're telling our Erica Erickson they had a bad feeling about Booker. Erica joins us live with that part of the story. Erica.
Yes, and what Ashley's mother says is what's awful is they didn't always have a bad feeling about Booker, but over the last few months, his behavior, she says, became controlling. And then she got a text message from Ashley's phone that was a major red flag.
What would help you in any way right now?
Just prayers.
Just everybody pray that we find her. Just pray.
All they want is 30-year-old Ashley Elkins, missing since January 2nd, home. A courtroom packed with supporters Thursday as her ex-boyfriend of a year, 32-year-old DeAndre Booker, is arraigned for lying to police.
He accessed the internet to search for such things as fastest routes from Flint to Ohio, what to do on the run.
Police say Booker also searched for is blood traceable, how to beat a polygraph, and deleting Google history before his arrest in Flint.
It's just heartbreaking. She didn't deserve this.
Ashley's mother says her family embraced DeAndre Booker, but in September, they say the mother of two finally ended the relationship.
That's when we started realizing that something wasn't right with him.
Discovering he created 6 or 7 other Facebook pages.
You think he was kind of controlling, possessive?
That I know he was, because he would go through her phone.
Ashley's family says after the relationship ended, DeAndre Booker, who police say has a history of larceny, going AWOL in the Army, and fraud, began following Ashley and booking hair appointments under different names on her website and showing up at her home, pounding on the doors.
So here he is, 2-3 days later, boom, she's gone.
And Ashley's mother says she had a bad feeling when she texted her daughter the day she went missing.
She replied back, "Oh man," which is weird to me. So I FaceTimed her. She didn't answer. That was him. I believe he had her when she walked out that front door.
Back out here live, Roseville police were back inside Booker's apartment this afternoon. They just wrapped up. They say they'll be working around the clock to bring Ashley home. They also say if he's able to make that $250,000 cash bond somehow, they will appeal. Again, their goal is just to bring Ashley home. Reporting live in Roseville, Erica Erickson. Back to you.
Yeah, let's hope so. Okay, Erica, thank you.
Outrage over a sucker punch on the court during a girls' youth basketball game. Witnesses say the girl who threw the punch was actually encouraged to do so by her own mother.
The powerful punch was caught on video, and the mother and daughter were tossed out of the game. KTLA's Kimberly Chang is live in Garden Grove with reaction from the mother of the girl who got punched. Kimberly.
Hi, the youth players in this game are part of a basketball club. This was supposed to be a fun game over the weekend, but turned violent. Now, this Orange County mom that we spoke with says her daughter returned from the game disoriented, and she knew that something went terribly wrong. Other teammates and parents filled her in and showed her this disturbing video. Video shows a 15-year-old girl being punched by a fellow player at a youth basketball game in Garden Grove.
The person in question went down the court and shot a three-pointer, landed, fell backwards into my daughter.
It's this audio on the video that has her disgusted and outraged. Listen.
As they got up and turned and were walking back down to the other side of the court, her mom says to her, "You need to hit her for that." And the child in question basically winds up and sucker punches my daughter.
Alice Ham says her daughter was disoriented and not coherent after she was hit.
To me, it rises to the level of assault, the way that she does it with such intent and brutal force.
The incident happened Sunday at a basketball event hosted by AVAC United, which organizes games for members from around Southern California between the ages of 13 and 16.
We're very sorry that this is a very sad and unfortunate incident. We want everybody to feel safe. We want everybody to feel secure because this is an environment where kids should have fun and enjoy and be safe.
Ham has filed a police report and hopes that her daughter will recover soon.
I hope that there's no fear for her to play again. I want people to see that this is not okay. It's not okay for parents to be verbally abusive, to incite violence.
Oh, it is hard to watch that video, Kimberly. What action has been taken since this happened?
Well, AVAC United says the girl and her parents have been banned from the program until further notice, and they'll cooperate if there is an investigation. Again, Ham says she did file a police report.
Right here, right in my neighborhood.
Canarsie resident Faith Lewin says she was inside a local laundromat Friday evening when she came outside to find a woman lying on the sidewalk, bleeding from her leg.
I just see her lying there and her basket, her bag, because she was coming from the supermarket, was at her head and she was crying.
Police say a 57-year-old woman was in the area of East 81st Street and Flatlands Avenue when she walked past some teenagers who were arguing. Shots rang out. The woman was hit in the thigh.
The police was taped off, so I knew it was a shooting because, you've been around, and I knew it was a shooting. And I said, what happened? He said it was a shooting on the block.
Wayne Antoine lives near where the shooting happened. He came home from work to find cops in the area.
It's sad, and it's not good, and it's happening a lot, and the teens are involved.
The 57-year-old was taken to Brookdale Hospital and is expected to recover. Faith Lewin is glad she's going to be okay, but she's concerned about the violence.
It is not safe, and the police, the cops, they're doing what they normally would do, but it's like, how much can they do? Because these teenagers, they need something to do.
Anyone who knows anything is asked to call police. In Canarsie, Brooklyn, Kieran Dillon, Pix 11 News. Also in Canarsie, a man is in critical condition tonight after being shot by police. Authorities saying he may have been involved in a convenience store shooting in Brooklyn just moments before. It all happened on Friday night around 9:45. Shots were heard inside that store on East 80th Street. The 50-year-old man was then seen running out of the store and police followed him. After he ran behind a tree, police say he pointed the gun at one of the officers. 4 officers then fired their weapons, shooting him in the torso. Another ghost gun was also found inside the convenience store.
We first brought you that story yesterday. 14-year-old Caleb Rehos was stabbed and killed while standing on a sidewalk in the Mott Haven neighborhood of the Bronx. And tonight, we're getting a look at the man who police say did it. Take a look here. Police escorted Waldo Mejia out of the 40th precinct today. He is accused of killing Rehos. News 4's Brittany Miller live in Mott Haven tonight with what we're learning about him tonight. And Brittany, when police tracked him down, they say officers made a disturbing discovery.
That's right. Caleb Rehos was a good student and a high school football player. Police say he was on his way to school Friday when he was stabbed in an unprovoked attack. Now, tonight, that suspect is in custody. Police say he was still carrying a bloody knife when they arrested him just after midnight. Waldo Mejia yelling profanities at reporters this afternoon.
And I'm gonna beat your like a when I catch you.
Police say Mejia stabbed an innocent 14-year-old Caleb Rehos to death Friday morning.
This is tragic for this family. This is tragic for his classmates. This is tragic for the people of the Bronx and for the city of New York.
Police say Rehos was on his way to Bronx Leadership Academy when Mejia approached him and repeatedly stabbed him.
He called his father and told his father that he couldn't breathe and that he was scared. And his father heard him dying.
Rehos ran from his attacker and fell between 2 cars. Good Samaritans rushed in to help.
Several New Yorkers come to his aid, and they flagged down a passing EMS ambulance.
Rehos died at the hospital. Police had been looking for Mejia. He was also wanted for a January 5th subway stabbing. A transit cop recognized Mejia from a wanted poster.
We were able to quickly conclude that these 2 incidents were connected, unprovoked, and committed by the same suspect.
Mejia has a history of mental illness, arrested 4 times since 2015. The 29-year-old most recently arrested in November.
Mr. Mejia was arrested for stabbing another victim's Ring camera with a kitchen knife, and importantly, was released on his own recognizance the very next day.
Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch calling on the court system to do more.
A city is in mourning, and the systems that we have in place to deal with repeat offenders and individuals with severe mental health issues continue to fail us.
Right now, Mejia is facing several charges. The Bronx DA says there could be additional charges for that subway stabbing. We are live in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx tonight. Brittany Miller, News 4 New York.
New this morning, police are searching for two suspects who stole nearly $7,000 worth of lottery tickets in Manhattan and Queens. The NYPD releasing these images of the thieves jumping the subway turnstile with what appears to be a case full of scratch-offs and other tickets. Last month, the suspects stole more than $2,000 worth of lottery tickets from a store in the West Village. Then last week, they took nearly $5,000 in tickets from a shop in Astoria.
Police in Manhattan are looking for three robbers who snatched a valuable necklace right off a man's neck. They have photos of the suspects. Police say the trio pulled a gun on their victim Monday on St. Nicholas Avenue in Washington Heights. Then one of them yanked off the necklace worth about $30,000. The robbers ran away while the victim was left slightly hurt. Now to an Eyewitness News exclusive video of the moment. Police say they came face to face with a suspect they say pointed a weapon at a police sergeant last night in Canarsie, Brooklyn. Authorities say officers gave several verbal commands to drop the gun, but he refused, and those officers opened fire. People there say they're shocked this happened in their neighborhood. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu.
It's very unusual, shocking. Yeah. You know, because I was living around this area for a long time, and nothing like that ever happened.
This Canarsie neighborhood was mostly back to normal Saturday. The only evidence of the previous night's officer-involved shooting was tape blocking off the entrance to the convenience store on East 80th Street and Flatlands Avenue. Police say this all started when two officers were driving and heard a gunshot around 9:45 Friday night.
Immediately after, our officers saw a 50-year-old male exit 776 East 80 Street, a convenience store, and begin to run northbound on the sidewalk of East 80 Street.
New surveillance video shows the man running with his arm extended. He then goes behind a tree and then appears to point a gun at an officer coming towards him. Meantime, you can see another officer in the road on his left side, and it appears the suspect then turns towards that officer. The man then clutches his stomach, which is presumably when officers fired their guns. Then the man starts walking away and puts his hands in the air.
Once again, our officers confronted a dangerous individual armed with a firearm and reacted without hesitation. Due to their actions, further violence was prevented.
Chief of Patrol Philip Rivera says 4 officers fired their guns after the suspect ignored their commands. Investigators say they found this gun at the scene, which belonged to the 50-year-old suspect. They also say they found a ghost gun inside the convenience store. Police have not yet said what happened inside that store and why a gun was fired, but an employee tells Eyewitness News no one was hurt. The suspect was taken to the hospital in critical condition. In Canarsie, Janice Yu, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Right now at 6, a father is dead, and tonight his son and his son's half-brother are both charged with murder. This happened just after 10 o'clock last night on Ludington Road in Whitehall, which is south of East Main Street. Crime Tracker 10's Lacey Crisp walks us through what happened.
Whitehall police say their hearts go out to the family involved in this domestic violence incident that left a dad dead.
Came out as an open line 911 call. We could hear arguing in the background.
Whitehall Lieutenant Tanner Williams says just after 10 o'clock Monday night, dispatchers got a 911 call from inside this house on Ludington Road.
Shortly after, somebody did get on the phone and say that her grandson's brother had just shot her son.
Whitehall police say Christian Bird argued with his dad, Christopher Bird, after the dad asked his son to clean. Police say Christian left and got his half-brother, who's not related to Christopher. That half-brother, Jiron Lyles, brought a gun. Police say Christian took a gun from his dad and hit him with it. Then, according to court records, Lyles shot Christopher 3 times. Whitehall police say the gun Lyles used was stolen in Columbus in early December.
Have you guys noticed an increase in domestic violence here in the city of Whitehall as well?
I think there's definitely an increase in domestic violence. It's something that seems to ebb and flow.
Homicides in Whitehall are rare. They only average about one a year. Williams says this is a sad start to the year and heartbreaking for the family.
This is definitely a tragic situation. There's no way around that. Nobody wins in something like this, and we really feel for the rest of the family who now has to deal with this loss of the death of a loved one and loved ones going to prison.
Both of the men will be charged with homicide. In Whitehall, Lacey Crisp, 10 TV News.
With breaking news developing within the last hour or so. One of the men accused of being the getaway driver in that cross-county crime spree will now serve 25 years in prison. A federal judge handed down Faisal Dorad's sentencing just today. The other suspect, Aiden Jama, will be sentenced in about 90 minutes. Now, the two men are accused in the crime spree that started in Whitehall back in 2023. It ended in a police shootout on I-70 that shut down the highway for nearly half the day. You might remember this. 10 TV News reporter Lacey Crisp has been following this since it happened, and she's right outside the federal courthouse downtown. Lacey.
Well, Tracy, the courtroom was full of Columbus police officers there to show support for the officer who almost lost his life in this shootout. Now, that officer could not be in the courtroom today. He had a couple medical procedures done yesterday because of this shooting. He's still in the hospital and was not able to make it. Now, cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, but what I can tell you is that Faisal Dorad's appearance has changed since the incident happened a year and a half ago. His hair is much longer and he appears much larger. Dorad, along with Aiden Jama and Abdisamad Ishmael, are accused of starting that crime spree by stealing a Porsche in Whitehall in July of 2023. Officers caught up with the trio after they allegedly robbed a Fifth Third bank on Hilliard Rome Road. Officers tried to stop the men, but they took off until they stopped on I-70 near Mound Street and got into a shootout with police. Now, suspect Ishmael died on the scene. A CPD officer was critically injured. Dorad and Jama took off running. There was a manhunt, and the two were found and arrested within a few days. Now, in court today, the officers wrote an impact statement saying that morning of the incident, he was playing with his kids. Just a few hours later, he was fighting for his life. He said because of the injuries from being shot 5 times, he's undergone several medical procedures. He's been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, and depression, and will likely never work as a police officer again. His dad also spoke in court and said he wanted to make sure it was known how this senseless act of violence has impacted his son's life. Dorad also spoke in court saying he was sorry the officer wasn't there so he could apologize. He said he was sorry for how it impacted the officer, his family, and all of the other victims involved. The federal judge, Sarah Morrison, got choked up as she talked about the impact of the shooting on the officer and his family as she sentenced Dorad to 25 years in prison. Now, Dorad's family was in the courtroom today. They waved goodbye to him as the U.S. Marshals took him away. As you mentioned, his co-defendant, Aiden Jama, will be sentenced in about an hour and a half. Reporting live, Lacey Crisp, 10 TV News.
All right, Lacey, thank you for joining us with that update.
Well, new tonight at 11, Columbus police arrested a man for a murder that happened in November. 26-year-old Devin Ford is charged with the murder in the death of 40-year-old Abdul Rahman Muhammad. The shooting happened on November 9th in the area of Fitzroy Drive and Walford Street. Muhammad died, and a second person was also taken to a hospital in critical condition. Ford is due in court tomorrow.
A reputed gang member pleads guilty to a murder spree on Long Island that haunted a community for years. Good to be with you here at 5. I'm Gilma Avalos.
I'm Adam Cooperstein. The Central American gang MS-13 has terrorized parts of Long Island for years. Now tonight, one of the gang's former kingpins has confessed to brutal crimes. Jairo Sands pleading guilty to taking part in 7 murders, including the killings of Kayla Cuevas and Nisa Mickens, 2 teen girls whose murders brought national attention to Brentwood, Long Island. News 4's Paisley Chang has covered this case for years. She joins us now live from Central Islip. That is where that gang kingpin faced a judge, and Paisley, the victims' families, too.
That's right, Adam. It was a terrifying time for parents in neighborhoods like Brentwood and Central Islip, where Hispanic teens were vanishing without a trace. The cause, MS-13 gang violence. Today, the final chapter is being written in a case that has haunted parents and a community for nearly a decade.
We're getting closer to the closure that I've been seeking for the last 8 years.
George Johnson speaks outside federal court in Central Islip after watching 28-year-old Jairo Sands plead guilty to his role in 7 murders, including his son, Michael.
I mean, he left to go get some orange juice that day, and well, let's just say that night, and he never came home.
Michael was murdered in January of 2016, beaten to death with bats and machetes by Jairo, his brother Alexi Sands, and other MS-13 members. Alexi pleaded guilty back in July. Today, it was Jairo's turn to face justice.
They destroyed a young woman at 15. She had so many goals at that age. She acted like she was 35. She wanted to be a basketball player. She wanted to buy me a house.
Nisa Mickens was killed in September of 2016 alongside her best friend, 16-year-old Kayla Cuevas. The 2 girls targeted by MS-13 members while driving through Brentwood, also killed with bats and machetes. Today, Jairo pleaded guilty to charges including racketeering, weapons, and drug violations.
He's just not on the street to hurt anybody else. And that's just the way I see it.
Today's hearing marks an end to a case that has haunted this community for nearly a decade. But for the families, there is no closure as their loved ones are forever gone. Do you feel like that justice was done today?
Not much. No, just like he said, once I hear life without the possibility of parole, then I can move forward. Right now, I'm still stuck.
And 2 women were in court to support Jairo Sands. He mumbled something to them while smiling as he was led out of court. He is currently looking at 40 to 60 years in federal prison when he is sentenced later in June. We're live from Central Islip tonight. Paisley Chang, News 4 New York.
Got some breaking news now to tell you about. A 19-year-old man now in jail accused of killing a child in Florida City 2 months ago. Montreal Jackson Jr. charged with second-degree murder. He was arrested today by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Antavius Scott was found shot while playing football with friends on West Lucy Street back in November. He died at a hospital. Deputies believe he was hit by a stray bullet.
A Milwaukee man is facing charges tonight in a deadly shooting from last week. Police responded to 90th and Hampton at about 10:30 last Tuesday night and found 23-year-old Daquan Garrett dead on the sidewalk. Prosecutors charged Quavon Johnson with reckless homicide. According to the criminal complaint, video shows Johnson shoot Garrett in the head after Garrett pushed Johnson's brother. Johnson is behind bars on $250,000 bond.
New at noon, a manager of a downtown restaurant is charged after a brutal assault of one of his employees. We told you last month about Stephen McDonald, who was working at the store downtown on Penn Avenue when he was assaulted by 2 men and taken to the hospital. McDonald is now dealing with a long recovery process, and those 2 men were arrested. According to a criminal complaint, police determined there was a 3rd person involved in this assault. Police say Melvin Robinson was seen on surveillance video punching the victim several times. Robinson had claimed he was breaking up the fight. Police say Melvin Robinson was the shift manager on duty during this incident. He's now charged along with Tyree Blue Murphy and Damon Robinson. All are now behind bars at Allegheny County Jail.
And now to a safety alert. Arrest a school security guard meant to protect students, now facing a number of disturbing charges. CBS News Miami's Peter Dench is live from Miami with more on this story. Peter?
Well, Elliot, we can tell you that schools police say the former school monitor basically gave the girl rides home in an incident that all happened last October. But the victim said she delayed coming forward because she was worried he might get into trouble. And also she did not want to lose her rides home. But then she decided to report what happened. 35-year-old Jonathan Lee Coward is a former security monitor at Felix Varela Senior High School, who is known by some for his extensive following on social media, as we see in these pictures. Now he's accused of making a series of inappropriate comments to a female student who he gave rides home to.
You were arrested for offenses against students by authority figures and lewd lascivious conduct, contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
His arrest affidavit says the defendant kissed the student and has made comments stating, "You have a nice chokeable neck. You don't deserve to be treated that way. I would treat you so much better," which was a reference to the victim's boyfriend. The report said the victim said he would talk about choking me and wanted pictures and intimacy from me. Circuit Court Judge Mindy Glazer found probable cause for the charges and gave Coward a public defender and this order.
You're not allowed to go to that school and you must stay away from there. Do you understand, sir? And no contact with that victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
The arrest report also said the defendant attempted to use monetary benefits to manipulate the victim with the intent of beginning a sexual relationship with her.
I feel like it's crazy because I knew the guy, like he was a security guard at my school. That's crazy.
We spoke with 10th grader Andrea Rivera with her mother's permission. She tells us this case should serve as a warning to other students.
Be careful who you talk to, and be careful who you're with and what you do with people.
Schools police say Coward declined to speak with them. His bond was set at $16,000. We did reach out to his family, but we have not heard back. We did receive a brief statement from the school system. They said they hired him in August of last year. We are live in Southwest Miami-Dade. Peter Dench, CBS News, Miami.
There's a break in the case. Police say they have arrested a man accused of sexually assaulting a masseuse in North Miami Beach. Didier Emmanuel Gamble is facing several charges, including aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Police say the 25-year-old went into a massage business back in September. Once inside the massage room, police say he pulled out a box cutter and forced the masseuse to perform sexual acts on him. Police say he then cut the masseuse on her neck and reportedly punched and bit a second female employee before running away. Gamble was tracked down and arrested yesterday.
It was here at this Carroll Fuel gas station on York Road in North Baltimore where police say an 81-year-old woman was carjacked. Hours after the crime, investigators say officers spotted the stolen car less than a quarter mile away, and inside were 4 15-year-old juveniles. Baltimore police say officers transported the teens to the Juvenile Justice Center, where officials there decided to release them to their guardian. This despite BPD detailing 3 of the juveniles are not strangers to law enforcement, with previous arrests for a handgun violation, aggravated assault, and burglary.
A disturbing video shows a 15-year-old boy getting violently attacked inside a McDonald's bathroom in South Florida. And before we show you the video, we want to warn you, you may find it pretty graphic. You can see the victim curled up into a ball as another teenager unleashes just punch after punch. This happened inside a Wellington McDonald's bathroom. Another student who joined the attacker caught the whole thing on camera and began sharing the video around school. The victim's mom says her son didn't personally know his attacker.
I haven't slept in days since I saw this video, because how do you see your kid treated like that for no reason?
The victim was left with several bruises and injuries. The 17-year-old suspect is now facing charges.
It's just awful.
Yo, you people just killed somebody.
This is 25-year-old Alejandro Hall. Today, he pleaded guilty in open court to vehicular homicide and DUI manslaughter charges. Hall was driving under the influence and going over 130 miles per hour when he crashed into and killed 38-year-old Juan da Costa Berruti. Despite Berruti wearing a seatbelt, he was ejected from the car. Hall asked the judge today for mercy for sentencing and requested the minimum, which is about 12 years. However, the victim's family asked for the maximum, saying Hall was irresponsible and was on probation for another DUI out of Georgia. Video obtained by NBC6 also showed Hall tried jumping off the causeway to flee the scene. Today, Hall spoke in court before he was sentenced. Let's listen to what he asked the judge.
I'm so truly sorry for the family. A lot of things that I caused. I didn't need for it to happen tonight.
Mr. Hall got a second chance. 4 months prior to the date that he killed my brother, he was told by a judge not to drive.
The judge sentenced Hall to 18 years in prison, and he must also pay the victim's family $8,000.
A shocking story now out of Zephyr Hills. A man gets inside of a school where he allegedly assaults and robs students.
This happened last Thursday. Safety concerns have been the big talk online ever since. This morning, we're hearing from the victim and his parents. ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick is in our satellite center this morning with disturbing video of this attack. Keely, understandably, parents want answers.
Hey, good morning. That's right. Answers and accountability from the school district. That's exactly what the victim's parents are pushing for. This incident obviously brought up some major concerns, and I'm going to walk you through everything that happened. But I do want to warn you, the video you're about to see is hard to watch. An assault in a Zephyr Hills bathroom, leaving parents and families concerned. ABC Action News spoke to the victim's grandfather, Greg Ziegler. He says this video shows 20-year-old Keyshawn Gardner assaulting his 16-year-old grandson.
It made me sick to my stomach. Like I said, I could only watch it one time, and I can't watch it again.
It's a hard video for anybody to watch, especially the victim's mother, Alicia Hussey. She says she's feeling uneasy and angry as she now pushes for some accountability from the school.
I just want to be able to drop my son off at the school and for him to be safe. That's what I want, and that's not how I feel right now.
This incident happened last Thursday inside a Zephyr Hills high school bathroom. Our JJ Burton spoke to the victim, but we're not showing you his face at his parents' request. The victim says he walked into the bathroom where Gardner was allegedly robbing students.
When I was in there, he was like walking around all weird and acting all weird. He said that he was like there to steal people's vapes and money and phones and stuff like that.
It then escalated to a fight. We want you to hear exactly what happened from the victim.
He grabbed me and was like, "Hey, give me all your stuff." I was like, "No, I'm not giving you my stuff," and let go of me. I pushed him off, and he grabbed me again. He punched me in the face. My glasses came off, and then it just escalated from there.
This all caught on camera. The school resource officer called Zephyr Hills PD. Officers then arrested Gardner at his house. They say he admitted to jumping a fence to get on school property. Then someone let him inside the building where he wore a ski mask and a red hoodie. Police also say he admitted he was there to rob students. Now the victim's mother says she has serious safety concerns about the school's security.
It's just really scary. You know, you just don't want your child going to school and thinking that a 20-year-old can get in there and beat the hell out of him like he did.
And the school district sent us a statement saying they are aware of the incident and they now have an increased police presence on campus. Reporting live from our satellite center, I'm Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
New this morning, police are searching for the man they say hit a 66-year-old woman with a golf club in a random attack in Lower Manhattan. The NYPD released this surveillance video of the person for whom they are looking. Please take a look. It happened yesterday inside the Cortlandt Street subway station. Authorities say no words were spoken before this suspect approached the victim and struck her in the face.
In New Jersey are on the hunt for a bird napper. They released video of the man they say stole a rare parrot from a bird store last week. They say last Thursday the man asked to see an African gray parrot at the store Birds by Joe 2. It's in Saddlebrook. The bird is valued at about $7,000. The clerk put the parrot in a cage in order to show the man the bird, but police say the thief grabbed the cage and then ran out of the store. We spoke to the owner of the pet shop, but she did not want to appear on camera.
He asked all the right questions, what size cage, what type of food, what kind of toys. So he appeared to be very sincere. So I hope and pray that if somebody knows that the bird is okay, or, just bring it back.
And it seems he knew the value of it, too. According to zoo officials, African gray parrots are among the most illegally trafficked birds in the world.
Four Pennsylvania universities participate in a program to attract minority students to particular curriculums. It is called Illegal and Discrimination.
Whites and Asians are excluded from their definition of minority, so they are not enabled, they're not eligible to participate. And that's simply not acceptable as a matter of law.
That is the founder of Equal Protection Project. They filed a civil rights complaint attacking efforts to attract minority students for science, technology, engineering, and math at 4 Pennsylvania universities. Slippery Rock is one of them. In their eyes, it's a practice of discrimination against white and Asian students. Minorities are defined as Blacks and African Americans, Hispanic and Latino Americans, American Indians, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders.
It says who is included and who can apply. And so only the listed groups can apply, and Asians and whites are not included in that.
Slippery Rock University has not responded to a request for a statement in response to the civil rights complaint. In Slippery Rock, Sheldon Ingram, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Now to an update on a story we first brought you early this morning. This man is now behind bars after a wild chase ended in a crash on Thursday night. The crash leaving a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office canine hospitalized.
Bree Buckley is joining us live with what we know at this point. Bree, hi.
Yeah, good afternoon to you guys. We just got this update from Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office saying they arrested multiple people, including one person who was said to be a major fentanyl supplier in this 7-month-long investigation. I want to get you right to his mugshot here. This is 33-year-old Anthony Medina. He is a convicted felon, now facing a slew of charges from trafficking to battery and resisting an officer. In his car at the end of the chase, they found over $8,000 worth of drugs. That's including over 2,000 grams of marijuana product and a gun, and all of that found at the end of this chase that was caught on camera. This video shows part of the pursuit before 10 Thursday night after Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office says narcotics detectives were conducting an operation when the subject they were focused on struck one of the detectives and took off. The chase ending on State Route 836 westbound and Northwest 12th Avenue, where the man was taken into custody. That appears to be what we're seeing here in this video. MDSO says during the pursuit, the man they were after hit one person's car and 3 sheriff's deputy vehicles, one that was the canine unit, injuring the dog. The canine was rushed to the emergency vet you see here on Biscayne Boulevard, where deputies were seen outside of, worried about one of their own. Now, this is a picture of Roxy, the canine that was injured. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office says Medina intentionally struck the canine SUV that she was in, which caused it to crash into the concrete wall. Back out here live, she is here at this emergency vet office behind me on Biscayne Boulevard in Edgewater, and she is thankfully expected to be okay. Right now, we're told she's just waiting to see a specialist for her injuries. For now, reporting live, Bree Buckley, NBC 6 News.
A local mother who confronted an alleged child molester at an Orlando school bus stop is speaking out to WESH 2. It happened yesterday morning at a bus stop along Oak Park Way. Police are concerned the suspect may have come in contact with other children. WESH 2's Bob Keeling joining us live at OPD headquarters with more. And Bob, this was one courageous mom to step in.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Martha. You know, she said that her daughter also gets on the bus close to this area. So she's out in broad daylight yesterday. She sees what appear to be two lovers kissing, fondling each other. But as she gets closer, she realizes it's an adult man and a child right out in the open.
I saw what at first I thought were two young lovers.
This young mom, who asked us not to show her face, says her daughter gets on the school bus here along Oak Park Way. Yesterday morning, she says, she saw this man, 29-year-old Kyle Yearby, kissing on the lips and openly fondling another person. But as she grew closer, she realized that other person was a young boy.
And I said, son, how old are you? He looked at me, he hesitated, he wasn't sure he wanted to talk to me. He just said 11.
She called 911 and prevented the boy from getting on the school bus that had stopped to pick him up. Police say other children may have come in contact with this same suspect.
Very disturbing. That's why we're trying to get the message out there that if anyone may have possibly been the victim of Yearby, to please contact us.
Police say Yearby claimed the boy's mom allows him to have inappropriate contact with this child.
The mother said that's not true. There may be indications that she may have allowed him to stay at her place of residence.
At this point, police say they have no reason to charge the boy's mother. Yearby is facing felony charges, including lewd and lascivious molestation of a child, and is being held without bond.
I wanted to scream. I just wanted to scream. It was so wrong.
Coming up all new at 5 o'clock, you'll hear some of the interaction that this woman had with this suspect at the scene before he was arrested. Meanwhile, a spokeswoman for Orange County Schools says there are counselors available for students who go through this type of situation. Reporting live at OPD headquarters, Bob Keeling, WESH 2 News.
A West Palm Beach pastor and his wife are behind bars accused of molesting children, and we've learned the couple runs a nonprofit aimed at helping teenagers. News Channel 5's Brian Nenton has been going over the police reports today, and he's in the feed room now with more. Brian?
Kelly, Pastor James Jackson and his wife Valerie, they're known in West Palm Beach for their nonprofit that helps teenagers. They even have a conference coming up later this month, according to a flyer, to help with couples therapy. Well, likely that conference will not be happening because now they are both in jail accused of abusing children. This is Senior Pastor James S. Jackson. His bio online says he's devoted most of his time and energy to being an ear for youth. The bio also says he and his wife, First Lady Valerie Jackson, do couples therapy and help marriages reach their potential. Now they're behind bars at the Palm Beach County Jail. James Jackson charged with sexual battery on children, and his wife Valerie is charged with lewd and lascivious behavior involving children. Pastor Jackson runs this nonprofit called Positive Habitat Aspiring Teens. I spoke to the chairman of the board of the organization, who said he was shocked to learn of Jackson's arrest. The couple's neighbors say they saw crime scene units at the house, but never expected these kinds of charges. Therapists at Palm Beach County Victim Services say they are not surprised by cases like this.
We're not seeing the stranger danger like we used to see years ago. What's happening now are people that are in these authoritative roles, protective roles for children, are taking advantage of them. And they're the ones who we're seeing who are predatory against these children.
So right now, no bond for this couple as they remain behind bars at the Palm Beach County Jail. If you have any information that might help police with this investigation, make sure to call investigators at West Palm PD. In the feed room, Brian Enton, WPTV News Channel 5.
Is behind bars tonight after West Palm Beach police arrested him for making threats against President Trump. 46-year-old Shannon Atkins, seen right here, was taken into custody yesterday after the FBI National Threat Operations Center was tipped off about threatening posts Atkins allegedly made against the president online. Now he is facing a second-degree felony charge for making those threats, as well as a charge for cocaine possession after several bags were found on him at the time of his arrest, according to police.
He was arrested without incident. While being interviewed later, he admitted writing the Facebook post that said he was joking. Folks, this is not a joke. Nothing of that sort is a joke.
The Secret Service
in today's climate,
the Secret Service will determine if Atkins will face any federal charges. This all comes only 2 days after a Sunny Isles Beach man was arrested for jumping over a wall surrounding Mar-a-Lago. 32-year-old Bijan Arceo was arrested and faces 1 count of occupied trespassing.
Meanwhile, over in Bryan, police arresting a 23-year-old man on charges of sexual assault with a child. Take a look here, and you'll see Jaquan Montreal Harris, believed to have had sex with a teenager and filmed it. The 23-year-old and the now 15-year-old female also ran away together. This is according to court records. The extent of their relationship going back to when she was 14.
Tulsa police arrest a man accused of rape and lewd molestation involving a 14-year-old girl. Police say 38-year-old Terrell Tate was messaging the girl on Instagram, and those messages turned sexual. They say Tate picked up the girl from her home November 1st and took her to his mother's apartment near 61st and Riverside. Police say Tate admits having sexual contact with the girl over the next 4 days. Police say the girl then messaged her cousin saying she wanted to leave, and police traced the phone to the neighborhood, and detectives and family members flooded that area with flyers. She says Tate let her leave, and she was found near 61st in Peoria. Tate told police he was shocked when he learned her age was 14, saying she looked to him like she was 17 or 18.
New at 11, this video here showing thieves ransacking a store in San Bernardino County. Upland police say 5 people stole about $6,500 worth of items. Officers say the thieves led them on a chase in a stolen car out of Downey. They rammed several cars, including one with kids inside. They bailed out of the car on the 15 freeway and ran to Etiwanda High School in Rancho Cucamonga. A number of police agencies rushed in and arrested all of them. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
And one of Texas's top 10 fugitives was arrested in Tyler. Derwin Erline was wanted by Texas DPS in Panola County since June of 2022 for the alleged aggravated sexual assault of a child and indecency with a child. Arline was caught through the collaboration of DPS, the Smith County Sheriff's Office, and the U.S. Marshals Joint East Texas Fugitive Task Force. Bond is set at a combined $600,000.
A man from Indianapolis accused of molesting 2 girls from Urbana under the age of 13 pleaded not guilty in court today. Darius Day is charged with predatory criminal sexual assault and aggravated criminal sexual abuse. The Champaign County State's Attorney's Office says Day was friends with the girl's mother. One of the sisters told a counselor they were abused in 2011 and 2012 in their home. The mother told police she knew about it and banned Day from the home. She said she didn't call police at the time because she was worried her children might be taken from her.
In our top story tonight, a Tippecanoe County judge has handed down a sentence to a man convicted of 3 counts of child molestation. According to the Tippecanoe County Prosecutor's Office, 32-year-old Dante Frazier admitted to multiple attacks on a victim under the age of 12 between 2012 and 2018. Frazier will spend 78 years in prison and 4 years on probation.
Another breaking news story. Within just the last 20 minutes, police have released new information from a deadly shooting at an Ohio warehouse.
1 person was killed and 5 others injured after a shooting at the KDC-1 Cosmetics building in New Albany, which is just outside Columbus. That was late last night.
Our David Greenberg following the investigation for us. So, David, police just released new information about the suspect.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Good morning here. This coming into the newsroom within the last few minutes or so. We now know the identity of that suspect as Bruce Reginald Foster III. We're told he is 6 foot tall, 175 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Police say that efforts are underway right now to try and apprehend him. We can also tell you just after 4 a.m., New Albany police obtained a search warrant with a possible address. An Ohio State Highway Patrol helicopter spotted a vehicle matching the suspect's description. Columbus SWAT went to the residence with a search warrant, but it turns out the residence and vehicles were not believed to be connected. So let's catch you up from the very beginning. The shooting happened at the KDC-1 Cosmetics building around 10:30 local time. Officials say at least 1 person died as a result of the shooting, several others wounded. 5 people were transported to a local hospital. The extent of their injuries is currently unknown. Hundreds of people were evacuated from the large building. Law enforcement did not release a motive, but said it appears to be a targeted type of attack. So at this time, we're to assume the suspect is still at large. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the morning, both on air and online, as we hear more. Danita?
Well, at least we have a name and identification and details about him. All right, David, thank you. First at 6 tonight, the man accused of sexually assaulting 4 women at bus stops is in the Orange County Jail tonight. The sheriff says the suspect, quote, hunted for women after work. I'm Ginger Gadsden.
I'm Justin Mormouth. Matt and Lisa have the night off. The attacks happened between January 1st and February 25th, 2 of them just 30 minutes apart. As News 6's Lauren Cervantes reports, that's when detectives got their big break in the case.
Sheriff Mina says surveillance video captured Nelson Odesia's black BMW near the bus stops just before the attacks. He says after they had a vehicle of interest, they were then able to track him down. 30-year-old Nelson Odesia is facing 15 charges, including sexual battery with a deadly weapon, robbery with a firearm, and kidnapping. The sheriff's office says all of the charges stem from 4 different attacks on women at bus stops in the Pine Hills area.
That's what his MO was. He had his own car. He was on his way home from work, and that's when he would start, basically hunting for women at bus stops. There's no other way to say it. He's definitely a predator.
Investigators say Odesia was targeting Haitian women and that the attacks were early in the morning between January 1st and February 25th, with 2 of them happening on the same day, February 2nd, at a bus stop near Hiawassee Road and River Oaks Drive. It was the 2 attacks just 30 minutes apart that gave deputies their first big break in the case.
When 2 attacks occurred on the same day, they were able to see some similarities with the case in January and really got going on those cases.
According to the arrest warrant, deputies spotted Odesia's black BMW just before the time of the attacks on February 2nd. The report says in all 4 cases, Odige would approach the women and ask for their money at gunpoint. Then it said he would sexually assault them. The arrest warrant says in one of the attacks, Odige told the woman, quote, "You don't want to give me the money you have, I'm going to rape you and I'm going to shoot you."
Late into the evening, Odige confessed to 4 sexual assaults that occurred. And once again, we're extremely happy this predator is off the streets.
Odige is now in jail without bond, and Sheriff Mina says they're going to be putting the information of his arrest out to the community in Creole and are asking any other victims to come forward. For now in Orange County, I'm Lauren Cervantes, getting results, News 6.
And new details this noon on a teen accused of rape. A judge today ruled that 15-year-old Terry Berger Smith will be charged as an adult. Police say he was 14 years old when he raped a woman in Hollywood back in June. Since then, another woman has come forward claiming someone that fits his description tried to rape her back in May.
New details tonight on a quadruple homicide in East Columbus.
He's ruined not just those girls' lives, he's ruined the families' lives as well.
A family is continuing to grieve after losing their loved one almost 2 months ago. Hakeem Graham is accused of killing 4 people in 4 days, and now he's facing several charges of murder and aggravated murder. He pleaded not guilty to all of the charges just yesterday. 10 TV's Tara Jabor has our story.
Well, I spoke to a family member of one of the victims today, and she told me that this week she started to feel like justice will be served for her niece and 3 other people that were killed in December. Kelly Argyle says that there hasn't been a day that's gone by that she hasn't thought about her niece, Tiffany Parrish. Parrish and 2 other women were found dead in a home along South Ohio Avenue in December. Now, Hakeem Graham is charged with their murders.
In the end, we would rather have Tiffany here, but it's probably the best news that we've heard since it happened.
Graham is also accused of killing another man 3 days earlier on East Moeller Street. Argyle says that she's hopeful that Graham will be held accountable.
Just hope that everything goes as planned and that he is found guilty and that he spends the rest of his life in prison because that's where he needs to be.
Argyle says that Parrish was a light in her family. Her death has left them heartbroken.
Took away one of the most caring people that I've ever met. She was family oriented. She would do anything for her family. For kids, she loved my kids. She loved her own kids.
She's hopeful that after the legal process plays out, the family will get the closure that they need.
He's ruined not just those girls' lives, he's ruined the families' lives as well. And we are continuing to pray for everybody involved. This is a start in the right direction for us to get justice for these girls.
And Graham will be back in court at the end of the month. Argyle told me today that she and her family plan to be at as many hearings as they can. Reporting in Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.
A convicted sex offender who got a child pregnant back in 1994 is back behind bars. This time, 68-year-old Rainey Richardson is facing a charge of capital sexual battery in connection with an incident involving another child that happened back in 1989. Now, Jacksonville police believe there could be more victims out there. News4Jax reporter Eric Avignon joins us live from the Duval County Jail, where Richardson remains in custody on a $250,000 bond. Eric.
Yeah, the allegations against Richardson are very disturbing and very graphic. Now, police say he was in his 30s when he sexually assaulted a young girl who was only in the 4th grade. Now, according to the arrest report, back in 1989, the victim spent the night at Richardson's home and was sleeping in the same bedroom with Richardson's children when he entered the room and sexually abused her. The report states the victim's life has never been the same after the encounter, and so she recently reported the incident to police. While at JSO headquarters, the victim called Richardson and spoke with him in a secretly recorded phone conversation. During that conversation, the victim told Richardson how her life had been turned upside down since the abuse and had asked him if he remembered what happened and why he did it. She even went as far as to tell him that her family didn't believe her when she told them about the abuse. Richardson was heard on tape apologizing to her and saying he was messed up when all that happened. And after what appears to be a taped confession, the detective ran a background check on Richardson and learned he had been arrested for sexually abusing another girl in 1994. Court records show he got that child pregnant and admitted to sexually abusing her on multiple occasions. In that 1994 case, Richardson was sentenced to 9 months in jail, followed by 2 years of supervised probation. Now, if convicted in this capital case, he runs the risk of spending the rest of his life in prison without the chance for parole. We're going to have more on this coming up later tonight, including sound from neighbors who say this doesn't sound like the man that they have known. Reporting live from reporting live from the Duval County Jail, Eric Alvingate, Channel 4, the local station.
A Columbus man has been convicted of raping 2 young children. Today, a Franklin County judge found Anthony Williams guilty of gross sexual imposition and 3 counts of child rape. The abuse was first reported in early 2020 when the 2 children, both under the age of 10, told their mother and grandmother that the 31-year-old assaulted them. Williams is scheduled to be sentenced on May 23rd.
Three people are under arrest tonight after a shoplifting bust in St. Clair County. Someone called to report the theft at Dunham's store in Fort Gratiot Township this past Sunday, and police say that's when these 3 suspects started to run away. Deputies say they spotted the suspect's car, but they drove off when police tried to pull them over. Eventually, they stopped at a gas station where police arrested all 3 of them. All 3 are charged with felony retail fraud, and the suspect's driver also has a fleeing and eluding charge. New at 11, a woman is under arrest tonight in Louisiana after being connected to a sports reporter found dead earlier this week. Danette Colbert was taken into custody shortly after she was caught on security camera entering a hotel with Aiden Manzano. She's accused of using the credit card of Manzano, who worked for KGKC Telemundo Kansas City. He died Wednesday while covering this weekend's Super Bowl.
Upon the detectives processing the hotel room, Mr. Manzano's hotel room, they had discovered that a credit card was missing. It was the same credit card that was used to check into the hotel, as well as a cell phone that was missing. Ms. Dante Colbert, who is on the screen behind me. Ms. Colbert has quite a record and rap sheet for confidence games, access device fraud, and robbery schemes.
Yeah, Colbert is currently charged with only property crimes in this case, including fraud. Those charges, of course, could be upgraded depending on how this investigation unfolds. A teen is under arrest tonight after a slew of home invasions and attacks spreading from Oakland to Wayne County. We've been following this story since the news broke this afternoon. You might have seen this push alert on your phone. It was around 2 o'clock today. A 13-year-old boy arrested in connection to 11 break-ins. Now, the story first broke on Tuesday when a mom posted about her child's horrific encounter on Facebook. She said, "I'm writing this to warn every single woman with young girls." This after she woke up to her 10-year-old daughter screaming, being choked in her own bedroom. We spoke to that mother earlier this week. Take a listen.
And so I go towards my hallway and I see a guy just shoot out from her room.
I mean, any adult in this room would shudder at that thought, let alone a child.
All right, that was Sheriff Michael Bouchard talking about the investigation and what we know right now. We're going to talk about the forecast in just a little bit. Actually, as we turn our attention to a live look outside, we've got Brian Sherman. Let's go to Jacqueline Francis with more on this investigation right now.
We're here at Children's Village in Oakland County where juveniles are held. The suspect is being held here as well. He's just 13 years old, as you said, and accused of some chilling crimes. Sheriff Mike Bouchard made the announcement earlier than usual.
So I really felt it was important to have the community kind of bring it down a notch in terms of their anxiety and fear. I mean, this is the worst nightmare for any parent, that somebody might be trying to climb in through a window to get after their kids, especially a young teenage girl.
He says the suspect behind those crimes is now in police custody.
The suspect is 13 years old. He's a tall 13 years old. And the parent, I would also say, has been cooperative.
The surveillance photos and videos are blurry, but the memory of the attacks are vivid for the parents of the victims. This mother's 10-year-old child was attacked with a knife. It happened earlier this week on Anderson Street in Pontiac.
I woke up to my daughter screaming to the top of her lungs. Kaylee started yelling, saying that the guy was choking her.
Another mother's child was attacked a week earlier.
This young man, whoever it is, threatened her with a knife and some scissors and told her to take her clothes off.
In total, police believe the 13-year-old is connected to 11 break-ins, 9 in Pontiac, and 2 in Detroit. The incidents date back all the way to 2022. Sources telling Local 4 the 13-year-old confessed to the crimes. We're still waiting on official charges. That could come as soon as next week. Reporting in Waterford Township, Jacqueline Francis, Local 4.
Greensboro police say they've caught the suspects involved in a double homicide a year and a half ago. Dante Townsend Jr. and Shine Soar are being held without bond. Investigators say they shot Shaquan Alston and Jay Mason on July 12, 2023. We're told Alston was killed while Mason was hospitalized and later passed away from his injuries. Both suspects are due in court on Monday.
And woman in Moxville are in jail with no bond tonight, accused of sex crimes. The Davie County Sheriff's Office says Cindy Rice, a former employee at Moxville Senior Living Facility, secretly took full and partially nude photos of at least 9 patients. Investigators then discovered Rice had been sending the photos to Ronnie McCoy. Text messages also showed McCoy specifically asking and directing Rice on what types of pictures to send. Deputies say there are still more charges pending for both suspects.
But first tonight, a Winston-Salem man is in jail accused of murder after a woman's body was found in a field. Winston-Salem police arrested James Bruton today in connection to the death of 39-year-old Juana Gomez. This all began yesterday after deputies with the Davidson County Sheriff's Office found Gomez's body in a field near Gumtree Road in Winston-Salem. But police say Gomez was assaulted and murdered at a home on Stockton Street before she was taken there. James Bruton is being held tonight on no bond. Authorities say that he and the victim knew each other.
Yo. 3 people, including a 6-month-old baby, were wounded in a drive-by shooting in Jefferson Park this afternoon. This happened around 4:30 in the area of Arlington Avenue and 24th Street. The LAPD says that the victims were inside a car when an attacker in an unknown vehicle opened fire. The baby, along with 2 women, were transported to the hospital and are in stable condition. The suspects have not been caught. Police say the incident is gang-related.
Now to a family tragedy in Riverside. A pregnant teen is killed in a hit-and-run crash. The driver accused of running her down is her younger sister's boyfriend. The 19-year-old suspect is now facing a murder charge as well as 2 counts of sex with a minor.
KTLA 5 Shelby Nelson joins us live from Riverside with that story. Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Sam and John. This is just a terrible story. This teen mom was going to be giving birth to her first child, and according to a GoFundMe page set up by her family, she had planned on naming her child Elena. Her family says she was loving and caring, and the void that she leaves behind is just immeasurable.
You can hear like the car revving, but we didn't know, we thought it was like the freeway.
What neighbors didn't know was that the driver in this car had allegedly just hit and killed a pregnant teenager. And police say the suspect is 19-year-old Isaac Blackhorse Garcia of Moreno Valley. It was late Sunday night in Riverside. Police say Blackhorse Garcia was dropping off the victim's teenage sister, who was only 15 years old.
He was having an inappropriate relationship with this pregnant teen's sister. He was bringing her back to the home, and when he was approached by family.
When confronted by family, that's when police say the suspect sped off on Gregg Place and allegedly struck the pregnant teen with his vehicle.
I was just really concerned because the screams, like they were like deathly screams, you know.
The victim, now identified as 16-year-old Kaylee Corona, died at the hospital. This is a photo of her after family members created a GoFundMe account. Her unborn baby is clinging to life.
The baby's just in real serious condition right now.
Candles and balloons are placed where the teen tragically lost her life. Neighbors tell KTLA the family held a vigil a few days after the incident with dozens of people in attendance.
It's very sad because she was just starting her life. You know, the baby's not going to know her, and she was just starting her life, and she had so much to look forward to.
As for Blackhorse Garcia, he was arrested a short time after the incident in Moreno Valley. The Riverside County District Attorney has since charged him with second-degree murder and 2 counts of sex with a minor. Police believe Blackhorse Garcia may have had inappropriate relationships with other underage teens, so they're asking anyone with information to come forward. Now, Blackhorse Garcia was arraigned yesterday, and he is expected to be back in court in April. Reporting live from Riverside, I'm Shelby Nelson, KTLA 5 News.
Alarming allegations for a Publix employee after police say he inappropriately touched a 13-year-old girl. Kevin Worthy is facing several charges, including lewd and lascivious battery on a child and molestation on a child. According to an arrest report, the 25-year-old fondled the girl outside the supermarket, then had the child perform sexual acts on another occasion. He has since been released from jail and placed under house arrest.
Breaking news tonight, a man now facing new charges in the death of a pregnant woman and her child. Robert Pascoe III is accused of shooting his girlfriend, Edith Castrejan, in Portage Park last month. She was 6 months pregnant at the time. The baby died a week later. Pascoe was previously charged with unlawful use of a weapon. He is now charged with felony involuntary manslaughter as well as felony charge for the baby's death. He is also facing 3 counts of child endangerment since 3 other children were inside the home at the time but were not hurt.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC 7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
All right, Dylan, thank you. Developing at this hour, the Fayette County Sheriff's Office says a man accused of shooting at someone while driving on I-71 is now in custody. Authorities say it all happened last Thursday. A driver called police saying they were shot at. That's when deputies found the suspect vehicle with 2 men inside. Later, deputies learned 26-year-old Tyrese McCullum had active warrants out for his arrest. McCullum is now charged with attempted murder, having weapons while under disability, and tampering with evidence.
And now to a safety alert after a teacher is arrested.
He is facing charges for alleged sex crimes against at least 2 students. Local 10's Alexis Frazier is in the newsroom with the disturbing details.
Yeah, 2 young students have come forward accusing their elementary school teacher of inappropriate behavior and sexual assault. 29-year-old Eric Givens appeared in bond court this morning. He is facing serious charges, including child molestation and battery. He was arrested on Friday in connection to the most recent accusation. A 10-year-old at Theodore R. and Thelma A. Gibson Charter School claims that she was in the 5th grade when her teacher, Mr. G, sexually assaulted her inside of his classroom. And another 10-year-old says he texted her inappropriate messages several times. Back in 2018, another young student at St. Mary Cathedral School reportedly made similar accusations. The Archdiocese of Miami has since released a statement saying, in part, Mr. Eric Givens was employed as a teacher at St. Mary Cathedral School in August 2018. However, due to inappropriate behavior, Mr. Givens was relieved from his teacher position a few months later, not completing the full school year. A spokesperson says police were immediately notified and that school officials offered counseling to the student at the time. Theodore R. and Thelma A. Gibson Charter School in Miami has yet to respond to the recent alarming accusations. Givens, however, has been ordered to stay away from those victims. He was given a $7,500 bond in one case and no bond for the other. Janice?
Our top story this hour, a teenager is now charged with the sexual assault of a 7-year-old girl while she was e-learning.
WGN's Judy Wang is live at 26th in California this morning with details. Judy?
Good morning. It was a teacher who witnessed the incident involving a 7-year-old girl. Not long after that, Chicago police arrested the suspect, Cottrell Walls. Walls is scheduled to appear in bond court here later today. Prosecutors charged the 18-year-old Southside man with 1 count of sexual assault. Police say the 7-year-old identified Walls as her attacker. The girl attends Bronzeville Academy Charter School. She was online for remote learning, a study hall session at about 1:30 Thursday afternoon. The teacher saw the child performing a sex act on a man. She was in the building, went to the school office and reported what she had witnessed. The school CEO and the principal called police. The school administrators say they do not believe other students saw what their teacher saw. Police went to a home near Indiana and East 89th Place where the assault happened. They took Walls into custody for questioning. The 7-year-old was taken to Comer Children's Hospital to get checked out. Bronzeville Academy is not a CPS school, but CPS Chief Janice Jackson talked about the incident in an unrelated news conference. Jackson says with remote learning, it is harder for teachers and counselors to identify issues kids are facing.
This situation is definitely disturbing, something that has been unsettling to me personally since I heard about it. But I also think it just makes me even more committed to seeing our kids back in school under the watchful eye of their teachers who care for them deeply.
Now, Chicago police have not disclosed whether the girl and the suspect are related, what the specific relationship may be. A DCFS spokesperson says the agency is investigating this case. Outside the Cook County Criminal Courthouse at 26 and Cal, Judy Wang, WGN News.
The Michigan State University community at East Lansing is mourning the loss of 3 students shot and killed by a gunman during the mass shooting on campus last night. They're being remembered for their kindness and their bright futures ahead of them. 2 of the students from the same town were honored during a vigil tonight. Hundreds of people filling this church for the service in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, about an hour and a half from the MSU campus. The memorials come as 5 victims remain in the hospital in critical condition tonight, and police are still searching for a motive. ABC's Tim Pillion reports on the possible clue he left behind.
These are the innocent lives taken from the 67th mass shooting in America this year. At Michigan State, Ariel Anderson, a junior, an aspiring pediatrician, her family saying she was sweet and loving with an infectious smile.
We were just hoping that maybe she was hiding somewhere.
Brian Frazier, a sophomore and chapter president of Phi Beta Delta, his fraternity calling him a great friend to many. And Alexandria Werner, an upperclassman, her former high school, saying she was an example of kindness.
Oh my God.
You can hear the panic as people ran from Monday night's shooting. Students hiding in classrooms from the gunman's violent rampage.
I heard the gunshot. It must have been right outside of the door. Got down. That's when he came in our class. Shot 4 more times.
Authorities identifying the gunman as 43-year-old Anthony Dwayne McCrae. They say he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound after a manhunt. The FBI saying McCrae suffered from mental health issues. Detectives finding a 3-page note on him listing locations in Michigan, Colorado, and New Jersey that he also wanted to attack. President Biden again today calling for a ban on assault weapons.
It's happening far too often in this country. Far too often. While we gather more information, there's one thing we do know to be true. We have to do something to stop gun violence ripping apart our communities.
Jackie Matthews is a student at Michigan State. She was also at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012 during that shooting.
I don't think you ever get over something so traumatic or so tragic, even if it's not in your community.
Investigators are still trying to determine the shooter's motive. They say he had no connection to the victims or Michigan State. Tim Pulliam, ABC News, Los Angeles.
The woman accused of shooting another woman at a Highlands Ranch entertainment venue is now facing 104 charges. The charges against 23-year-old Nevaeh Crowley Sanders includes 54 felonies. She's also charged with 47 misdemeanor counts of reckless endangerment. The charges stem from a shooting just before midnight Saturday at the main event. Crowley Sanders is accused of shooting another woman in the chest. That woman did survive. While outside the main event, a deputy also shot and killed a man who investigators allege had a gun on him. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office is still investigating both of those shootings.
We are live at 5:30 and topping the news right now. A gruesome murder mystery could be one step closer to being solved. A man is under arrest accused of killing his roommate, then stuffing his remains in a suitcase and tossing it in the East River. News 4's Gabby Acevedo is live on the Lower East Side with the disturbing new details here. Gabby?
Just as you mentioned, it appears that the victim and his alleged killer were actually roommates, neighbors here at the Brook house, tell News 4. They had been living together for more than a year.
That's bad. It's bad. It hurts. It hurts.
People on the Lower East Side in shock hours after 23-year-old Christian Millet was walked out of the NYPD 7th Precinct on his way to court.
What was the dispute about?
Millet is charged with killing 65-year-old Edwin Echevarria. Police found Echevarria's remains in a suitcase dumped in the East River.
I believe that this young man suffers from mental health issues, and unfortunately, we don't have enough resources in these areas.
Police sources tell News 4 Millet confessed to stomping on Echevarria's head, stabbing him numerous times with an ice pick, and then cutting his body up in a bathtub before stuffing him in a suitcase and dumping it in the river.
That's a savage. That's an animal. No person should go through that.
It was a very violent history. We don't know really in reality if that was his grandson, but that's the way he presented it to us.
Missing person flyers were posted at the entrance to the Baruch houses and other parts of the Lower East Side. People in the area were appalled after learning the gruesome details about Echevarria's death.
He called that boy his grandson. That's all I know. He called him his grandson. He trusted him. And look what happened.
People who knew both of them say the relationship between Echevarria and Millet appeared to be a complicated one, even turning aggressive at times.
It was a very abusive relationship. And neighbors tried to intervene, we tried to intervene, but here we are today.
Millet is expected to face a judge at some point tonight. Meanwhile, police have yet to reveal any information on a possible motive in this case. Reporting live from the Lower East Side, Gaby Acevedo, News 4, New York.
Gabby, thank you.
A 49-year-old man is facing more than a dozen charges for molesting girls. The deputies say that there may be more victims out there. Sacramento County deputies say that Elton Ward molested girls who are 5 to 16 years old, and now deputies say he's facing 16 counts of lewd and lascivious acts with a child. He was arrested last month in Grass Valley. He's being held in jail right now on $1.6 million bond. If you have any information on this case, you're asked to call the sheriff's office.
New developments in the manhunt of a Cleveland man wanted for raping a girl just after he pled guilty to attempted rape and got out on bond. News Channel 5's Kristen Volk was the only reporter to sit down with the U.S. Marshals tonight.
Danita, Percy James is behind bars at the Cuyahoga County Jail. It's an ending to a frightening case that is overshadowed by a big question, a question that even police are asking. How was this man ever let out in the first place?
The U.S. Marshals and other officers nabbed 21-year-old Percy James here at East 140th and St. Clair this evening. That's after he became the fugitive of the week today. James was indicted on rape charges, but pled guilty to attempted rape and abduction last month. And when he pled, Judge Brian Corrigan reduced his bond and he got out. While out, police say he raped a 10-year-old girl. The U.S. Marshals reacted to the questionable circumstances surrounding this case.
It's unusual. We just get the warrants, and when we work the warrants, whether they're rape cases, homicide cases, they're all important to us because they're people that need to be taken off the streets to keep our community safe.
The county prosecutor also thinks this case is unusual and very wrong. He tells us that judges need to carefully evaluate the risk of releasing convicted sex offenders. He says it's no surprise that James allegedly raped again while on the run. Judge Corrigan did not return our call tonight. Live in the newsroom, I'm Kristen Volk, News Channel 5.
In just the span of a week, 2 teachers in Polk County are facing charges of inappropriate behavior with children. A 21-year-old private school teacher in Lakeland was arrested and was in court today. Fox 13's Carla Byron reports on what led detectives to the suspects.
Contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
21-year-old Ramir Jones is a 5th through 8th grade teacher at Preparing the Way Academy, a private school in Lakeland.
When you're in a position of authority over them, it makes it much, much worse.
Polk County deputies say he met a teenager who was on probation and who had cut her monitor off. The sheriff says the victim is a runaway 15-year-old girl who Jones was hiding inside his home. He's accused of sending text messages to her, grooming her for sex.
He let us in the house again, and we found her in his bed. Did you hear what I said? I didn't stutter. In his bed.
Although the sheriff says there's no evidence they engaged in sex at this time, he was arrested for multiple felony and misdemeanor charges.
But it's the week for teachers.
The recent arrest comes less than a week after the arrest of 33-year-old Jerron Dunn, a substitute teacher at New Beginnings High School, a charter school in Lakeland. He's accused of sending long sexual text messages and videos of himself to 2 students on Snapchat. Since his initial arrest, the sheriff says he has been rearrested.
But we got 2 more people that came forward, and he was rearrested for having sex with a 20-year-old who was his student. That's against the law.
The sheriff says the 2 men were supposed to show appropriate leadership for children, but did the opposite.
Both of these failed the community, failed their schools, failed the parents whose children they were entrusted to, and they're going to be held accountable.
In Polk County, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Jones's bond was set at $50,000. If released, he is to have no contact with children. Fox 13 reached out to Preparing the Way Academy for comment, and we have not heard back.
A former track coach will spend the next 2 decades in prison. The charges include second-degree rape and child pornography. This is a case prosecutors say is an example of grooming. Lily Zhang joining us live tonight with the details. Lily?
Well, Angie, school district officials here in Prince George's County confirmed the defendant, Warren Gray, was a temporary employee at the district between the years 2018 and 2020. But the allegations against him, they go back 1 year earlier, back in 2017, when the victim was 13 years old. Now, Gray was a track coach with New Wave Track Club at the time. Prosecutors say that this is a case of someone taking advantage of a vulnerable population, that being children. The victim was joined by her mother today, asking for their faces to not be shown on camera. Here is her reaction to the judge's sentence.
All I could do was close my eyes and really listen to what she was saying about how she felt towards the situation. She did put all of her feelings out on the table, and I have nothing but respect for that.
Now, we are told 21 years is the harshest penalty for a case like this. The state's attorney for Prince George's County tells us she does feel that this is a fair sentence. We also reached out to the attorney for Gray. He has not returned our calls back yet for comment. Guys?
West Side student is going to remain in custody until his trial begins. Jeremiah Thornton is accused of sexual assault, and he's being held without bond.
New at 4, John Chapman was in Douglas County Court this morning when the teenager appeared before a judge charged as an adult.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you free of charge.
15-year-old West Side sophomore Jeremiah Thornton wasn't listening to one of his teachers this morning. Instead, he was listening to a Douglas County Court judge reading him his rights. Prosecutors have accused the teenager of forcing himself on another student. Prosecutors allege the crime happened in the school building during the school day.
A 14-year-old victim reported being sexually assaulted at Westside High School by the defendant. The victim reported that while in the stairwell with the defendant and a co-defendant, the defendant backed her into a corner, grabbed her waist, and bent her over. The defendant then became more forceful and pushed her down to the floor, pinned her down, and forced her pants off while the victim tried to pull them back up.
Prosecutors told the judge the victim struggled and was yelling and saying no. Prosecutors also allege Thornton had someone watching the door while the crime was being committed.
The co-defendant was present when this happened, but was watching the door as a lookout and didn't do anything to stop this conduct. The victim immediately reported being sexually assaulted to the school. After waiving Miranda, the defendant eventually admitted to penetrating the victim.
Thornton's attorney told the judge the teen had never been in trouble before.
Your age and lack of criminal activity definitely work in your favor. Unfortunately, given the crime that which you've been charged with, setting a bond at this time would depreciate the seriousness of the crime, so I'm declining to set a bond at this time.
Prosecutors told the judge Thornton's mother believes her son can continue classes online to comply with the no contact order. On your side in Omaha, I'm John Chapman, 6 News.
Thornton was ordered not to have any contact with the victim or the victim's family. He has a preliminary hearing date set for January 12th. The second teen allegedly involved will face accessory charges in juvenile court.
Philip Worrell, Wilmer Ramos, Niall Campbell. They are barely teenagers, just 14 years old, but all of them are now charged as adults. Baltimore police say these three, plus a 12-year-old, are responsible for the rape and assault of a 19-year-old woman who stepped off an MTA bus 2 weeks ago on West Franklin Street. Two of the teens were caught on MTA surveillance video, and all four were arrested late last week. Detectives say they stalked their victim after she got off the bus, flashed what appeared to be a gun, and forced her into an alley full of trash, broken bottles, and discarded mattresses. It was here, police say, the woman was raped. The three suspects being treated as adults each have 44 charges against them. Various degrees of rape, assault, kidnapping, perverted practice, and robbery. Currently, the teens are waiting for their bail review, and with courts closed for the holiday, charging documents were not available. Police did say the victim survived the attack thanks to alert neighbors who interrupted the assault. Folks in the area are thankful.
I'm just very happy that the girl, unfortunately, is still living. You know what I mean? And I really feel her sympathy, man, because it's very dangerous out here.
No attorneys were listed for either of the suspects in court records, and all three remained in central booking through the holiday weekend, awaiting their bail review. The Baltimore Police Department declined an on-camera interview about the arrests. More details are expected as the charging documents are made public this week. In Baltimore, Brian Kubler, WMAR 2 News.
At 6:03 this morning, a man charged with holding a woman against her will for years is scheduled to appear in court, and some of these allegations against him are very hard to hear. Our Victor Jacobo is live at the Harris County Criminal Courthouse with more on this story. And Victor, we know the arrest was made last week, but the charges filed against this man were last April.
Yeah, that's right. We're hoping to learn more about that time between when the charges were filed and when that arrest was made last week. It's one of the remaining questions about this investigation and about this troubling case that allegedly happened over the course of 4 to 5 years. Now, as you mentioned, the arrest happened last week when police took 52-year-old Lee Carter into custody. He is charged with aggravated kidnapping. Investigators say a woman told police she was pregnant and panhandling years ago when Carter gave her $1 and then offered her a ride. She got in thinking he would help, but was taken to his home on Perry Street and kept in his garage. There, she said she was only fed chips and snacks, forced to take drugs, and was sexually assaulted. Right now, we do not know the result of her pregnancy from the time she was allegedly kidnapped. In one instance over the years, she was able to get a hold of police and taken to a hospital for treatment, but then was released back to Carter. It was in April of last year that she got in contact with police again, and charges were filed against Carter. Police say they are still working to piece together how everything unfolded.
I haven't had the opportunity to really dig as much as I'd like, so that's something that we'll leave for the investigation as well, and I'm sorry I can't provide any more insight.
Now, Carter was issued a $100,000 bond. He posted that and is scheduled to be back in court today, where we hope to learn more details about this investigation. For now, I'll send it back to you in studio.
A lot of unknowns in this one. Victor Jacobo, thank you for that live report.
To attend tonight, a kindergarten teacher has been arrested and charged with sexually assault. assaulting one of his students.
Investigators say it happened at Rocket Ship Transformation Prep. That is a charter school in Milwaukee. Fox 6's Ashley Sears here in the studio tonight and explains the little girl told investigators this all happened inside of a classroom.
Yeah, Mary, prosecutors say that 5-year-old girl first told her mother that 42-year-old Benjamin Anderson touched her inappropriately. The school told parents about it in a letter yesterday, and they admitted Anderson shouldn't have been hired in the first place.
Crazy, creepy. Who can you trust?
At Rocket Ship Transformation Prep, anxious parents go into the Northside Elementary School for a town hall discussion on a disturbing situation.
It make you just not even want to bring your kids to school, like keep them home.
They recently learned 42-year-old Benjamin Anderson had been charged with sexually assaulting one of his young students.
State of Wisconsin versus Benjamin Anderson.
The kindergarten teacher made his initial appearance Wednesday. Investigators say the 42-year-old inappropriately touched a 5-year-old girl. According to a criminal complaint, the girl told police it happened in Mr. Ben's class.
When this accusation was made, he was asked to leave the school. He has not been back.
Parents at the public charter school got a letter explaining the situation. School leaders admitting that a previous misdemeanor conviction should have disqualified him from employment there. Records show he was on supervision after leaving a firearm near a child.
How can you not see that before you even hired him?
This parent has a kid in Anderson's class. She doesn't want to show her face out of concern for her own child's safety.
I just told him basically if somebody was to touch him, just to let me know in any kind of way.
A man families put their trust into, now accused of betraying it.
I just don't feel like nowhere's safe, actually.
The school tells us Anderson has been suspended without pay. They say they've hired independent investigators who are working with police, and they also have brought crisis counselors to the school. Back to you.
All right, Ashley, thank you.
Police are on the hunt tonight for 2 sexual predators. The first in Ypsilanti, where police released this sketch of a man wanted for sexually assaulting a child. Here's where you might be able to help. The victim says the man has a tattoo of a cross on his upper left arm and wording referencing God. We don't have any more details. If you have any information that might help, you're asked to call Ypsilanti police.
Well, the man is out on bond despite a jury just indicting him for murder. A DeKalb County grand jury indicted Jose Almolo Rosado on 6 charges today, tied to the death of a security guard at the Honduran consulate in Doraville. The shooting happened just last month outside of the consulate's front door. Police say Olmo Rosado shot and killed 45-year-old Jesus Lorera, who stopped him from getting inside with a gun. Tonight, the DeKalb County District Attorney tells us, despite the state's objections, a judge granted Olmo Rosado a $25,000 bond. He was released from jail January 30th. Now that he has been indicted, though, his case will go to Superior Court and be scheduled for arraignment.
We're learning the man accused of killing a Phoenix police officer last year, Saul Ball, who you see in court here, will face the death penalty. Court documents show prosecutors filed a notice of intent in his case just the other day. Ball is accused of shooting 2 officers back in September of last year. Officer Zane Coolidge was killed. Officer Matthew Haney survived. Court records show that Ball has been in and out of prison 10 times in the past 15 years. So far, his ongoing case, he has not pled guilty to a murder charge.
Goodyear police investigating sexual assault allegations involving a massage therapist. This is 43-year-old Christopher Esteen of Buckeye. Police say Esteen sexually assaulted at least one victim and possibly more. Investigators say the alleged cases of sexual assault happened at his place of employment. He's been fired from the job. Goodyear police detectives want to hear from anyone who may have been a victim in this case. If you have any information, you're asked to call police.
With a safety alert and a night of terror for one hotel employee who was ambushed and sexually assaulted by a man who wasn't supposed to be there. Local 10 News reporter Christian De La Rosa is live in Aventura with more. Christian.
So horrific for so many of the members of the housekeeping staff at this hotel who tell us many of them feared for their lives. This is the man police say targeted cleaning ladies with terror.
Used to be how long?
Detectives say 27-year-old Ali Kadora, who is homeless, broke into this Residence Inn outside Aventura Mall. The man confessing to police he got into a room on the 4th floor looking for a place to take a shower. A member of the housekeeping staff walked in on him and fled the room yelling for help. As she tried running away, the woman slammed into a wall and hurt her back. The police report says the man ran out of that room and grabbed another member of the housekeeping staff, throwing her into another room, then locked the door. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, the woman grabbed the vacuum cleaner and tried to throw it at him. There was a scuffle. She landed face down. He got on top of her and began choking her with his forearms. As she was losing consciousness, she managed to free her arms. She was able to grab his neck and began choking him. Kadora then grabbed her pants and underwear and pulled them down midway down her thighs. He pulled his pants down and exposed himself to her. Eventually, she was able to make a run for it. The man did too, leaving the hotel and running towards Aventura Mall before he was caught. Police taking him to jail, charged with sexual battery, kidnapping, and burglary.
It puts us a little bit on edge.
Sergeant Hans Mestre with the Aventura Police Department reminding people to always be alert when in public, no matter where you're at.
Oh, well, it's an all-inclusive hotel, so it must be safe, and you should always really have your wits about you.
So terrifying, even though many of the staff members of the housekeeping team at this hotel are extremely shaken, no one was seriously hurt. We're live in Aventura. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10.
Beaumont police have arrested a man that they call a dangerous sex offender who police say has struck again. Police say 44-year-old Jimmy King Jr. contacted a 15-year-old girl through social media and started stalking and grooming her. Investigators say he took her back to his house where he then sexually assaulted her. Police spent days on the case, and today they sent out 3 felony warrants for King on 2 counts of sexual performance by a child. He is in custody, and police say more charges are expected.
Take a look at this. This is a Gaithersburg police detective arresting one of the women who police say had just tried to steal more than $10,000 worth of clothing items from the Lululemon store here at downtown Crown. The others ran off but were arrested inside a nearby grocery store. In all, 3 adults and 1 juvenile are being charged not only in Wednesday's theft at Lululemon, but previous thefts at this same store and another theft a short time earlier yesterday at the Bath & Body Works in Germantown, allegedly stealing $1,700 worth of candles there. Gaithersburg police tell us they were here and outside of the store, inside the store and outside the Lululemon, waiting when the women showed up again yesterday. LensCrafters, that's over at Rio, was also targeted. Now, these are the 3 adults arrested yesterday. They are, from left to right, Monet Herndon and Sean Stewart, both 26 years old from D.C., and 18-year-old Precious Spivey, also of the district. An unnamed 17-year-old was arrested and released to her her parents. Police are looking into the possibility these are the same suspects in retail thefts last summer here at the Lululemon and at the Dick's Sporting Goods over at the Rio. A police officer was struck by the getaway car in one of those cases. As for the 3 adult suspects arrested here, a court commissioner has released them from custody, ordered them back before a judge in April.
We do begin tonight with some closure in a deadly hit and run of a Pinellas County deputy back in 2022.
In a courtroom today, a man pled guilty to leaving the scene of that accident. ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell was there today as the family read an emotional statement to the judge.
More than 2 years have passed since family, friends, and fellow law enforcement felt the sudden loss of Pinellas County Sheriff's Deputy Michael Hartwick. Hartwick was on a detail on I-275 to protect construction crews when a front loader hit and killed him. After an hours-long manhunt, Juan Molina Salas was taken into custody and charged.
The defendant in this case is a Honduran national who was in the country illegally at the time.
The case back in court Friday. Video played during the hearing showed the incident unfold.
This defendant, post Miranda, admitted to striking and killing Deputy Hartwick and fleeing the scene of the crash.
The judge accepted Molina Salas's guilty plea in court to leaving the scene of a crash involving death.
By entering this plea, it's not really a will it happen anymore. It's guaranteed at the end of whatever prison sentence you receive, you will be deported. Do you understand that?
¿Usted entiende esto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir. Before the plea, a victim advocate read a statement from Hartwick's son.
While many people knew my dad as a deputy, he was also many other things. He was a Mason, a Navy veteran, a member of the American Legion, and a volunteer in the community. He dedicated his life to service for others and gave the ultimate sacrifice. My dad was a friend to everyone. To know him was to love him.
The mandatory minimum for this crime is 4 years with a cap set at 20 years. The sentencing date is March 4th. In Pinellas County, Mary O'Connell, ABC Action News.
A 20-year-old man is under arrest after the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children calls the Memphis Police Department. Cameron Montgomery is charged with sexual exploitation of a minor. The organization contacted police about Montgomery's Google account, which they said had sexually explicit videos that contained children. Investigators say they found at least 20 videos with children in them. Montgomery was arrested yesterday at his home.
A 10-year-old girl from Rockford was found dead Saturday night. Today we learned that she was kidnapped and murdered by a sex offender. Rockford police held a briefing just hours ago and put together a timeline of events. Officers were dispatched just after noon on Saturday after a woman said her 6-year-old daughter came home and told her that a man had taken her 10-year-old sister. The girl's body was found outside a house in the 1200 block of 9th Avenue. She was taken to the hospital where she was pronounced dead. The 6-year-old sister had reportedly been strangled as well before escaping. An officer with the K-9 located a suspect near 9th Street and Woodruff Avenue. He was taken into custody after a brief struggle. 44-year-old Antonio Monroe of Blue Island has been charged with first-degree murder, attempted murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of aggravated battery via strangulation.
Growing up in this city, I had the ability to stay outside and play until the streetlights came on. Unfortunately, that's not the case anymore due to 6 individuals that managed to make their way into the community. As a parent myself, I became an avid bike rider because my kids wanted to ride bikes. So we know this is not the time of the yesteryears, and we have to watch over our children.
Monroe is in the hospital for an unrelated issue and will be released into police custody after treatment. This is an ongoing investigation. Police are trying to figure out why Monroe was in Rockford.
Emily and Ben, I'm out here because the crime is alleged to have happened here along Storrow Drive. And at one point during the arraignment, the judge told the defendant today to knock it off. An alleged rape along Storrow Drive. This man, Mayanja Duwada, facing a Boston judge, charged with raping a young woman whom he had picked up in Somerville early Saturday morning.
They proceeded on Storrow Drive, where the alleged sexual assault began.
The 37-year-old Uber driver is accused of the first assault while the car was moving, and the second assault after pulling his car over near the hatch shell. Prosecutors say it only stopped because the victim's phone rang.
The ringing of the cell phone, for whatever reason, allowed the victim to get out of the car.
Duwada actually brought himself to the police station while the victim was filing a report.
It was a really scary moment.
The Ugandan citizen speaking exclusively to News Center 5 on Saturday while in police custody, proclaiming his innocence.
She said that I'm ready to do anything because today is my special day. She was drunk, smoking marijuana, very high.
Just a day after that phone interview, U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement placed a detainer on Duwada. And today in court, he broke down. At one point, was chastised by the judge.
He's only been driving there for 2 weeks. And the girl was drunk. 400 a week.
You heard the judge there tell him to knock it off. Now, Duwada is being held on $100,000 cash bail. And prosecutors said today that it is highly likely the father of 12 will be deported. He is due back in court next month. Reporting live in Boston, Nicole Burley, WCVB News Center 5.
All right.
Now to this, a mob of teens kick, punch, and attack a motorist on the streets of Los Angeles. The brutal takedown all caught on camera.
The victim's family says it began with a broken windshield and a verbal argument that escalated into a brawl. Sarah Welch live near Beverly Hills with more on the victim and a brutal attack. Sarah.
Mike and Cher, good evening. We've learned that the victim is 27 years old, lives locally, and is recovering at home tonight. This, as detectives are asking for the public's help in tracking down these teenagers responsible for that brutal beatdown. Watch.
Wow. Oh my God.
Cell phone video captured the violent assault.
The person was on the ground, and he was at that point unconscious, and they were stomping on his head.
This man pulled over to help as the mob of teens kicked and jumped the 27-year-old victim in the middle of the street.
They also jumped on his car while he was being attacked.
The vicious beating involving up to 30 teenagers on bikes unfolded Saturday at San Vicente and Carrillo Drive in Los Angeles, just over the Beverly Hills line. The victim's family says he got out of his car because the teens had broken his windshield.
And bam, like after like 2 minutes, there's like this group that just start like attacking this one guy.
Witnesses watched as the mob overwhelmed the victim, punching him even after he was on the ground.
And we got out of the car and we ran toward the area, and they all got on their bikes and they drove away, or they rode their bikes away. Probably the most disturbing thing after that is he looked like he might have had a brain injury, and it literally took 30 minutes for the police to arrive, and that is unacceptable. In the second largest city in America, that is unacceptable. And it took 20 to 25 minutes for the ambulance to arrive.
Paramedics treated the motorist at the scene for minor injuries, and police say he chose not to go to the hospital. From what they were seeing, witnesses thought it was much worse.
Prayers to him. I hope he's doing all right.
Not clear if the teens are the same group that stomped on a Mercedes in mid-Wilshire back in January following an altercation with the driver. And a few months back, this mob of teens trashed a 7-Eleven store in Pico Robertson. Detectives hope tips from the public can identify the teens in this latest crime.
We're thinking, will they really catch these people?
And if you want another look at that video, you can go to KTLA.com. If you have any information that can help this investigation, you can give it up anonymously at 1-800-222-TIPS. Sharon, Micah, we'll send it back to you.
This man is behind bars this evening, accused of raping an 11-year-old girl inside her home in Brownsville, Brooklyn. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson is live in downtown Brooklyn with more this evening. Kimberly?
Well, Sandra, Andre Clark is expected to face a judge here tonight, and when that happens, we will be here. The 45-year-old had been on the run, but police tracked him down this morning at a hotel in Queens just before sunrise. He's facing several charges for, as you mentioned, allegedly raping that 11-year-old girl inside her home in Brownsville, where neighbors tell me they are wishing her the best. She was taken to the hospital. Officers were called to the building around 9 o'clock yesterday morning, but by then Clark had already left in his Nissan Maxima. The NYPD released a picture of that vehicle and of Clark, who lives in Staten Island. It's not clear how they found that suspect in the hotel, but he was taken into custody. Sources tell Eyewitness News at one point this suspect was dating the victim's mother and that she also has a little boy. Police are concerned there may be other victims. Again, Clark is expected to face a judge here tonight on 3 counts of rape and sexual abuse. He reportedly does have a lengthy criminal past, 11 prior arrests that include theft, robbery, menacing, and harassment. He was arrested last January for allegedly assaulting his ex-girlfriend and violating an order of protection. It's not clear if that ex is also this victim's mother.
New details on the Providence teacher charged with molesting students. I'm Mike Montecalvo.
And I'm Shannon Heggie. According to a police affidavit, 2 middle school students came forward saying Essex Hopkins middle school teacher Joseph Tenno touched them inappropriately.
12 News reporter Amanda Pitts is live now with new reaction tonight. Amanda?
Well, Mike, Shannon, we've just learned that Joseph Tenno only started teaching at that middle school in September. Now he's on administrative leave after 2 students reported being molested by him. This is the man Providence police say molested 2 middle schoolers while working as a teacher in their school. Now Joseph Tenno is facing 2 second-degree child molestation charges. According to court records, the first student, a 6th grade girl, came forward in December, reporting that Tenno inappropriately touched her, stroked her hair, and pushed his body up against hers. When asking friends why he'd do that, the girl said they responded with, quote, "He's done that to a lot of girls." The 51-year-old was placed on leave following those allegations, but nearly a month later, another student came forward. This time, an 8th grade girl reported that back in November, Tenno tried to hug her and touch her inappropriately during a sporting event, and in a classroom pushed up against her and suggested he was sexually aroused. President of the Providence School Board, Erlen Rogel, responded to the allegations, calling them disgusting and deranged, saying, quote, "Families place the utmost trust in the adults charged with the well-being of their children while out of sight. A breach of that trust is not only a violation against these families, but also of our entire community. Justice needs to be swift." According to the Rhode Island Department of Education website, Tenno only started working at the school in September teaching math. He got an emergency certification for this school year, something RIDE has been issuing in light of the teacher shortage. A spokesperson for Providence Public Schools said in a statement, quote, "We take these allegations and the safety of our students extremely serious and took swift action to ensure the person in question had no further contact with students." Now, we did try to reach Tenno for comment, but a phone number listed for him in court documents was out of service, and an address listed for him in court documents ended up just being a warehouse in Warwick. I'm Amanda Pitts, 12 News.
Also this evening, an 18-year-old is in custody after an hours-long standoff at a home near Shaker Square.
Annabelle Childers spoke with U.S. Marshals about how they tracked him down and ultimately arrested him.
This morning, members of the U.S. Marshals Northern Ohio Violent Fugitive Task Force came to this Cleveland home to arrest Timothy Edwards.
He's been wanted for multiple shootings in the Cleveland area. And this morning, they figured out where he was staying and went to effect the arrest of Mr. Edwards.
Edwards is suspected in a shooting on July 15th at East 9th and Boulevard that left one woman injured, and also a shooting on July 20th in the area of Woodhill Road and Hilton Avenue where a 34-year-old man was hurt. At the time of both, Edwards was just 17.
Sometimes a person comes to the door, they admit who they are, they go into custody nice and easy. Today was not that day with him.
Ann Murphy with the U.S. Marshals explains Edwards barricaded himself inside an upstairs bedroom for hours as the Marshals tried to get him out and get him to comply with orders. As that was happening, the officers were working to protect neighbors and make sure the environment was safe. But Edwards did ultimately comply.
On scene, there was a firearm recovered as well. So we've got a fugitive wanted for multiple shootings who's still in possession of a very dangerous firearm. So who knows where his next few months would have led, and we're very happy to have him off the street.
Cleveland police say they were involved in making that arrest this morning. Right now, they're not sharing whether they believe Edwards is involved in any other crimes or whether he will be facing any additional charges.
All right, Annabelle, we appreciate it so much. Thank you.
A store clerk in Portsmouth had a front row seat to a double shooting. Police say 2 men are hurt and the shooter's in custody tonight. 10 on your side's Andy Fox is live with that riveting interview and the latest on that investigation. Andy.
Yeah, Aisha, the clerk says she was so busy, she was running to the back of the store, grabbing her child and getting out. Sunday, everything went down real quick. Raekwon Avery goes into the Smoke Guy's vape shop. He would speak with this shop clerk who does not want to be identified.
He's talking to me, but I'm facing the vapes. Like, he's talking to me and I'm like this, like you're asking me about a vape.
30 seconds after Avery goes in, these two men go in. Store video shows the one with the brown hoodie attacked Avery from behind by pulling his feet out as Avery leaned on the counter talking to the clerk. He fell to the floor. The store owner would not give us permission to show the store video, but we've seen it. And after a short tussle on the ground, Avery allegedly pulls a gun and shot both men, who are now on the ground. And as he's leaving, the store video shows Avery shoots the man in blue a second time after he's already seriously wounded.
The shooter, he was the victim. Like, he was talking to me, he wasn't bothering nobody. I'm just saying, he was trying to get a vape and then they came from out of nowhere. I don't know why they did, but he was a victim. And if someone come up from behind you like that, what you gonna do? You gotta defend yourself, especially pull you from your legs from behind. Like, that's crazy and scary.
Portsmouth police do not charge Avery for the first shooting because it was self-defense. The second shooting of the second man already shot led to a malicious wounding charge. On Monday, police would arrest Avery at this Portsmouth home, 1916 County Street. Behind this house, police found the dark green Acura that Avery got out of at the vape shop. Police would also find 4 guns, including Glocks, lots of ammunition, Glock magazines.
What did you think was happening to him?
I didn't see that him go down because I was faced. I heard something, but honestly, I'm thinking they bumped. I thought he bumped the case or something.
Now, Portsmouth police say they will have more information soon. 10 on your side, really interested in what they found in the car and in the house. In Portsmouth, Andy Fox, 10 on your side.
A brawl outside a bar leads to gunfire. You hear it there. The chaos happened early Sunday morning off North Alamo Street. This was after several bars were shutting down. And tonight, this man is accused of firing off the shots, and he is facing charges. KENS 5 reporter Megan Reyna is in studio tonight with new witness account. And Megan, you also looked into downtown safety.
Henry, I spoke to Centro San Antonio CEO who told me once she saw that video, she took it to the city and police. But I took her concerns rather to the owner of Bar House. The incident happened outside his business. He told me even before all of this chaos, he's been advocating for more safety measures in the area.
I mean, it was closing time, everybody was outside.
What started as a fight with fists ended in rapid gunfire. Jacob Vasquez says he had just left Bar House early Sunday morning when he started filming the brawl.
Why can't we have nice things? This is why we can't have nice things.
People are seen running and ducking for safety. Then a vehicle drives by and fires off more rounds into the air. Fortunately, no one was hit.
There was no need to bring the guns out. There was no need to go to that extent.
Police are then seen running. They eventually caught up to this man, Joseph Olivari, a convicted felon who had a murder charge against him recently dismissed.
Those establishments didn't have nothing to do with it. It's those people that chose to do what they did.
But Centro San Antonio's CEO Trish DeBerry disagrees.
You have to be responsible associated with the fact that you are serving alcohol. It is late at night, but what are you doing to make sure that it is safe and secure, regardless of whether you're open or regardless of whether you're closed?
However, the owner of Bar House told me off camera safety is a top priority. He has 11 bouncers working the weekends, and prior to Sunday's incident, he had already reached out several times to District 1 Councilwoman Sue Kaur to talk about how to enhance safety during closing time. Kaur's office confirmed to us they've been communicating. Meanwhile, DeBerry says she's been told by police they're increasing patrols in the area.
Think twice before you do that again, because we're going to crack down.
And District 1 Councilman Sue Kaur also told me in a statement tonight, quote, "We are taking this issue seriously and even communicating with TABC to ensure that everyone going out can have a safe, fun time without concerns of violence," end quote. Meanwhile, we're working to learn if the second shooter seen in those videos has been arrested. Henry?
Local 10 News starts right now.
Right now, 5:30, shooting investigation. One man hospitalized after shots rang out in Fort Lauderdale.
And new surveillance video showing the moment the suspect pulled that trigger. Local 10's Sanella Sabovic is joining us live with what we've now learned happened at this scene. Sanella.
And Christy and Louis, we have exclusive video, surveillance video of that shooting that took place in Fort Lauderdale. It happened late last night in front of a convenience store. You see a man get shot, also robbed. Police moved quick, made their arrest, locked up that suspect, who remains here at the Broward County Main Jail. New surveillance video shows the moments leading up to a shooting in Fort Lauderdale. It's Tuesday night, a little after 6. The victim, identified to us as Reggie, is in the white shirt. The alleged shooter, police say, is Alexander Albert Walkins. He's draped in a blue Miami Dolphins blanket. At first, they're talking outside of a convenience store along the 800 block of Northwest 10th Terrace. Then they're screaming. Walkins pulls out a gun and fires a single round, shooting Reggie in the leg. In this next clip, you can see Walkins rob him at gunpoint. Reggie then goes into the convenience store as Walkins gets on a bike and takes off. Reggie was taken to Broward Health Medical Center. We're told he's expected to survive his injury. Police spent a good part of Tuesday night investigating, roping off the area and speaking to witnesses, arresting Walkins not long after the shooting. And Walkins is facing a number of charges here, including attempted felony murder. That is the latest. Reporting live out of Fort Lauderdale, Sanella Sabovic, Local 10 News.
All right, Sanella, thank you for that.
Into our newsroom, Fort Lauderdale police have made an arrest in the shooting death of a teen last week. This is Isaiah Frazier. Police have charged him with first-degree murder in the death of 16-year-old Tanasia Atterbury. The 16-year-old was shot and killed following several fights near Northwest 8th Avenue and 16th Street. Her family says she was not involved in the fights, but was just watching when the gunfire erupted. Atterbury was rushed to the hospital where she later died. Police have not released specific details of what led to that gunfire.
Principals of 2 high schools in Howard County each confirmed one of their students were victims of a deadly double shooting near the mall in Columbia last night. Wild Lake High 10th grader Michael Robertson was killed, and 15-year-old Oakland Mills High 9th grader was injured and remains in critical condition. At 18-year-old Columbia man now under arrest. We know Saturday's shooting came just a matter of days after that suspect allegedly carried out another shooting. Tara Lynch joins us live. And Tara, what else have you learned in this investigation?
Kelsey, Howard County Police say this suspect is no stranger to the law. 18-year-old Edmondson Zia is from Columbia, and he was arrested overnight without incident. He's currently being held without bail in this double shooting, but he's also involved in several other crimes. We've learned that something that happened at the end of last year, he was put on home detention, violated those terms according to court documents.
Callers are advising they heard shots fired, people running.
One day after 2 teens were shot and chaos erupted at the mall in Columbia, Howard County Police say the suspect is in custody. 18-year-old Edmondson Zia from Columbia is charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder. 16-year-old Michael Robertson died, and another 15-year-old was critically injured and remains in shock trauma.
If you commit a crime here in Howard County, we will track you down, and we will prosecute you, and we will find you.
This isn't the Columbia teen's first run-in with the law. Howard County Police are charging Zia with attempted murder for a Valentine's Day shooting on Twin Rivers Road. And just one day before he allegedly opened fire at the mall, court documents say he violated his pretrial house arrest order from another case in 2024. The mall shooting comes just 7 months after 17-year-old Angelo Little was shot and killed near the mall's food court. I sat down with his mother just days after the shooting.
I lost my son to gun violence, which was something I wouldn't have even thought about in Columbia.
Neighbors in Columbia say it's concerning. The mall has been the center of 2 shootings, but they generally feel safe.
I mean, I guess it is like a little worrying that it's happened twice so close together. I mean, even in the span of just a few months. It's definitely a little worrying about like the security and the levels of that inside the mall and the surrounding area.
Obviously, I still consider those areas statistically way better than a lot of other areas, so I don't feel in danger.
Howard County Police did not speak with us on camera tonight, but the department says that this is still an active investigation. Meanwhile, Edmondson Zia is due back in court in this case in mid-March. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, Tara Lynch, WJZ.
Tara, thank you.
Also tonight, this was in Paulding County as well, a 5th arrest in the shooting death of 11-year-old Xander Watley. The sheriff's office says that the child died when multiple shots were fired into his home last April. Law enforcement just took Joseph Terwally into custody in Arlington, Virginia. He's now being held without bond at the Paulding County Jail. 4 other suspects were previously arrested, all of them charged with murder.
This morning, Interim Police Chief Michael Pickett told reporters that the Birmingham Police Department has obtained warrants in a major homicide case that has caused the victims' families tremendous pain and suffering.
22-year-old Damian McDaniel of Fairfield, Alabama, has been charged with capital murder of a first responder and attempted murder of a second firefighter.
Interim Police Chief Michael Pickett says McDaniel is accused of walking into Fire Station number 9 on July 12th of 2023 and shooting firefighters Jordan Melton and Jamal Jones. Melton did not survive. Chief Pickett says the Birmingham Police Department is unwavering in their commitment to solving all homicide cases. He announced that Damian McDaniel is also charged with intentional murder in the death of Mia Nixon outside her home on January 10th of 2024. Pickett added McDaniel is also charged with capital murder, which was a murder for hire in the death of UPS worker Anthony Love Jr. on April 9th of 2024. According to Pickett, co-defendant Charles Nance of Pinson is charged with capital murder in the same case. Nance is currently being held in the Jefferson County Jail with no bond for the August 13th, 2024 murder of Charlie Herbert Moore. His alleged co-defendant in that case was also Damian McDaniel. Now, this afternoon, I reached out to McDaniel's lead attorney in these cases and the 11 other murders he's been charged with. John Robbins sent me a statement which reads in part, I hope that everyone in the community who follows these cases will remember that Damian has not been convicted of any killing or shooting, that not one shred of evidence has been presented in court to support these charges, and that Damian stands before the court presumed to be innocent. Now, before today, Robbins confirmed that McDaniel has pleaded not guilty to 4 capital murder charges and 1 intentional murder charge. Reporting in downtown Birmingham, I'm Amy Hybels, CBS 42 News.
You can
as second suspect in a deadly shooting dating back to November. In that shooting, a 30-year-old man was killed and an 18-year-old was injured. You're looking at the arrested suspect tonight. The first suspect in the case was arrested a week after the shooting. The second arrested this weekend in North Stockton. Here he is, 23-year-old DeAndre Watts. He is being held along with 22-year-old Dearius Wilson on homicide-related charges. New at 5, a community coming in.
Begin with the breaking news alert tonight. The search for a teenager accused of shooting a 4-year-old little boy is over. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilgus. U.S. Marshals just tracked down that 19-year-old suspect. Alicia Wimberly is at the WKRN.com alert desk with new information. Alicia.
Well, Bob and Haley, investigators just arrested Talik Galashaw King in Murfreesboro. Police tell us Talik Galashaw King left the scene in Smyrna on Saturday before officers arrived, taking the handgun with him. The child was taken to Vanderbilt, where he did have surgery. He is expected to be okay and recover. Galashaw King is being held at the Rutherford County Detention Center with more charges pending against him. For breaking news around the clock, you can go to WKRN.com.
We begin our look across America at the nation's busiest airport.
Cell phone video captures the moment a big brawl broke out at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta. This happened last week at a Spirit Airlines departure gate. In the video, the waiting area looked more like a mosh pit with more than a half dozen people kicking and punching.
I can't believe people would get that defensive over flying out of somewhere. That's just craziness.
It's not good. You got to be careful. There's kids around. Anything can happen.
No word on if any of the passengers involved are facing charges. Spirit is looking into it.
Well, at the very same airport, tense moments for passengers. This is a Delta flight where haze filled the cabin of a plane. Officials say the flight had left Atlanta this morning at 8:30. Bound for Columbia, South Carolina. But then came the haze. The crew declared an emergency. They immediately returned to the airport. The good news, no reports of any injuries. Delta now looking into the cause of all that haze.
New York authorities now looking into what caused a boat to overturn, leaving 3 people dead. When first responders arrived, they pulled 5 people from the water. Medics took the other 2 passengers to the hospital. Divers are also searching for a 6th person who was also believed to be on the boat at the time.
In North Carolina, a man is fortunate to be alive tonight. Rescuers pulled him from a freezing lake. It happened last Tuesday. It was all caught on camera. The driver accidentally drove into that frozen water. Firefighters went in after him, racing against time to save the driver as the car went under the water.
In trying to get the gentleman out of the car, which we didn't really have much problem doing so, but if we struggled to do that, the car was slowly going further and further in the lake. If one of us were to get caught or something and dragged down with the car by some means, get caught, get hung up on something, the tire, the bumper, whatever.
Yeah, the good news is the firefighters did make it out with the driver, who is expected to make a full recovery.
Police have arrested this man who is accused of exposing himself in a DeKalb County Whole Foods. 28-year-old Troy Caliste is now in custody and being charged with sexual battery and public indecency. Police say it happened at the Chamblee location on Peachtree Boulevard. He was stopped.
People living at a South Jersey apartment complex might be keeping their curtains closed tonight after police arrested their neighbor for lewdness and allegedly peering into windows. And police say this wasn't the first time. Tonight, the suspect is out of jail again. Our Shawnette Wilson has the story from Burlington County.
Police say a man was recently arrested again and charged. And now residents in one South Jersey apartment complex are worried he could strike again.
I hate it. It's like, I don't feel safe.
Chris Davis is talking about the arrest of this guy, who police say is 25-year-old Joshua Cheatham. Maple Shade police say they arrested him for multiple incidents of peering into windows and lewd acts.
Keep your door locked, keep your windows shut, your curtains shut. Like, it's a pretty bad way to live, because you want to enjoy life and whatever, not be afraid living here.
Police say the incidents happened here at Fox Meadow Apartments and Townhomes. Most recently, in January, police say they got several reports of a man exposing himself to a female as she was leaving CVS next to the apartment complex. That woman reportedly told police Cheatham followed her through the complex and exposed himself again from a distance. Police list his address as Sunflower Road, which is a street inside the complex.
What can you do? I mean, he lives here.
Police say a deeper investigation uncovered more peeping incidents in the complex in which Cheatham was identified as the suspect. Even worse, investigators say he was also arrested and charged August of last year for peering into ground-level apartment windows.
My reaction to hearing it is one of concern.
I talked to Valora Lockett, who was taking out trash this evening. She's lived here almost 6 years.
I don't know. Maybe it's time to move.
Angel Lanuza lives here and has a daughter.
Doesn't take much force, especially on these first floors, to just push it open, get through. At the end of the day, if a predator is going to get in, they're going to get in.
And Maple Shade police say that Cheatham was taken to the Burlington County Jail, but later released by the courts. In Maple Shade, Shawnette Wilson, Fox 29 News.
All right, 3 men are in jail tonight after police say a woman was kidnapped at gunpoint and raped multiple times. Robert Eason, Devin Taylor, and Edward Hoof are all charged with rape and kidnapping charges. Police say Eason and one unknown person picked up the woman in the airport area. The woman told police when she tried to get out of the car, Eason pointed a gun at her and told her to give him everything she had. Detectives say Eason raped the woman twice before the driver of the car pulled up to a home in Soulsville where Taylor and Hoof were waiting inside. That is when police say one of the men, along with an unknown suspect, raped her again. The woman says she was held captive for more than 11 hours before she was able to send a message to a family member asking them to call police. When police arrived, they found the victim along with 3 men inside that home. Eason is also facing robbery and gun charges.
And Tulsa police have arrested a man after he reportedly uploaded child porn to Twitter and sent disturbing messages saying that he wanted to abduct and abuse children. Wallace Johnson faces charges of aggravated possession of child pornography. A post from Tulsa police says the investigation began when Twitter reported a user had uploaded the images. Then a Tulsa police detective got a search warrant for the Twitter account, where they found the images and messages saying the user wanted to travel the country and abduct children. Tulsa police say Johnson was linked to the account. He denied sending the messages, but did turn over his phone, and police say told police that they would find child pornography on it. He has been booked into the Tulsa County Jail.
Sexually assaulting 3 women he met on a dating app is in custody, and Houston police believe
there may be more victims. HPD says he may have drugged the women before assaulting them. Adam Bennett joins us now live from HPD headquarters downtown. Adam, what else are police telling you?
Well, at this time, Williams is in custody. The suspect on $75,000 bond for each of the 3 sexual assault charges he is facing. But police say, given the similarities in the 3 women's stories, they think there very well could be more victims. The bars along Richmond Avenue and Westheimer Road are where Houston police investigators say 31-year-old Fought Williams took 3 women on dates that he met through apps. They say the 3 separate incidents happened between October 2021 and January 2022.
Each victim recalls becoming incapacitated after consuming alcoholic beverages brought to them by Mr. Williams.
Police say 2 women ended up at this motel on South Main Street and woke up naked from the waist down. Investigators took DNA samples from all 3 women, entered them into a national database, and eventually got a match from Williams in all 3 cases. Police say Williams admitted to having intimate relationships with 2 of the women.
2 of the 3 victims did go through toxicology. The preliminary reports do state that there was a presence of 1 or more drugs. So that's all I can give you at this time.
I asked police if they had a message for anyone afraid to come forward. Here's what they said.
If you are scared, we are here to serve and protect. Here in our unit, we start by believing. So it doesn't matter if you don't have labs done, haven't went to the hospital. We want to hear your story.
And court records show that Williams had prior burglary and criminal trespass charges in Harris County that were dismissed. His next court date on these 3 sexual assault charges will be August the 30th. Mia.
We'll pick it up from here. Adam Bennett, thank you.
To a developing story now out of Marshall, where police are asking for your help and are even offering a reward as they are searching for a man accused of sexually assaulting a child. Here's who they're after. Cameron Payton. Marshall PD tells us Payton currently has a felony warrant out for his arrest, and anyone who knows where he is are asked to call the number on your screen. Police want to assure our viewers that you can leave an anonymous tip. If your information helps with his arrest, there will be a cash reward involved for your help.
Now, in just a few minutes, a man will be heading to court to answer to some serious charges.
Lexington police arrested 46-year-old Walker Wright Jr. He's charged with rape, kidnapping, and promoting human trafficking, among other things. As WKYT's Victor Puente reports, the crimes involve a 15-year-old girl.
Walker Wright Jr. will be in court in about an hour. The charges he's facing include the rape and kidnapping of a 15-year-old girl. Lexington police arrested Walker Wright Jr. yesterday at a home on King Tree Drive. His arrest citation lists that home as his address, but the people at that house this morning told me he hasn't lived there for some time. They didn't want to discuss the charges, just saying he showed up there yesterday and was arrested. The first of the charges listed on his arrest citation is kidnapping. That citation says Wright unlawfully restrained a 15-year-old female. Other charges include promoting human trafficking and rape. They say he engaged in sexual intercourse with that teen. The charge also says that she has an intellectual disability. The last 2 charges are unlawful transaction with a minor first and second degree. Police say Wright smoked crack cocaine and marijuana with the teen. Lexington police have told us they can't comment on the charges because the case is so convoluted. They're still sorting out what happened. They also normally don't discuss cases involving sexual assault. According to court records, Wright has had some drug-related convictions in the past. But looking through those records, as far as we could tell, this is the first time he's ever been charged with anything this serious. In Lexington, Victor Puente, WKYT.
A school bus driver for Erie Rise Leadership Academy Charter School is arraigned after being accused of sexual assault by a teenage student. 61-year-old Peter Bose was arraigned Thursday on charges including statutory sexual assault and institutional sexual assault, as well as corruption of minors. A 14-year-old student is accusing Booz of sexually assaulting her while at an away basketball game in December. Booz's bond is set at $75,000.
Here at noon, there is a verdict in the trial of a man who's accused of kidnapping and trying to rape a young woman. Local 10 News reporter Michael Seiden live in Miami with the details. Michael.
Well, we just spoke with the mother of the defendant. She's telling us that her son got an unfair trial, telling us that her son had plenty of women coming to his house, so there's no reason why he would have been out on the streets looking for sex. But hey, the jury deliberated for about an hour and came back with a guilty verdict. Terrence Jefferson obviously extremely disappointed by the jury's decision. The 36-year-old convicted this morning on charges of attempted sexual battery, false imprisonment, and unlawful possession of a firearm. Now here's the 6-time convicted felon waving goodbye to his mother before being led away in cuffs. His attorneys plan on filing an appeal. Now prosecutors say it was December of 2013 when Jefferson went on the prowl, desperate for sex. That's when he spotted an 18-year-old woman walking home in the rain. He offered her a ride, then pulled a gun on her before trying to sexually assault her. Jefferson claimed she was a prostitute, but the jury didn't believe his story.
He was clearly just lying, and just the emotions that they both had displayed, and in the video evidence, the 911 calls, and in their testimonies, it just seemed obvious.
Did the defendant taking the stand, did that sway your decision in any way, or?
It really, no. I mean, it just, I think it hurt him a little bit more in the end than anything else. I really don't know. I didn't understand that decision whatsoever. I don't know if that would have changed what the verdict would have been and made it a little bit harder to come to a conclusion as fast as we did.
That's not his alibi. Too many girls come to the house for him when he was there, so I know he wouldn't have to go out soliciting sex.
So Terrence Jefferson's actually charged in 2 other violent cases. Obviously, his attorneys have filed an appeal. We know sentencing is scheduled for next month. We are live in Miami. I'm Michael Seiden, Local 10 News.
A man who tried to get his appeal overturned has failed. Yandre Ma represented himself in his trial. He was sentenced to life in prison for child sex crimes. He appealed on a technicality. The 9th District Court of Appeals in Beaumont ruled that Ma was not actually denied his right to confront his accuser. They said he did not subpoena the child or have them called as a witness by the prosecution. So the conviction and sentence will stay.
Well, a Rankin County man has been sentenced to 20 years in prison after pleading guilty to sexual battery of a child. 30-year-old Deron McMiller will have to serve every day of the sentence and register as a sex offender for the rest of his life. According to Bubba Bramlett, the district attorney for Rankin and Madison counties, McMiller was arrested after the victim's mother reported in February that he had been sexually abusing her child at his home in Florence. The girl told investigators the abuse went on over a 2-year period.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Tammy Tremblay. New at noon. The 4 teenagers accused of gang raping an 18-year-old woman in Cuna appeared in 4th Judicial District Court today. The 4 suspects, 19-year-old Elias Limpango, 18-year-old Rashidi Malanga, 18-year-old Sweetie Imbello, and a 16-year-old boy, had their consolidated case automatically propelled to the district court level after a grand jury indicted them earlier this month on rape charges. For the first time, the 16-year-old appeared in court with the other 3 suspects. In court, the 4 heard formal charges but did not enter a plea. The alleged sexual assault happened February 7th in a neighborhood in Cuna. According to prosecutors, the victim had talked with Imbello over Snapchat, then agreed to meet him. The victim told police that the 16-year-old Limpango and Malinga, then took turns having sex with her, even though she told them to stop. Prosecutors say that 2 of the suspects admitted after their arrest that the victim had not given them permission to have sex with her. Upon request from the 4 defense teams, Judge Michael Reardon continued the proceedings until April 2nd.
This young man's mother says she had to do it. She sat through every day of a week-long trial for the man accused of killing him.
For her, it meant watching the video evidence that showed her son, her only child, being shot to death. Tonight, News 4's Jackie Benson spoke with Marvin Jefferson's mother. She was in court when a Montgomery County jury convicted a man of killing her son.
We want to warn you, some video in this story is disturbing and contains the sound of gunshots.
It was the hardest thing of my life.
Sheila Caldwell talks about the days of sitting through the trial of Marcus Dowdy, 34, of Silver Spring, listening as prosecutors described a previous dispute between Dowdy and her son Marvin Jefferson, also 34. It became a fistfight where Jefferson allegedly got the better of Dowdy, and video of it may have been posted to social media, she says. Then, on November 4th, 2023, Marvin Jefferson walked into the America's Best Wings carryout at the White Oak Shopping Center. Dowdy was in there. He had a gun, and prosecutors say retaliation on his mind as he chased Jefferson toward the door, firing. Security cameras captured the deadly mayhem as it burst out of the carryout. Marvin Jefferson was fatally injured. A second man hit by the gunfire survived.
In this particular instance, the individual, Mr. Dowdy, shot and killed not only the victim in this case, but he shot his own friend in the head.
Sheila Caldwell says it was excruciating to be in that courtroom, but she did it for her son and the 2 children he leaves behind.
He took the best part of my life away. He took the best part. I've lost a lot of family members, but losing a child like that, to me, is just the worst.
Dowdy's sentencing hearing is scheduled for June. He is facing penalties that are likely to keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. In Silver Spring, Jackie Benson, News 4.
Make sure you delete all these text messages. That was the instruction a Detroit police officer is suspected of sending to a 12-year-old girl. That text and others is leading to his arrest and suspension by the Detroit Police Department. You might remember last night at 11, we reported the DPD suspended Officer Earl Raynard Anderson Jr. from his duty.
Warren investigators say he, quote unquote, preyed on a 12-year-old by sending her sexual and inappropriate text messages. The victim, deputies say she's the daughter of his new wife. Local 4's Shantae Passmore spoke to investigators about the case. Shantae, what led to his arrest?
You know, this all unfolded when that 12-year-old victim came forward. After texting back and forth, she told someone about that exchange. Then when her father found out about it, he did what any parent would do to protect their child.
Tonight, Detroit officer
Make sure you delete all these text messages. That was the instruction a Detroit police officer is suspected of sending to a 12-year-old girl. That text and others is leading to his arrest and suspension by the Detroit Police Department. You might remember last night at 11, we reported the DPD suspended Officer Earl Raynard Anderson Jr. from his duty.
Warren investigators say he, quote unquote, preyed on a 12-year-old by sending her sexual and inappropriate text messages. The victim, deputies say she's the daughter of his new wife. Local 4's Shantae Passmore spoke to investigators about the case. Shantae, what led to his arrest?
You know, this all unfolded when that 12-year-old victim came forward. After texting back and forth, she told someone about that exchange. Then when her father found out about it, he did what any parent would do to protect their child. Tonight, Detroit officer Earl Raynard Anderson Jr. faces one count of accosting a child for immoral purposes.
It's very disturbing. This is an individual who took an oath to protect the community. And instead of protecting the community, made a decision to prey on a 12-year-old.
That 12-year-old, detectives say his new wife's daughter. The Macomb County Prosecutor's Office tells Local 4 the alleged crime happened in Warren on February 22nd when the Detroit officer reportedly sent inappropriate text messages to the victim. Timestamps show the conversation started just before 2:30 a.m., lasting more than an hour. The text shows how he asked to keep their conversation private before the girl responds with how her dad goes through her phone. Then he tells her to delete their messages, writing they'll go on a family trip soon. Later, he asks if she needed a second phone before explaining how her iPad is connected to her iPhone. Again, he tells her, make sure to delete their messages, even the ones in trash. We asked our crime and safety expert, how soon should parents talk about the dangers of smart devices and online safety?
5 and even earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, just saying that there are people that aren't necessarily good people, and making sure that your young person understands that, you know, sometimes grown-ups don't always do the right thing.
Meanwhile, Warren police are praising the girl for telling an adult about the interaction.
We can't tell her enough how proud we are of her and her family for coming to us with this issue.
And meanwhile, that Detroit's officer's bond is set at $200,000. He is expected to appear back in court later this month. As far as what is next for Warren investigators, they tell me that they are looking at electronic devices to see if there are any other additional victims. If you know any information about this case, you're urged to contact Warren PD. We're live at DPD headquarters this evening. Shantae Passmore, Local 4.
What a brave and smart 12-year-old to tell an adult what was going on. Shantae, we appreciate your story tonight.
XII has confirmed authorities have taken a high-ranking international gang member into custody in Winston-Salem.
Happened on Gilmer Avenue around 11 o'clock this morning, and our Kelly Kendall was there when authorities took him into custody. Kelly, who is this gang member?
His name is Josue Zapata Padilla. According to the U.S. Marshal Service, he is a high-ranking MS-13 gang member out of Long Island, New York. Authorities say they have been searching for him for more than a year. I spoke with Katrina Thompson, the U.S. Marshal out of the Middle District of North Carolina. She says authorities in Suffolk County, New York, put out warrants for Zapata Padilla in January of last year for first-degree gang assault and second-degree kidnapping. More than a year later, authorities were able to track him to North Carolina and eventually to Winston-Salem. Wednesday morning, several U.S. Marshal branches, the Winston-Salem Police Department, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement worked to apprehend Zapata Padilla on Gilmer Avenue. Thompson says ICE was involved because he was in the country illegally after previously being deported. It's unclear what brought him to Winston-Salem, but we do know when authorities arrived, he refused their commands and attempted to escape through the attic of the home he was staying in, but ended up falling through the ceiling of a connected home where a family, including children, were present. Dozens of law enforcement vehicles were at that scene, and at one point, a loud boom could be heard as law enforcement entered the home. That's what a neighbor heard from his house.
Didn't like it.
my action wasn't like it at all because it scared me and it scared my friend. You know, my friend was in the backyard. It scared both of us.
Zapata Padilla is being held at the Forsyth County Detention Center. Thompson told me she expects he will be extradited. She also added that Wednesday's apprehension is an example of multiple agencies coming together to get some of the most violent criminals off the streets of our communities. Live in Winston-Salem tonight, I'm Kelly Kendall, reporting for WXII 12 News.
New at 6, a man convicted of fraudulent property sales is facing new charges tonight. Khalil Rhines is charged with felony worthless check and obtaining property by false pretense. Police believe he fraudulently sold a property on Ogburn Avenue that he didn't actually own. This happened in August of last year. Police say the victim placed a $15,000 deposit down on the property and Rhines took it. Officers arrested him in Greensboro last week. Police say Rhines has fraudulently stolen about $120,000 over the last half decade. Police say he frequently operates a business under the name Smile Homes LLC.
At 6 o'clock, 2 suspects have been arrested after a man was found shot multiple times in Forsyth County. Shaheem Dothit and Paul Dothit are both facing several charges, including assault with a deadly weapon. They're accused of shooting a 53-year-old man on February 17th. Deputies found the victim shot on Woodbriar Path in Rural Hall. He was taken to the hospital for his injuries and has since been released. New at 6 o'clock, a parent has been charged, accused of bringing a gun to a middle school in Kernersville. This happened today at East Forsyth Middle School as an SRO was investigating a dispute over the weekend between some students. While questioning Megan McGill about the incident in the school parking lot, police say an SRO found a gun on her. Police say it was never displayed or taken inside the building. Miss McGill tells WXII that she was not aware that her registered unloaded weapon was not allowed on school property. A 19-year-old has been arrested after Burlington police say he threatened 2 people with a hammer. Rakeem Clinton is facing several misdemeanors, including 2 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. Police say he chased a woman out of a house with a hammer and punched her in the arm and held the hammer over a man. Court documents show Clinton had been out on bond after being charged with assault in September of last year.
Disgraced former San Jose council member Omar Torres has pleaded not guilty to child molestation. The Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office sharing that update with us following Torres's appearance in court this morning. He's accused of sexually assaulting a minor in the 90s. Torres has been held in custody without bail since his arrest last November. His next court appearance is set for next month. If convicted, he faces up to 24 years in prison.
2 people arrested here in Los Angeles accused of running a human smuggling ring on a massive scale. 2 other people have also been charged, one of them still a fugitive.
Prosecutors say they smuggled some 20,000 undocumented immigrants from Guatemala into the U.S. Eyewitness News reporter Leo Stallworth has more.
Guatemala national Helmer Abismo Hernandez is a fugitive accused of conspiring to transport immigrants from Guatemala to the United States for profit. 3 other Guatemalan suspects nabbed by federal agents throughout the U.S. on Friday and charged with similar crimes. Federal authorities saying Hernandez threatening a federal official as agents look to hunt him down in L.A. Friday.
In addition to the charges in the indictment, he is also charged in a federal criminal complaint with threatening to kill a federal law enforcement officer. While search warrants were being executed in Los Angeles on Friday, he telephoned a member of the investigative team and threatened to kill that agent and his family members by cutting off their heads.
Federal officials Officials saying the suspects operated one of the largest human smuggling rings in the nation for at least half a decade.
The indictment alleges a transnational criminal organization smuggled approximately 20,000 illegal immigrants from Guatemala to the United States via Mexico, and then transported these aliens to cities throughout the United States.
Agents say the suspects were violent and brutal.
They held individuals smuggled hostage for months, threatened them and their family members with violence, and others, including children, were killed in a horrific car crash in Oklahoma in 2023.
It's time to turn and burn.
U.S. Border Patrol agents saying it's the beginning of the end for such criminal operations.
One of the most complex, far-ranging, far-reaching smuggling organizations is now out of business.
Agents say if the suspects are convicted of the crimes against them, they could face up to life in prison or the death penalty. In downtown LA, Leo Stallworth, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC 7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC 7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
Chicago police are looking for these 4 people who they say robbed and beat an elderly person on a CTA red line. The incident happening on a train at Wilson. Police say the 4 people approached a man, took his cell phone, and then beat him when he attempted to get it back.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC 7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Coverage you can count on begins tonight with sexual assault charges for 3 Navy sailors stationed at Fort Gordon. Michael Billington, Teddy Diake, and Jonathan Augustus, all 24 years old, are in jail tonight, charged with rape and aggravated sodomy. The Richmond County Sheriff's Office reports an 18-year-old woman was assaulted by 3 men in a bedroom at a party last weekend. News Channel 6's Ashley Osborne has the details.
And since all 3 of these men were in the Navy, the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, or NCIS, is looking into this case, as well as the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. And today we learned more about both of those investigations. 3 members of the Navy stationed here at Fort Gordon now charged with rape and aggravated sodomy of an 18-year-old woman. Court documents say the incident happened in one of these apartments on Parker Place in Augusta, which is near Washington Road and I-20. Doctors at University Hospital treated the woman since a, quote, number of undisclosed injuries were observed on her body. On March 4th, the Sheriff's Office and NCIS started looking into this sexual assault report that they say happened the day before at a party. These 3 men, Michael Billington, Teddy Diake, and Jonathan Augustus, were identified by other people who the Sheriff's Office says were at the party. They were arrested after questioning from Sheriff's deputies and NCIS. On Thursday, the spokesperson at Fort Gordon sent us some more information about the 3 suspects. All were Navy Information Operations Command Georgia sailors. He reiterated that all 3 are charged with rape and sodomy for an incident that happened off base, and they're accused of having sex with a woman without her consent. The Navy Information Operations Command says we take allegations of this nature very seriously, and the investigation is ongoing. The charge of aggravated sodomy is not one that you hear often, but twice in the last 2 weeks, we've told you about cases that involve this accusation. So today, I asked investigators, considering rape is already such a horrible charge, why and when do they add aggravated sodomy? Their answer? When the evidence supports the charge, because in a court of law, if someone is found guilty of multiple charges, the punishment is typically stronger. And if convicted, the goal is to have the suspect or suspects serve the maximum penalty that fits the crime. Right now, the 3 Navy sailors charged with the rape of an 18-year-old woman are in the Charles B. Webster Detention Center in Richmond County. In Augusta, Ashley Osborne, WJBF News Channel 6.
Avoyer is back in court, and this time he's facing additional felony charges after resisting arrest. NBC4's Danielle Grossman was at Mario Lyle's arraignment this morning and joins us with the details. Danielle?
Good afternoon, Monica. Yes, 33-year-old Mario Lyles was back in court today. He's facing both felony and misdemeanor charges for allegedly taping a girl while she was in a shower at Columbus State Community College. But that's not it. Lyles is also being charged with aggravated robbery and assault, as well as a few misdemeanors. Now, according to the arrest report, Lyles videotaped the girl. She yelled at him, and that's when he ran off. Now, he then got into a physical fight with the arresting officer. He grabbed the officer's holster, tried to take his gun. That's when he was handcuffed and arrested. Now, according to the arrest report, the officer also did go to Grant for medical treatment. Now, Lyles is known for his past voyeurism convictions. He was accused of recording nearly 24 videos up women's skirts at an art fest just a few years ago, and now his bond was set for the felony charge, about $250,000 bond, an additional $75,000 for those misdemeanor charges. He'll be back in court on July the 3rd at 9 a.m. We'll continue to follow this for you right here on NBC4. Local for you at the Franklin County Courthouse, Danielle Grossman, NBC4.
Breaking news out of South Los Angeles this morning. You're looking live at Harvard Park, where an investigation is underway following a robbery that turned deadly. 4 people approached, or police say 4 men approached the victim on foot shortly after 3 o'clock this morning and tried to steal his chain. The victim refused, and that's when one of the suspects allegedly pulled out a gun and shot that victim multiple times. The victim died at the hospital. The suspects took off. Police say the incident is not gang related, and an investigation continues at this hour.
Margaret, the 23-year-old, offered an apology to Eve Carson's parents, who were in the front row in the courtroom today. But Demario Atwater will spend life in prison, in federal prison, I should say. A judge handed down the sentence early this morning on the 2nd floor of the federal courthouse here in downtown Winston-Salem. Atwater admitted his part in the 2008 murder of Eve Carson back in May. Today, he found out just how long he will spend in prison for his part in the kidnapping death of UNC student body president. Atwater pled guilty to 5 counts, including carjacking, resulting in death, and kidnapping. A federal judge sentenced him to serve life. But before the judge handed down the sentence, Atwater stood before the court and spoke for the very first time. He said, quote, "I was prepared to talk about my life's problems, but I realized it would be a waste of time. It's not about me today. It's about accepting responsibility." He then turned towards Eve Carson's parents, who were in the court, and said, "I'm sorry for everything that happened." His attorney says Atwater is very remorseful, and his words today were unexpected.
To tell them he's sorry. He knew that there's no way that being sorry can ever be enough or take it back, that he would have traded his life if he could, but he couldn't. But that apology was his. It wasn't rehearsed. It wasn't discussed. It was what he stood up in court and gave.
Carson's parents were given the opportunity to speak to the court today. They declined, and they did not talk to reporters as they left the federal courthouse here in downtown Winston-Salem. But again, Demario Atwater sentenced to life in federal prison for his part in the 2008 murder of Eve Carson. Reporting live, Margaret, back to you.
An update tonight in the death of a Bronx woman whose body was found inside a suitcase in Yonkers. 46-year-old Junior Perez Diaz has now been arraigned on murder charges. Police say he is the ex-boyfriend of 26-year-old Pamela Alcantara. Alcantara's family says she had recently broken up with Diaz and planned to move out. Sources tell CBS News New York Diaz was seen on surveillance video carrying the red suitcase that her body was found in on Thursday. He is due back in court tomorrow.
Three gang members, prosecutors say, terrorized a neighborhood with violence, will now spend decades behind bars. The group convicted and sentenced for their roles in 3 murders and other shootings. Among the deadly shootings, investigators say they took the life of a completely innocent woman and a mother of 2. Our Kelly Rule reports.
Very sad and honestly very shocking.
Andrea Bishop says she can remember how she felt in the days after September 29th, 2021, when an innocent mother of 2 was killed here in her community. 21-year-old Chandra Jones, followed from a birthday celebration at a club, was shot to death in her car at 33rd and Diamond. 2 other women were injured. Today, the district attorney's office announced the conviction and sentencing of 3 members of the Big Natty gang, known as BNG, they say were responsible.
There were at least, based on ballistic evidence, 49 shots fired at that vehicle. It was not until the following day when they realized that they shot the wrong people.
The DA's office says Dante Sutton, Jameer Brunson Gans, and Elijah Soto were hired by Jaleel Williams, the leader of another group, to commit the attack for $10,000 and got the wrong people. Investigators say Williams was indicted federally for homicide, among other charges. Sutton, Brunson Gans, and Soto pleaded guilty to various charges, the DA's office says, and a judge sentenced them to decades behind bars. The DA making a statement on behalf of Chandra's aunt.
These 3 defendants who got these sentences were young guys who, rather than being mentored in a positive way, were manipulated by an older guy.
The 3 men are behind 2 other homicides, the DA's office says. The murder of Jarek Jenkins on September 18th, who prosecutors say was friends with someone in the area where there was a neighborhood feud, and the death of Jordan Murray on September 6th, which stemmed from an argument over Instagram.
While we cannot save the victims in this case, I'm confident that BNG would have continued their shooting spree until investigators made them stop.
The announcement comes as the city's homicides are down 35% year to date. Bishop says she feels safe in her community, but has mixed feelings.
I think it's always a positive when justice is served. I still feel as though we do have some way to go to make our city more safe.
Prosecutors said today's announcement is just part of the investigation. They say there are 2 other BNG members still awaiting trial. Reporting in Center City, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
This afternoon, a man is under arrest for a high-speed chase across several counties. State police say Eric Johnson led troopers on a chase from the Uniontown area to Route 40 in the city of Washington. You can see here Sky 4 over that scene this morning. Troopers say Johnson had several warrants out for his arrest. They do say more charges are coming.
New York City police officers hoping to get your help finding a suspect accused of slashing a 31-year-old man in the face on a subway in Brooklyn. Now, police say this man that you see right there in the brown jacket attacked the victim with an unknown object while he was sitting on a number 4 train Sunday morning. It happened just before 9 a.m. at the Utica Avenue and Eastern Parkway station. Now, the victim was taken to a hospital to be treated. He is expected to be physically okay.
This evening from the family of a 3-year-old who died after being dropped off at a hospital in Brooklyn. The couple who left him then just took off. The little boy's name, King Davis, and we still don't know right now how he died, but police now want to talk to his mother. Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman talked to King's grandmother and godmother, and she's live in East Flatbush. Lindsay?
Yeah, good evening. It really is a sad story. Police are on the hunt now for the woman who they say brought the body of a young child to this hospital here, left him with staff, and then sped off. At this point, we don't know why she allegedly did this, but what we do know is that it really is a tragedy for many here today. A family being forced to grieve too soon.
God gave an angel.
That's the godmother of King Davis, a 3-year-old boy whose lifeless body police say was dropped off Sunday morning at SUNY Downstate Hospital in Brooklyn. He was quickly, horribly pronounced dead. And now police are looking for his mother, who they say drove off in a car with a man believed to be her boyfriend, leaving the child behind.
I'm just so sad that it took only 3 years of him being on the world, because he could have had so much more. He could have been so much more. When you see his face, the cutest little dude you ever wanted to see.
Kenyatta Foster is King's grandma.
It's hurting me, y'all. I don't know what to do right now.
She is begging her daughter to turn herself in.
Bring your behind, for real. You don't want me to come out there to Brooklyn and get her. Come on, come out here. Yeah, it's over with.
And the mother's aunt spoke to us by phone. She says she is now concerned for her niece's safety as well.
I'm sure that she's hurting, but I feel like she's being influenced by that man that she was with.
Meantime, police say they are utilizing surveillance video to search for the suspects. We were also told that community members are coming together on social media to help find the couple as well. As for the investigation, the medical examiner's office is still working to determine the cause of death of this innocent 3-year-old. Live in East Flatbush, Lindsay Tuckman, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
A funeral has been set for Friday for the young Newark police officer who was shot to death in the line of duty. 26-year-old detective Joseph Escona was fatally shot late last week during a weapons investigation. The suspect in this case is only 14 years old. New Jersey reporter Tony Yates spoke with family members of other Newark police officers who say this killing hits home. She joins us now with the very latest. Tony.
Yeah, and Liz, Detective Escona's funeral is set for Friday at 10:30 at the Basilica Cathedral of the Sacred Heart. Now, even though the accused shooter is charged with murder, attempted murder, and weapons charges, his age will play heavily in this case.
I hope so. He tried like a dope, because he's murder. He shot that cop. He got to pay the crime.
Anger, sadness, quiet prayers at this corner of Carteret Street and Broadway, where 26-year-old Newark detective Joseph Escona was fired upon, allegedly by a 14-year-old armed with an automatic weapon. Many who are coming are parents of law enforcement.
The kids nowadays with guns, it's unbelievable. I just can't believe a 14-year-old kid. It should be in school, should be playing basketball, whatever not this, not murdering cops.
Escona was part of a multi-agency task force investigating illegal arms on the street. As he pulled up in his vehicle Friday night, according to police, he was shot immediately. No chance to get out of his car or respond in any way. A second officer who was also shot is still in the hospital recovering. Surveillance video from nearby showing witnesses running away from the scene as those shots were fired. The officer's family, his parents and 5 siblings, asking for privacy today, a relative speaking Sunday of the officer's dedication to family and community.
Just a really, really humble guy, you know, and you could just feel the love. He would always make you feel welcome, always.
Why did he want to be an officer?
He just loved to serve.
This shooting happened at the steps of a church, Christ Assembly Lutheran, the words "God be with you" on its marquee, just above this growing memorial. The 14-year-old suspect who was shot by police will eventually have a closed hearing because of his age. New Jersey, according to the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, cannot try a 14-year-old as an adult under any circumstance.
This is going on everywhere. They want to defund the police. They want to destroy the police. Everything.
And the viewing for Detective Ascona will be private for law enforcement and family only. No word yet on when that second police officer who was shot will be released from the hospital. For now, we're live here in Newark. Tony Gates, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
A potentially deadly double dose on Long Island. Police say an investigation into an overdose led officers to something much more. We're talking about a pill mill and a dogfighting ring. Officers say a man had more than 1,000 pills that were made to look like oxycodone, but officers say that they contain something even deadlier. News 4's Paisy Chang has the details from Hempstead.
This puppy, just 7 months old, rescued from a life of dogfighting. Prosecutors found the pup named Bruce Willis, along with 6 other dogs inside this Willow Avenue home in Hempstead.
All 7 had various scars, both old and new, all over their bodies. And all 7 had lacerations to their ears and scarring on their muzzles, a clear indication of dog fighting, training, and/or a breeding operation.
Police were first led to the home while investigating an overdose. There, they arrested 39-year-old Kevin Brown. Inside the home, police found more than 1,000 pills of fentanyl made to look like oxycodone. They also found ketamine and a loaded handgun.
65,000 lethal doses of fentanyl.
Kevin, you have anything to say? Brown left court covering his face. He didn't speak to reporters, but his attorney says they are fighting the charges.
We're denying any knowledge or possession of anything that came from that house because it wasn't a house that he lived in. There were plenty of people that did live in that house and had access to that house. And Kevin denies any involvement with any of these activities.
Gann says the house belongs to Brown's mother. She has not been charged. Brown pleaded not guilty to the charges. He was re-released on the bail that he had already paid, and he's due back in court at the end of April. In Hempstead, Paisy Chang, News 4 New York.
This is New at 5. Police in Brooklyn looking for a thief with expensive taste for hair. A man wanted for breaking into a wig shop, a crime that was caught on video, too. Look at this video. You can see the suspect getting away with tens of thousands of dollars of supplies and real hair, too. News 4's Melissa Colorado live in Crown Heights. And I know, Melissa, you talked to the women behind this business who must be horrified.
They're horrified, certainly, Adam. And, this thief stole from a woman-owned business that prides itself on selling comfortable and affordable wigs to women who wear wigs for religious reasons or women going through chemotherapy. And among the things that this thief stole was hair, real human hair, expensive hair, I should add, that was supposed to create a new line of wigs. Inside this basement in Crown Heights, high school best friends turned business partners Rifki Krinsky and Giddy Cohen turned their passions into a profitable business called The Hustle Wig.
We sell hat wigs, and they're designed to be worn with any type of hat. We actually line the top with a t-shirt fabric, so it's super comfortable, especially for people who have no hair.
Their clients range from women who wear wigs for religious reasons to women undergoing chemotherapy.
They just say the gift makes them feel so confident. He did empty out a few of these.
Krinsky and Cohen's confidence in their business took a tremendous hit early Tuesday morning when cameras caught this man riding up on a city bike and breaking into their business not once, but twice. The man is caught on camera stealing more than $35,000 worth of supplies.
He took a good amount of our hair, which we use to make the wigs.
Watch as the man takes whatever he can get his hands on, from a light-up sign that reads "Hustle" to a new shipment of human hair that took 3 months to arrive.
Recently, like the price of hair and wigs have gone up significantly. So, it does make sense that somebody would know that hair and wigs are a high cost item.
While the women of the Hustle Wig hustle to get their customers' wig orders back on track.
It's a big setback.
They're hoping someone can identify this unmasked thief before he strikes another small business.
I hope that they can find him and hold him responsible.
And we reached out to the NYPD, who say the investigation is still ongoing. That's the latest here in Crown Heights. I'm Melissa, Colorado, News 4 New York.
Melissa, thank you so much.
We are learning new details about a deadly shooting at a South Bakersfield motel. 17 News has obtained court documents on the 3 people charged with the murder of a man at the Super 8 motel on South Union Avenue. It happened last December. They show Serenity Lee traveled to Bakersfield with Titus Gray and his father to perform sex work at the motel. Lee told investigators a man who had previously been in her life and said in text messages he still loved her showed up at the motel. The man, identified as Tyrone Ford Jr. and Gray, reportedly struggled over a gun. Shots were fired and Ford was hit. He later died at Kern Medical. Lee and Gray have pleaded not guilty to a charge of first-degree murder. Gray has also pleaded not guilty to human trafficking. Gray's father, Conchise Gray, has pleaded not guilty to accessory after the fact.
Local man is facing 50 years to life in prison for a deadly shooting at a market in East Bakersfield. The jury found 35-year-old Adrian Sanchez Jr. guilty this week of first-degree murder for the killing of 31-year-old Chad Tyler Reeves. The shooting happened in the parking lot of the Foods Company on Haley Street back in January 2021. Prosecutors say surveillance video captured Sanchez shoot Reeves while he was seated in a car. 2 others, Christopher Herrera and Andy Queen, were arrested in connection with the shooting. They both pleaded no contest to accessory charges. Sentencing for Herrera is set for April 4th.
This morning, take a look. The poster is right behind us. Police searching for a burglar who apparently likes to sleep on the job, literally.
Yeah, so he got away, and now Westminster police are trying to help find out who exactly this person is. Jim Hooley live at Westminster Police Headquarters. I mean, this guy just kind of made himself at home, Jim.
Yeah, he made himself at home, and obviously that's the problem here. He's obviously a little too comfortable making himself at home, having a snack, grabbing a nap when he's, on the job, robbing the place, so to speak, burglarizing the place. So police are worried that he could easily be a little too comfortable and do all of this again. Here's what we got from Westminster Police this morning. Take a look at the picture of this guy here. This is the guy looking for. They say he got into an apartment near 120th and Federal by going through a backsliding door the other night. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. The people living in the place, they were at home at the time. They were actually in the apartment and possibly asleep, according to police. They didn't hear a thing. They say, well, this suspect moved around very quietly through the entire place. He even took time to help himself to some food that was in the place. He sat down, had a bite to eat. And then, believe it or not, he decided to take a quick nap on the couch. And when he left, he grabbed the blanket that was on the couch and he took off with that too. Police described the suspect as a Hispanic man. He's about 20, 30 years old, dark hair. In the video, he's wearing a white hoodie. He's got white shoes on and a white trucker hat too. It's a mesh hat. And on it says in the front, boat accessories. Boat accessories in the front of that hat. Kind of telltale. I'm not sure what that means, but that's what it said, boat accessories. So again, this guy all too comfortable, taking it easy, taking a nap, taking off. He didn't get away with anything really valuable, some electronics, nothing of any real value. But obviously, once again, he could be a little too comfortable and he could do it again. If you know him, if you have any information whatsoever, please contact police up here in Westminster or our partners at Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. In Westy this morning, Westminster, I'm Jim Hooley.
Yeah, definitely concerning. I mean, hopefully they can track that guy down, especially with that hat. That seems pretty unique. Thanks, Jim.
A grand jury returned first and second-degree murder charges against a Guatemalan migrant accused of lighting a woman on fire on the subway.
That woman, Debrina Debbie Kwan, she died in the attack at the Stillwell Avenue station in Brooklyn back in December. During a court appearance yesterday, a spokesman for the victim's family said they still have many questions about Sebastian Zapata Khalil that they want answered.
How this monster, this individual responsible for taking her from us, was ever allowed back into this country. How was he permitted to walk free and committed such a heinous act? It's a question that weighs on our hearts heavily and our minds.
The spokesman also says the family wants Zapata Khalil deported immediately. Authorities say he claims to have no memory of the incident and was drinking at the time.
Tonight, the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office says a man pleaded guilty to a 2021 deadly shooting. Amijawan Johnson pleaded guilty to aggravated robbery and involuntary manslaughter. The Prosecutor's Office says a judge sentenced him to 20 years in prison. Johnson is accused of shooting and killing 17-year-old Jaquan Radford on Norworth Road in November of 2021. Police say he then stole his car and drove away. Johnson was arrested 7 months later.
Authorities continue to look for 4 suspects that robbed a smoke shop in L.A. late last night.
They then led police on a pursuit across 2 counties. KTLA's Carlos Herrera is live from that smoke shop in the Fairfax district with more. Carlos, good morning.
Good morning. It's a bizarre plot, Chris and Megan. It all started with the 2 victims being contacted by a group of men to help them record a music video. The 2 victims were then lured to this smoke shop you see behind me on Melrose Avenue near La Brea, where they quickly found out that the suspects were here to attack them and rob them at gunpoint. Let's get you over to some video. Investigators say it was just after 11 p.m. when the victims arrived at the smoke shop, and they realized that the suspects weren't there to record a music video, but to steal from them. The 8 male suspects brutally attacking and pistol whipping them, stripping them of all their jewelry and 2 firearms. By the time police arrived, the crooks had already left the scene in a black BMW and a yellow Lamborghini. Just a few minutes later, officers located that Lamborghini on Santa Monica and Fairfax. They tried to pull that vehicle over, but the suspects didn't stop and instead led CHP and LAPD on a 45-minute pursuit on side streets and freeways through the San Fernando and Simi valleys before making their way into Ventura County and coming to an end in the gated community over in Moore Park. That's where the CHP took 2 suspects into custody after they were allegedly hiding in the shed of a nearby home. It's unknown how the suspects made entry into that gated community and that house. The LAPD later arresting 2 other thieves near the scene of the attack here in the Fairfax district, though it's unclear if the Lamborghini was stolen, and police know very little about that black BMW, the other getaway vehicle. As we come back at our live, Chris and Megan, at this point, 4 other suspects remain outstanding. They have very little details or information on them. And now at this point, the officers are saying that the victims who were attacked at this smoke shop, one of them suffered a head laceration and the other lost several teeth, though it's unknown if they were hospitalized. We're live this morning in the Fairfax district. We'll send it back to you guys.
Four teenagers accused of beating and killing Rancho High School student Jonathan Lewis are formally entering a plea deal, taking responsibility in the manslaughter charge in his death. A district court plea deal was previously accepted. There's a stipulation that the case return to juvenile court. Sentencing is expected later this month. We previously learned their records will be sealed once they turn 18.
A man wanted in connection to a deadly shooting in Vance County is now in custody.
Dion Bullock was taken into custody this morning. He's wanted for the murder of Donnie Askew back in January. Askew was found shot to death in his home on Walter Street in Henderson. If you have information, you're asked to call the Vance County Sheriff's Office.
Police have arrested a man accused of shooting and killing another man at a party. Joshua Edmonds is charged tonight with general murder, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. On December 29th of last year, police say Edmonds, Kobe Wilson, and another man got into a fight at a party on Monmouth Street. During a struggle over a gun, officers say Edmonds shot Wilson, who died at the scene.
A Sherman Oaks Middle School teacher has been charged with lewd acts on a child and child molestation. 46-year-old Corrine Spann, a teacher at Louis Armstrong Middle School, was arraigned this morning and pleaded not guilty. He was arrested on Tuesday after multiple reports from students alleging ongoing inappropriate sexual conduct. In a statement, a spokesman for LA Unified says the district will provide counselors for students who may have been affected by this incident. Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
New at 6, a Winston-Salem man is in custody accused of trying to rape a child. Washawn Hall was arrested last Thursday by SWAT. He is charged with felony indecent liberties and felony attempted statutory rape. Police tell us the allegations involve a juvenile victim and they do not plan to release any details beyond that. Hall remains in jail. His bond is set at $200,000.
In Lawrence, a man is facing 5 dozen charges in connection with a criminal sexual conduct case. Police say Justin Jones was arrested for sexual exploitation of a minor charges. He also faces charges related to production and possession of child pornography. He remains in jail tonight on no bond.
New details now about a now former school bus driver accused of sexual battery against students on his bus. Tonight, he is now out of jail on bond, charged with multiple felonies. Here's 11 Alive's John Schierick with the latest updates on the case.
The school bus driver accused a month ago of sexually assaulting Lanier High School students on his bus. He resigned. Then this past Thursday, he was arrested.
Jason Lyons is charged with 3 counts of sexual battery against children under the age of 16, and he's charged with 2 counts of child molestation, all felonies. According to administrators, Gwinnett County Schools Police pulled Lyons from driving on October 17th. As soon as the alleged assaults were reported to them, they began investigating. Lyons resigned 3 days later, October 20th. The Lanier High School principal waited until last week when police arrested Lyons before notifying the parents of the students who rode Lyons' bus, writing that their driver, quote, has been arrested for inappropriate contact with several students on the bus.
Court records show that Lyons was released this past Sunday from the Gwinnett County Jail on a bond of $34,000 to await prosecution on the charges. In Sugar Hill and Gwinnett County, John Schierick, 11 Alive News.
Well, now to breaking updates in a West Charlotte shooting. Within the last 30 minutes, CMPD announcing they've arrested Stevie Walker in the death of Summer Massey. Massey was shot earlier this month near a motel on Lucky Penny Street. Walker is behind bars as we speak, charged with murder.
4 News starts now with a breaking news alert.
Straight to that breaking news, a Clinton Township teen pleading guilty in connection to the death of an Oakland County deputy. 18-year-old Kareem Moore faces 3 charges, including conducting a criminal enterprise, receiving and hiding a stolen car, and felony firearm. He could face from 3 to 20 years in prison, plus 2 more years for that felony firearm count. Moore will be sentenced on May 2nd. We're following that breaking story.
All right, welcome back. Well, when school fights happen, usually the kids involved face some kind of school-based discipline.
But a fight last week in Fort Lauderdale ended with 2 students being charged as adults and taken to jail. And that's where we find Ari Adzer with this story. Ari, what happened here?
Well, Jackie, usually school fights are students versus students. This one was 2 students allegedly assaulting a substitute PE teacher. It happened Thursday afternoon at the end of the day at Dillard High School, right at dismissal time. And police took the 2 students who were allegedly involved and booked them here into the Broward County Jail. They have since bonded out. Here's what happened. It was an ugly scene. Students pummeling the substitute teacher, security personnel doing their best to break it up as quickly as possible, and then 2 seniors were sent to jail. The lawyer representing one of the young men asked the judge to lower the bond amount.
But he is on track to graduate from high school. Now his mom is going to be the one that posts his bond. She works at Wingstop. She doesn't have the financial resources to post a $15,000 bond.
Counsel, he and another individual, without any provocation, walked up and started punching a teacher in the face, beating him. He's a danger to the community. $15,000 bond. Have a good day.
The arrest report says the 2 students launched a synchronized physical attack against the teacher. One student who witnessed the fight said the teacher had a history of saying challenging things to students.
I just seen like the teacher, he was talking to one of the students, and he was like, "What you gonna do about it now?" And then them boys just started fighting. I guess what happened was, like, the teacher was talking about them, and they didn't really appreciate it, and then they just started fading.
So you think the teacher said something to provoke it?
Yeah, he most definitely.
Now, obviously, his account contradicts what Fort Lauderdale police said happened in this incident, which is that to them, they said that the 2 students went ahead and provoked the violence without any provocation from the teacher at all. So Broward County Public Schools sent us a statement saying that besides the criminal charges, these young men are facing school disciplinary action as well, which is likely to be expelled from Dillard High School. And also, they said they are investigating this entire incident, including potentially the actions of the substitute teacher in this particular incident. We're live in Fort Lauderdale. Ari Adzer, NBC6 News.
A jail drug bust. Tonight, a Wake County detention officer is accused of supplying contraband and selling drugs to inmates.
Yeah, Devin Williams is facing a long list of charges, and tonight he is being held on a $2 million bond. CBS 17's Mariah Ellis is live outside the Public Safety Center with that. Mariah.
Yeah, the Wake County Sheriff's Office tells us that Williams was actually working this morning here at this building just behind us at the detention facility. That's where they arrested him. They said this comes after an extensive investigation. The Wake County detention officer, 33-year-old Devin Williams, appearing before a judge Tuesday afternoon. Williams head down and with a phone in his hands.
Providing contraband to an inmate is a Class H, carries 39 months maximum.
The Wake County Sheriff's Office says they arrested Williams working during a shift at the detention facility connected to trafficking, possessing, and selling illegal drugs to inmates at the Wake County Detention Facility. A magistrate's order listing Williams' 6 felony charges that include trafficking of opium or heroin, providing contraband to an inmate, and possession of a controlled substance on jail property.
Would you like me to appoint you an attorney?
Not at the moment, sir. No, sir.
Court documents specifically note Williams was in possession of more than 28 grams of opioids, 57 grams of synthetic cannabinoids, 1.5 grams of fentanyl, and buprenorphine, a medication commonly known to support opioid withdrawal. Wake County Sheriff Willie Rowe later sharing in a statement saying, quote, "As soon as we were made aware of these allegations, we took immediate action and launched an investigation," adding, "We will not tolerate any conduct that compromises the safety of our community or the integrity of this office. We will continue to take all necessary steps to ensure the security of our facility."
Your bond is currently set at $2 million and no contact with any inmates of the Wake County Jail. Either side wish to be heard on the bond?
Our state would ask you to leave it where it is.
The sheriff's office says Williams has worked with the agency for 2 years. The 33-year-old currently held under a $2 million bond. Now, we also saw what appeared to be either friends or family of Williams who were also in that courtroom today. They left with tears in their eyes. Deputies say this is an ongoing investigation. And Raleigh, Mariah Ellis, CBS 17 News.
All right, Mariah, thank you.
An 82-year-old man connected to a 1979 murder in Moore County is now in custody.
And Moore County deputies, along with Maryland police, arrested Roger Brown at his home in the Pinehurst Trace community. Brown is charged in the death of Catherine Donahue. She was 31 when her body was found in a parking lot in Maryland. Brown, who lived in Maryland at the time of the murder, is facing first-degree murder and rape charges.
The massive raid took place in just the past 24 hours, and the charges range from racketeering to murder.
Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live in downtown L.A. Joins us now with some of the details. Rob.
Yeah, it sounds like the Crips have been crimped. The FBI announcing that they made a sweeping bust of the Rolling 60s Crips gang, but are still looking for its longtime leader. Now, here's some Air 7 video from earlier this morning, showing some of the alleged gang members being processed in tents at the FBI's Los Angeles office. Search warrants executed at 6 different locations today. Hundreds of agents and officers arresting 10 people. In all, 19 have been indicted. 4 were already in custody, so at least 5 more arrests are expected. But the search is on for the man they say has been heading up the local Crips gang for decades, Eugene Henley Jr. Investigators say he's been painting himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities. But they say in reality, he's a violent criminal, the leader of the Crips, with a long list of crimes on his resume.
The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway.
Now, here's one more look at Henley. Again, he's on the loose. If you know where he is, you are urged to call the FBI. Now, prosecutors say right now Henley is charged with racketeering conspiracy, which carries a 20-year prison sentence, but that other charges may follow. Reporting live in downtown L.A., Rob Hayes, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Breaking news, federal authorities are bringing new charges against a longtime leader of the infamous Crips gang and self-styled music producer known as Big U. At a news conference this morning, the U.S. Attorney's Office announcing charges against Eugene Henley Jr. Authorities say Henley is responsible for murder, drug, and human trafficking, also extortion and even COVID fraud. He's facing federal racketeering conspiracy charges. Prosecutors say Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang member, often appearing on podcasts and media outlets, but it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat.
10 of Henley's associates were arrested this morning, but he remains a fugitive. Henley's son, Dayon, plays linebacker for our LA Chargers. He has not commented on these charges.
Thanks. Well, also breaking at this hour, Kenner police say Danette Colbert now faces a second-degree murder charge in the death of a Kansas City reporter who was in town covering the Super Bowl.
And police also say she did not act alone. Chris Welty is live outside of Kenner Police headquarters with the very latest.
Lauren, Rob, yeah, we're learning new details. Kenner Police just wrapping up their news conference about 15 minutes ago. Now, we do know that Danette Colbert was rebooked on a charge of second-degree murder this morning. The warrant was signed yesterday, and she was rebooked on that charge today. Now, we're also told that police have arrested an accomplice, Ricky White. Now, White is facing the same property crime charges as Colbert. The U.S. Marshal's Office, Secret Service Task Force, and Kenner police detectives arrested White, a Gretna native, at a hotel in Hollywood, Florida. According to the coroner, preliminary toxicology results show Xanax in Manzano's system, as well as a high blood alcohol content. The coroner classified Manzano's death as undetermined. Manzano was found face down in his hotel bed. Police say Xanax was also found in Colbert's Slidell home, but the coroner's office says that they, at this time, cannot determine if it came from the same batch.
There's a lot of dot connecting that's going to be done, not necessarily by our office, but there's a lot of work yet to be done, investigatory work.
Colbert is currently held in Jefferson Parish. Last month, the commissioner denied bond, calling her a, quote, danger to society. White is awaiting extradition back to Jefferson Parish. Now, if Colbert is found guilty, she could face life in prison. Reporting live in Kenner, Chris Welty, Fox 8, Local First.
Dublin man faces up to 20 years in prison after pleading guilty to 3 armed bank robberies in Columbus. The U.S. Attorney's Office says 27-year-old Hussein Mohammed robbed the banks last April, all within a week of each other. We're told he would give notes to the bank tellers, demand money, and indicate that he had a gun. A sentencing date has not yet been set.
Northern Regional Police say 2 people have been arrested for allegedly possessing guns stolen from the Keystone Shooting Center early Monday morning. But police have yet to say if those people are the same people who broke in through this window, shattering it with a hammer to get inside.
So they took this piece of glass out, took some things from here.
3 suspects caught on camera ransacking Keystone Shooting Center in Marshall Township early Monday morning.
Just makes me crazy that these kids are out here doing this and it's not being taken seriously.
The store's general manager, Kirk Radzikinas, frustrated watching this video back as burglars collected a mix of handguns and long guns worth at least $10,000. The break-in happening despite a significant amount of money spent to secure this building.
If somebody is really determined to get in, they're going to get in. And so, be prepared and be aware that, this is going on all throughout Allegheny County. And until these folks are taken off the street, I don't think it's gonna stop.
Northern Regional Police said of the approximately 25 guns taken, several have since been recovered over the course of overlapping investigations with the ATF. But police not yet revealing the ages of the suspects involved in the various cases.
What I'm hearing from law enforcement, and not specifically from the people who are investigating this case, is that it's the same group of individuals over and over. This is, it sounds like it's juveniles, but this is not a bunch of kids who are out for a joyride who just decided to do this. This is actually a very well-organized gun theft ring.
And police say the car used by those suspects Monday morning was reported stolen from Edgeworth and has since been recovered in Pittsburgh. Reporting in Marshall Township, Kaylee Gunderson, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
local man with an extensive criminal record was charged today for the death of another man who disappeared nearly 4 years ago. Oscar Oliva, whom you see here, was first reported missing on April 10th of 2021. McFarland police now say they believe he is dead and they know who did it. Investigators say Ray Sanchez shot and killed Oliva that night, then disposed of his remains. The body has never been found. Sanchez is already in custody, serving a sentence for making violent threats against his ex-girlfriend. He has now been charged with first-degree murder in connection with Oliva's death. McFarland PD is asking anyone with information on this case, no matter how small, to come forward and call them at 428-1256. Or you can remain anonymous by calling the secret witness line at 322-4040. A $10,000 reward is available for information leading to a conviction in this case.
One of the FBI's most wanted fugitives is in custody this morning. Francisco Javier Roman Bardales was turned over to U.S. authorities in San Diego after being arrested in Mexico. Allegedly a high-ranking leader of the M13 criminal organization accused of taking part in drug trafficking, kidnappings, and other illegal activities.
Found Greenpeace and its related parties are liable for major damages stemming from protests over the Dakota Access Pipeline. Elizabeth Shores has details from Mandan.
After 2.5 days of deliberation, jurors unanimously found Greenpeace and its counterparts liable for damages against Energy Transfer in an historic North Dakota lawsuit. Greenpeace was ordered to pay Energy Transfer and Dakota Access nearly $700 million in damages. Greenpeace was found liable for damages caused by trespassing onto Energy Transfer and Dakota Access's land and for defaming them, creating a nuisance, conspiring against them, committing tortious interference, and more.
This verdict serves as a powerful affirmation of the First Amendment. Peaceful protest is an inherent American right. However, violent and destructive protest is unlawful and unacceptable. This verdict clearly conveys that.
But Greenpeace's law team says they're not done just yet.
Greenpeace International is just getting started with our anti-SLAPP lawsuit against Energy Transfer in the Netherlands. We will see Energy Transfer in court this July in Amsterdam. We will not back down. We will not be silenced.
The court ruled that Greenpeace won't have to pay interest on those damages.
Convicted of raping a woman and her 8-year-old granddaughter in Seminole County is scheduled for execution today. Edward James was convicted in 1993 for raping and strangling 8-year-old Toni Nooner, then stabbing her grandmother, Betty Dick, to death in her bedroom. A 9-year-old in the home witnessed this horrible ordeal. James rented a room from Dick and committed the murders after a night of drinking and drug use. West 2 will be at the Florida State Prison today ahead of the execution.
A bodega worker stabbed on the job in Harlem, and the suspect is still on the run tonight. As Jennifer Bisram reports, this attack is raising safety concerns for deli employees.
Police say the stabbing happened around 10:30 this morning, less than 2 hours before that deli worker's shift ended.
Surveillance video from inside a Harlem deli shows a worker using his shirt to apply pressure on his neck after police say he was stabbed by this man, who could be seen holding what appears to be a knife.
He asked for the money. He coming over the door and he coming back with a knife. And he cut the cashier over in the neck.
Police say it happened at Food Market on 3rd Avenue near 117th Street in East Harlem Wednesday morning, while the worker was behind the counter. He was rushed to Harlem Hospital in stable condition.
I'm feeling sorry about my friend, you know.
He's about 21 years old.
He's a young man, hardworking man, immigrant to this country.
Fernando Mateo is with the United Bodegas of America.
The bodega worker was interacting, was exchanging words with him. He wasn't expecting that this guy was going to pull out a long knife, a long screwdriver, and lunge at him. It was a sucker punch, except it was a sucker stab.
It comes as a postal worker ordering a sandwich was stabbed to death in a deli just blocks away in January.
You prevent it by making sure that these people that commit these types of crimes are locked up.
According to NYPD data, major crime in this Harlem neighborhood is down 28%. Still, this bodega is now going to take extra precaution.
The boss is going to bring the gloves for this protection.
And police say that worker is in a stable condition and is expected to survive. If you have any information about that suspect, you're urged to call Crime Stoppers. In Harlem, Jennifer Bisram, CBS News, New York.
United Bodegas of America is offering a $1,000 reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest.
So breaking, a second person facing attempted murder charges in a liquor store shooting. Police say Luis Vargas shot and injured 3 people last Friday inside of Goldmore Food and Liquors on 51st Street. A woman is also charged in that shooting that police say stemmed from an argument between 2 groups.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
We begin with that breaking news on the south side. An 8-year-old boy was shot and killed, and a 5-year-old was hurt in this Grand Crossing home tonight.
Our Jermont Terry spoke to neighbors about what happened and has new information from investigators.
Just before the sun set on East 71st Place off Blackstone, a 911 call brought Chicago Fire and police to this block.
Got a crime scene and a pistol at the top of this staircase inside the house.
Officers stood on the front porch of this Grand Crossing home where 2 children, 8 and 5 years old, were shot.
Just devastating to get that news, right? And then, how do you handle that?
The investigation reveals a bullet hit the oldest boy in his head. He did not survive. You can hear the emotional cries as an ambulance was called.
I tried to get him to take him over. They said, no.
The youngest boy was grazed by a bullet, also in the head.
Just concerned about the family in general. So concerned about the kids that were in the house.
We're told additional children, possibly siblings, witnessed this shooting. Also at the home at the time, this man, CPD, took him into custody after detectives found the weapon on scene. It's not clear where the children were when the gun went off.
In Chicago, I think a lot of people arm themselves, have weapons in their homes to protect themselves. And, unfortunately, maybe one of the children got a hold of this weapon.
It seems to keep happening. Activist and pastor Donovan Price echoes neighbors' cry to lock up guns. Donovan came to the ER to console the family, including the children's mother, who was not home at the time. He points out often people may bring those guns to protect their loved ones, yet
it causes a level of tragedy that you couldn't imagine.
As that 5-year-old continues to recover in good condition, part of the investigation will be to determine who owned the gun, where it came from, and ultimately who fired that shot. Reporting at Comer Children's Hospital, Jermont Terry, CBS News, Chicago.
Also in jail this evening, a Lincoln man who investigators say sexually assaulted 2 young girls on multiple occasions. A judge setting his bond this afternoon at $500,000. According to court documents, both victims were interviewed at Brave Bee Child Advocacy Center here in Lincoln after the child abuse hotline in Nebraska took a report about what happened earlier this year. That was back in April. The crimes allegedly took place years ago when one victim was between 7 and 9 and the other was no older than 5. McRae was arrested yesterday and was in court today. He'll be in court again on January 10th.
Fresno police credit this surveillance camera for helping them make the arrest of an alleged rapist. The camera is tucked in the corner of the back of AM Beauty Supply near Shields and Palm.
Well, it's hard to believe it happened right here at our place. I've been here for 57 years. I've never seen something like that. Never.
Sally Bikilika works in neighboring business Marian's and Company. She says she knows the victim, a 52-year-old homeless woman who frequents the area.
You could not miss her, and we would have a habit of looking for her because she was so different than most homeless.
Fresno police say the victim and the suspect, 24-year-old Micah Collins, met over the weekend.
Because he had taken her backpack that she had been carrying. As she got back or got into the alleyway and just behind the business, immediately there was some sort of a struggle that ensued, and the suspect immediately punched the victim with his left hand in the face, knocking her to the ground.
Chief Jerry Dyer says Collins violently raped the victim and punched her several times in the face.
He's an animal. He's an individual that does not need to be free in our society.
Dyer says the suspect was arrested Sunday evening and cuts were found on his hand. Collins allegedly told detectives he assaulted the victim because she had disrespected him. Bikilika describes the victim as a strong woman and is shocked the crimes happened to her.
I would never tangle with her. Never.
We have an update this evening and a guilty plea by a former Duval County Public Schools janitor for molesting a child. We first told you about the case against Wayne Williams last year. He was arrested after a girl reported she'd been sexually abused from January of 2019 until August of last year. Today, Williams was sentenced to 51 months in prison. He also received 10 years of sex offender probation and is required to register as a sex offender upon his release.
Punches are repeatedly thrown in this video, all against a teacher who was already on the ground. The man wearing navy blue is a substitute at Dillard High, and the teen wearing all black is a student. The violent fight playing out in front of a rowdy crowd on campus.
They had problems with like a substitute teacher and they just jumped him.
2 students have since been arrested. Javis McClover, seen on the left, and Roderick McQueen on the right. Both are 19 and each now charged with battery on an educator.
All you saw was just like a crowd of kids and like they jumped him.
We seen that it was a man, a teacher, and we were like, oh my God.
An arrest report suggests the attack was premeditated, saying it was a, quote, synchronized physical attack, repeatedly punching the teacher in the face and head with closed fists, causing the teacher to drop to the ground. That teacher told police he suffered back pain, facial swelling, and bruising from the attack.
Also in jail this evening, a Lincoln man who investigators say sexually assaulted 2 young girls on multiple occasions. A judge setting his bond this afternoon at $500,000. According to court documents, both victims were interviewed at Brave Bee Child Advocacy Center here in Lincoln after the child abuse hotline in Nebraska took a report about what happened earlier this year. That was back in April. The crimes allegedly took place years ago when one victim was between 7 and 9 and the other was no older than 5. McRae was arrested yesterday and was in court today. He'll be in court again on January 10th.
Fresno police credit this surveillance camera for helping them make the arrest of an alleged rapist. The camera is tucked in the corner of the back of AM Beauty Supply near Shields and Palm.
Well, it's hard to believe it happened right here at our place. I've been here for 57 years. I've never seen something like that. Never.
Sally Bikilika works in neighboring business Marian's and Company. She says she knows the victim, a 52-year-old homeless woman who frequents the area.
You could not miss her, and we would have a habit of looking for her because she was so different than most homeless.
Fresno police say the victim and the suspect, 24-year-old Micah Collins, met over the weekend.
Because he had taken her backpack that she had been carrying. As she got back or got into the alleyway and just behind the business, immediately there was some sort of a struggle that ensued, and the suspect immediately punched the victim with his left hand in the face, knocking her to the ground.
Chief Jerry Dyer says Collins violently raped the victim and punched her several times in the face.
He's an animal. He's an individual that does not need to be free in our society.
Dyer says the suspect was arrested Sunday evening and cuts were found on his hand. Collins allegedly told detectives he assaulted the victim because she had disrespected him. Bikilika describes the victim as a strong woman and is shocked the crimes happened to her.
I would never tangle with her, never.
A Warren County jury has convicted a man on multiple rape charges of a child. 60-year-old Ravik Kalfas was found guilty Wednesday by a Warren County jury of 2 counts of first-degree rape and 2 counts of first-degree sodomy, both of a victim less than 12 years old. The jury recommended a life sentence on each count, all to run concurrently. This case has been going on for over a year. Kalfas was originally Kalfas was originally indicted on the charges back in February of 2022. He entered a not guilty plea at his arraignment October of last year. The trial was held Wednesday, where the jury found him guilty and recommended the life sentences. He also has several cases open on separate crimes out of Louisville.
And Ravi, since it was a holiday, we're told a lot of people were here at Rainbow Beach when it happened. Police hoping someone saw something and could help identify the suspect. Waves today crash on the shore of a relatively empty Rainbow Beach. Quite the contrast from Independence Day, where police say a suspect attacked a child amid large crowds that gathered.
It was a lot of people, a lot of chaos, drinking, fireworks, loud noises. So if someone were to scream, you would just think it was someone having fun.
This is a sketch of the man police are looking for. Investigators say the suspect entered a restroom at a nearby beach house at the beach around 5:30 Tuesday night. That's when police say he sexually assaulted a 4-year-old before running away. We spoke to people today who were at the beach on Tuesday.
It's disgusting. Like I said, that's a minor, a 4-year-old. Come on. So yeah, it shouldn't have happened.
The suspect is described as medium built, 5'8" to 5'10" in height, and between 180 to 210 pounds, with short black hair, unshaven facial hair, and was wearing a tan t-shirt, green shorts, and black sandals. Beachgoers now left with a lingering caution as police continue to search for the culprit.
I'm already careful and cautious, but that just made me help other ones around me, like other people and their kids. If they losing somebody or missing the kid.
Make sure that your children are next to you at all times. If they're not, at least keep a distance where you can at least see them.
And the police are also asking people to look into their phones to see if they captured the suspect in any videos or photos taken that evening.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC 7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
A man wanted on rape charges in Oklahoma is now in Clearfield County Prison awaiting extradition. The Clearfield Regional Police say Anthony Turner was found just after midnight Saturday night after being stopped on Bridge Street in the borough. We're told that Turner gave a fake name and claimed that he had just moved to the area from Texas. Officers were able to determine his real identity a short time later and arrested him after finding out he's wanted on rape of a child charges. There is no word on when he will be extradited back to Oklahoma.
An HIV-positive former Maryland
Teacher's aide is indicted on more than 200 counts of child sex abuse. The Charles County State's Attorney's Office says 30-year-old Carlos Bell was indicted today. The indictment covers 28 identified alleged victims and 14 unidentified alleged victims. Officials say the ages of those alleged victims between 11 and 17 years old. Now, if convicted, prosecutors will seek a life sentence for Bell. A trial is scheduled for January 8th.
So tonight, 4 people under arrest accused of a vicious attack on a woman in Miami.
What's even more disturbing is the woman's son was with her the entire time. CBS 4's Peter Dench is live in Key Biscayne with the story. Peter.
Rhode Island police say this is where this horrible story ended up in the Crandon Park area, where one suspect threatened to kill the victim and her 4-year-old son. Detectives say the suspects took turns assaulting the victim and even pistol whipped her. Police say one of those involved in this attack was a woman.
Very serious charges. Yes. It says armed sexual battery, 2 counts of kidnapping, strong-arm robbery.
Circuit Judge Mindy Glazer reads the charges against 28-year-old Courtney Ellis, a case that leaves Ellis's grandmother expressing sorrow for the victim of an alleged gang rape.
It's sad. It's sad.
The arrest report says Ellis and 3 other men, Kadrian Spencer, Amos Curry, and DeVaris Rowe, assaulted the victim. She and her 4-year-old son were reportedly picked up by Spencer at this McDonald's restaurant at Northwest 62nd Street and 6th Avenue Sunday night and taken to a convenience store to pick up drugs. When the dealer did not show up, the victim and her son were taken to this nearby apartment building. That's where police say Ellis struck her several times with a wooden stool and sexually assaulted her while searching for drugs. The report says co-defendant Ellis walks out of the room and tells the defendant, Spencer, and co-defendant, Curry, to do their thing and handle their business. Police say Spencer and Curry forced the victim to have oral sex, and they say Curry also pistol whipped her. The report says Ellis came back to a room at this apartment and threw the victim around and left the room, and 2 of the defendants raped her again. She was forced into a car at gunpoint and driven to the Crandon Park area, where police say DeVaris Rowe threatened to kill her and her child. In court, all the suspects were given the same stay-away order by Judge Glazer.
Ma'am, you're ordered to stay away from the victim, whose initials are MV. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly.
Now, the police report also says that Courtney Ellis stole the victim's wallet and cell phone. Ellis, who coincidentally turned 28 today, has denied the allegations against her. All those charged in this case are being held without bond. We're live in Crandon Park. Peter Dench, CBS 4 News.
Good evening. A disturbing crime aboard a cruise ship. 2 men are now behind bars accused of molesting a teen on a Royal Caribbean ship.
And investigators say it all happened inside a sauna, and one of the men raped the 14-year-old, according to detectives. NBC6's Amy Viteri is live from Miami with what we know about the disturbing allegations. Amy.
Well, this alleged incident happened last week. The 14-year-old told investigators that 2 men on board that cruise ship assaulted him, and many of the details are too sensitive to share here.
1 count of lewd and lascivious conduct, molestation, and child 12 to 16 years. 1 count of, it says, of sexual battery with circumstances for a minor.
2 men, Jose Prudencio and Ricardo Mondragon, stood in front of a judge over the weekend. Both are accused of molesting a 14-year-old boy in the sauna on board Royal Caribbean's ship Independence of the Seas.
Defendant in this case acting in concert with another defendant or both on a cruise. This shows that they tried to target a specific minor, and this could be done again.
According to arrest paperwork, the teen and 2 men were strangers. He was in the sauna when he says the men exposed themselves and began to molest him. Mondragon is also accused of raping the teen.
These are dangerous crimes.
Prudencio is accused of having sex without disclosing his HIV infection status.
1 count of
HIV infected, sex with another, uninformed without informing, third-degree felony.
The details of those alleged crimes are what prosecutors pointed to when they asked the judge to hold both men in custody without the opportunity to bond out, a request the judge granted.
Entered count 1, 2, and 3. There will be no bond as to each count.
And both men are ordered to stay away from that 14-year-old boy. Both men are citizens and residents of Mexico, and they also have a hold for immigration on their cases. We did reach out to Royal Caribbean about this incident, and we're waiting to hear back. We're live in Miami. Amy Viteri, NBC6 News.
We start off with a very, very tragic case in East Garfield Park. A 15-year-old boy now faces murder charges. He's accused in the stabbing and beating death of a 16-year-old girl. Kayla Love's body was found in Horan Park last week. Charlie Vajahusky talked to her father, who still has questions about how the investigation into his daughter's death was handled.
One day after Kayla Love's family and friends gathered in the rain to demand justice for the 16-year-old.
We're all gathered here just to show our love and respect for Kayla.
Chicago police say they've arrested a suspect in her murder, a 15-year-old boy who made his first appearance this afternoon here at the Cook County Juvenile Center. According to the Sun-Times, the minor walked hand in hand with Kayla to the park, then struck her in the face and beat her for 5 to 7 minutes while 2 of their friends watched. A phone found in his possession contained a Facebook AI search for how many years can a teenager get for murder. Reached by phone after the arrest, Kayla's father, Robert Love, told us he was too distraught to go on camera, saying, "Keep your kids close. This is a cruel world." His daughter's beaten and stabbed body was found March 17th near the playground equipment in Horan Park on the 3000 block of West Van Buren. Kayla had left home the day before but never returned. Neighbors say they called 911 on the 16th about a fight in the park. But the family says there are concerns that that call may never have been fully investigated, and the officers responding may have never gotten out of their car.
And we believe that if they had done a better job of actually looking into the call that they received that said there was an altercation there, they probably would have gotten out and found her laying there. We don't know for sure, but she could have been dead or dying when they pulled up, and there may have been an opportunity to save her life.
Chicago police have launched an investigation into that police call.
And that those that perpetrated this need to be held accountable, just as those who have allegedly not done their jobs as part of government. Government, too, must be held accountable.
Kayla's father told us today, police just need to do better. Stress that, he said. Police need to do better. In East Garfield Park, Charlie Wojciechowski, NBC 5 News.
Our thanks to Charlie.
And tonight, a man is facing charges in a cold case homicide out of Gwinnett County. Police arresting 20-year-old Delano Hill in this nearly 3-year-old investigation. Well, late last year, Gwinnett County police, they were contacted by New York police after an investigation with police there and police here. Hill was arrested last Friday. Well, this arrest is in connection to the stabbing death of 44-year-old Matthew Jones. Jones, he was found stabbed in the front yard in September of 2022. And police in this investigation, they believe that Hill gave information about this case that was not made public. Well, tonight he is charged with felony murder, malice murder, and aggravated assault.
Registered sex offender now behind bars after Clayton County officials say he fled from Louds County. Sheriffs found Orlando Beals inside an apartment near Mount Zion Road. Deputies say Nadine Jackson came to the door, refused to open it though. Jackson returned 20 minutes later, eventually let police inside. They say Beals gave up without a fight. Both people are now in custody.
This morning, suspect is now under arrest following a brutal rape in the Melrose section of the Bronx. Police say Lynette Burris followed a 23-year-old woman inside her building early Thursday morning. Burris allegedly forced the victim into an elevator, placing her in a headlock until she lost consciousness. Police say he then dragged her to the rooftop and raped the woman. The suspect then took off after robbing the victim of her wallet and cash. Burris is now facing a list of charges, including rape and robbery.
A Rapides Parish judge, after reviewing reports from a sanity commission and its doctors, has determined that an Alexandria man is not able to proceed to trial for a first-degree rape charge. 40-year-old Israel Williams is charged with a count of first-degree rape for an incident that is alleged to have occurred sometime between June of 2018 and December of 2021. The victim is a child, according to court records. A trial for Williams had been scheduled for this week, but first the court had to review the findings of a sanity commission that was appointed to evaluate Williams. After doing that on Monday, Judge Mary Doggett determined that Williams is unable to proceed to trial and that Williams is a danger to himself and others. She ordered him to be committed to a state-run mental health facility until further notice. The trial date was continued without date, and the case was prosecuted by Assistant DA Kelvin Sanders, and Williams was represented by Public Defender Eric Talley.
This morning, a suspended Orlando City Commissioner will head back to court.
Regina Hill is accused of stealing the life savings of a 96-year-old woman. Watch 2's Bob Hazen tells us Hill's lawyers are now trying to get the victim's medical records.
That's the purpose of this hearing happening here at the courthouse today, but prosecutors are trying to block the move. Lawyers for Regina Hill are trying to get those medical documents from Orlando Health as they build their defense. It's been exactly 1 year since Hill was indicted for fraud and exploitation of the elderly. Hill was suspended from city council after she was arrested. FDLE says the commissioner convinced a 96-year-old woman to give her power of attorney, and then she used that to drain more than $100,000 from the victim's accounts. She allegedly blew the cash on luxuries for herself and also used the victim's info to buy a house. Hill has denied that she did anything wrong and has said that she cared for the woman like she was part of her own family. This hearing today starting at 10:30, and it's supposed to focus on Hill's push to get those medical records from Orlando Health. It could also be one of the last hearings before the actual trial starts. That is set to begin in mid-May. Covering Orange County in Orlando, Bob Hazen, WESH 2 News.
New at 10, a Madison man has pleaded guilty to 6 child sex crime charges. He faced 29 other charges, but they were dismissed. Police arrested 37-year-old Zachariah Singletary in October of last year. Multiple underage girls went to police saying he had sex with them. A criminal complaint describes instances where he threatened or coerced girls into performing sex acts. A sentencing date has not been set.
A Franklin County man is in jail tonight, charged with raping 4 children. 54-year-old Morris Gibson Jr. is also facing charges of involuntary deviant sexual intercourse with a child and statutory sexual assault. State police say the crimes happened between January of 2021 and September of 2023 at a home in Guilford Township. State police say he had connections to the York area, and they are seeking other potential victims or anyone who has more information.
Right now, Cumberland County deputies are telling people to be on the lookout for an armed and dangerous murder suspect.
Kewan Parker is wanted for the murder of 34-year-old Brittany Carmichael. She was shot and killed in bed at her boyfriend's Stedman home. That was in November. Her boyfriend says that he saw 3 children standing at his bedroom window. When he confronted those kids, they fired inside the home, killing him killing him and injuring Carmichael.
I did not know this dude from nothing. I do not know him. I have never seen him before. I have not talked to this man. I don't, like I said, I want to know about his two buddies too, because his two friends, they not, you know what I mean? They're not dissolved of anything because they was there too. You know what I'm saying? There was two shooters out there.
And again, to clarify that the shots killed Brittany Carmichael and injured her boyfriend. Investigators say that Parker poses a significant threat to public safety. Anyone who knows anything about where he may be is asked to call the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office, or you can simply call Crime Stoppers.
A former track coach will spend the next 2 decades in prison. The charges include second-degree rape and child pornography. This is a case prosecutors say is an example of grooming. Lily Zhang joining us live tonight with the details. Lily?
Well, Angie, school district officials here in Prince George's County confirmed the defendant, Warren Gray, was a temporary employee at the district between the years 2018 and 2020. But the allegations against him, they go back 1 year earlier, back in 2017, when the victim was 13 years old. Now, Gray was a track coach with New Wave Track Club at the time. Prosecutors say that this is a case of someone taking advantage of a vulnerable population, that being children. The victim was joined by her mother today, asking for their faces to not be shown on camera. Here is her reaction to the judge's sentence.
All I could do was close my eyes and really listen to what she was saying about how she felt towards the situation. She did put all of her feelings out on the table, and I have nothing but respect for that.
Now, we are told 21 years is the harshest penalty for a case like this. The state's attorney for Prince George's County tells us she does feel that this is a fair sentence. We also reached out to the attorney for Gray. He has not returned our calls back yet for comment. Guys?
West Side student is going to remain in custody until his trial begins. Jeremiah Thornton is accused of sexual assault, and he's being held without bond.
New at 4, John Chapman was in Douglas County Court this morning when the teenager appeared before a judge charged as an adult.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one may be appointed for you free of charge.
15-year-old West Side sophomore Jeremiah Thornton wasn't listening to one of his teachers this morning. Instead, he was listening to a Douglas County Court judge reading him his rights. Prosecutors have accused the teenager of forcing himself on another student. Prosecutors allege the crime happened in the school building during the school day.
A 14-year-old victim reported being sexually assaulted at Westside High School by the defendant. The victim reported that while in the stairwell with the defendant and a co-defendant, the defendant backed her into a corner, grabbed her waist, and bent her over. The defendant then became more forceful and pushed her down to the floor, pinned her down, and forced her pants off while the victim tried to pull them back up.
Prosecutors told the judge the victim struggled and was yelling and saying no. Prosecutors also allege Thornton had someone watching the door while the crime was being committed.
The co-defendant was present when this happened, but was watching the door as a lookout and didn't do anything to stop this conduct. The victim immediately reported being sexually assaulted to the school. After waiving Miranda, the defendant eventually admitted to penetrating the victim.
Thornton's attorney told the judge the teen had never been in trouble before.
Your age and lack of criminal activity definitely work in your favor. Unfortunately, given the crime that which you've been charged with, setting a bond at this time would depreciate the seriousness of the crime, so I'm declining to set a bond at this time.
Prosecutors told the judge Thornton's mother believes her son can continue classes online to comply with the no-contact order. On Your Side in Omaha, I'm John Chapman, 6 News.
Thornton was ordered not to have any contact with the victim or the victim's family. He has a preliminary hearing date set for January 12th. The second teen allegedly involved will face accessory charges in juvenile court.
Right now at 5:30, a developing story in Pembroke Pines where a parishioner has been arrested. and charged with sex crimes.
Investigators say the teenage suspect was molesting a young child, and now they fear there are more victims. Local 10's Sanella Sabovic is live with more. Sanella.
Nicole and Louis, this is just a very disturbing case. An 18-year-old man who says that he would volunteer with children at a church in Miami Gardens was arrested yesterday for allegedly asking a 5-year-old to perform a sex act on him. And what is even more disgusting in this case is that police say that it happened on multiple occasions. Let's get you straight to the suspect's photograph. Again, he is 18 years old. This is Dimitri Daniels. And according to an arrest report, Daniels asked the child to perform an oral act on him inside of his Pembroke Pines home. At that point, an adult entered the room and saw what happened. Daniels admitted it to her, and he was arrested yesterday and appeared in bond court this morning. It was revealed that Daniels introduced the young girl to adult pornography. And even more disturbing, he asked her to mimic what she would see in the videos. That's not all. Daniels allegedly told police that the sexual abuse happened on more than one occasion, at least 4 times, with the very same 5-year-old child, and that he would ask her to keep it a secret. Police say Daniels told them during sworn testimony that he volunteered with a youth group at his church called Mount Sinai Seventh-day Adventist Church. This is in Miami Gardens, and due to his close proximity with children, police believe there could be more victims. Take a listen to what they had to say.
He had the opportunity to be around children on a regular basis. So we're asking any parents who may have attended that church with their children and who believe that they may have been in contact with the suspect in this case to please speak to their children and ask them if they've had any inappropriate contact with Mr. Daniels. If so, we urge them to please call 911 immediately to report the incident.
And back out live, we have reached out to the church, and they are adamant that Daniels did not volunteer, that he was simply a parishioner there. Regardless, Daniels remains behind bars, a judge denying him bond in court this morning. That's the latest here from Pembroke Pines. Sanella Sabovic, Local 10 News.
Beaumont police have arrested a man that they call a dangerous sex offender who police say has struck again. Police say 44-year-old Jimmy King Jr. contacted a 15-year-old girl through social media and started stalking and grooming her. Investigators say he took her back to his house where he then sexually assaulted her. Police spent days on the case, and today they sent out 3 felony warrants for King on 2 counts of sexual performance by a child. He is in custody, and police say more charges are expected.
Springfield police arrested a man on child rape charges. Springfield police spokesperson Ryan Walsh told 22 News 60-year-old Robert Gale Sr. was taken into custody on Friday night. According to Walsh, a Springfield Police School resource officer received information that a victim had been assaulted multiple times. Gale is now facing multiple charges, including 4 counts of statutory rape of a child and multiple
In Lake County now, the couple accused of torturing a little boy to death did not show up in court this morning. Police in Taveri say they're accused of brutally abusing 10-year-old Xavier Williams. Today, his mom and her boyfriend were scheduled to go in front of a judge. As West 2's Bob Hazen tells us, Xavier's family was there and left disappointed.
Xavier's aunt says she wants to be able to look his mom in the eye, and her focus right now is making sure that the couple is held accountable for his death.
You took away a young child's life. You took him away from his father. You took him away from his brother.
Camille Williams told us she does not think she'll ever get answers from Kimberly Mills and Andre Walker, but she came to the courtroom today when they were both scheduled to be arraigned on criminal charges for allegedly brutally abusing her nephew and his younger brother at their Taveri's home. Police say they beat and burned Xavier Williams and dropped weights on him.
For her, I really don't know how she did that, knowing that, you know, you were the one that was supposed to protect your child.
Williams is the sister of Xavier's father, who lives in Connecticut. He told us that Mills cut him off from his children 3 weeks before she and Walker dropped Xavier off at the hospital unconscious. The two are in jail with no bond right now. Both now have private attorneys who filed written pleas of not guilty for them, so their court appearances today were canceled. Williams says members of her family plan to be at as many of these hearings as they can, while also trying to help Xavier's younger brother recover from his own abuse and the loss of his brother.
We're, getting him therapy and all the help that he needs to get through it, and we are showering him with love.
We are told Xavier's funeral will be held April 26th in Connecticut. Covering Lake County in Tavares, Bob Hazen, WESH 2 News.
The highway patrol trooper's arrest, charged today with raping a woman following a traffic stop. And this case dates all the way back to January.
News 4's Spencer Humphrey is looking over the new court documents, and we should warn you, some details are graphic.
An Oklahoma state trooper allegedly giving a woman an ultimatum when he pulled her over here in South Oklahoma City back in January. She could either go to jail or have sex with him. The details in the arrest affidavit for Oklahoma Highway Patrol Trooper Jarquez Evans are disturbing. Investigators say it all started when Evans pulled over a woman for an expired tag near Southeast 29th and High Avenue just before 10 p.m. on January 26th. The affidavit says Evans' body cam and patrol car dash cam were rolling as he walked up to the woman's car, the woman allegedly telling Evans she had an illegal drug pipe inside. Evans ordered her to get out and searched her pockets before then searching inside her car, where he found a sex toy in her purse. Investigators say he brought it up to the woman, saying, "Mine is bigger," then telling her he wouldn't take her to jail for having the pipe if she would just have sex with him. The woman later told investigators with the Oklahoma City Police Department that she agreed, and the two drove to a nearby parking lot where Evans got in her passenger seat and had sex with her. The affidavit says she even asked Evans if she would be charged with prostitution for having sex with him, to which he said no, and that he'd taken off his body camera and microphone. Investigators say Evans later bragged to a friend about what happened, but told them the woman is who proposed having sex. OKCPD investigators sent Evans' uniform pants to OSBI's crime lab, where tests on them found a fluid stain matching Evans' DNA profile and another likely matching the woman's profile. Evans was booked into the Oklahoma County Jail Friday on charges of rape and forcible sodomy. In Oklahoma City, Spencer Humphrey, Oklahoma's News 4.
We reached out to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol hoping to ask them some questions about this. A spokesperson would only confirm Evans had been arrested and is currently on administrative leave. They did not tell us how long he's been on leave and if it is paid or unpaid. We'll keep asking.
County police arrest a man for allegedly sexually assaulting a member of the transgender community. And there is concern tonight that that man may have hurt more people. WMAR 2 News' Janae Wright joins us right now with details. Janae.
Well, charging documents share details about the alleged altercation on Putty Hill Avenue in Parkville. But the victim and the suspect have two different versions of what they say happened. According to Baltimore County Police, the victim, a 32-year-old trans woman, posted an advertisement for escort services on a website. And 22-year-old Jalen Green responded to the ad, offering payment for the services. The documents say he showed up at the victim's house with a ski mask and a backpack. Police say despite the victim's reservations, Green pushed his way into her home. They say he pointed a .22 caliber rifle at her and demanded she give him money. After giving him the money through Cash App, he allegedly raped her. After the assault, Green allegedly ransacked her room looking for drugs. He took 2 prescription pill bottles and left. I spoke with a member of Baltimore Safe Haven who says she has heard of similar crimes happen many times before.
It's unfortunate, but it's also the reality that we face, especially as trans women. and people in the LGBTQ community and as a whole. Great thing about this is that, was able to get reported and be able to be highlighted because too far and often things like this end in tragedy.
Police say Green has a different story of what happened. Green confirms he and the victim had sex, but he alleges the victim and her boyfriend robbed him, and he asked for his money back plus an additional $100. Police also say Green couldn't keep track of the order of what happened. John A. Tyler says it's important to have safety measures in place, especially when meeting up with strangers.
Take screenshots of the people that you're talking to, send those to your friends so that way you're able to, you know who it is, because oftentimes what happens is they'll assault people and then they'll go blank.
She says she is grateful no one was killed during the altercation.
And again, this is a fortunate case, but too often we know that maybe, this could have ended a different way. So make sure someone has your location, make sure someone knows that you're meeting someone, have a code or a safe word with your friends.
And police have since charged Green with first-degree rape, assault, armed robbery, theft, and other firearm-related charges. Now, Baltimore police are asking anyone who have had contact with Green to please get in touch with them so they can get this person off of the streets. Jamie.
Tonight, a judge has delayed a decision on whether to grant bond for a man accused of killing a pregnant teenager in Gwinnett County. Jesus Monroy is charged in the death of 16-year-old Mia Campos, who authorities say was 7 months pregnant. She was found strangled in the woods near her Loganville home last July. Monroy was initially granted a $50,000 bond, but that changed in February when a grand jury indicted him on new charges, including rape. The judge says the court will issue a decision by the end of the week.
Philadelphia police say that they crack a string of organized retail thefts across the city, the suburbs, and New Jersey. We're talking thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise.
3 men are in custody in connection with these thefts. Here's our Dawn Timoney.
Police say the thieves were after shoes, hitting 22 different stores over 7 weeks. Under arrest, 31-year-old Daryl Foreman, the alleged ringleader, being held on $180,000 bail. Also in custody, 32-year-old DeMille Coley and 31-year-old Malik Williams, all from Philadelphia. Police say the three targeted Burlington Coat Factory and Ross stores across the area, including stores on Oregon Avenue and City Avenue. Investigators say they hit 10 stores in Philadelphia, stealing $15,000 in shoes. They're accused of striking 12 stores in surrounding counties and Cherry Hill and Mount Laurel, New Jersey, swiping more than $13,000 in merchandise. Police say the brazen thefts occurred between February 3rd and March 22nd. And basically, the suspects walked into the stores with large garbage or duffel bags and loaded them up with 50 to 60 pairs of shoes at a time before making a run for it. Investigators say they were able to nab the trio, working closely with other police departments, the Philadelphia DA's Economic Crimes Unit, and merchants. The suspects are facing multiple counts of retail theft, organized retail theft, and criminal conspiracy. Investigators now trying to figure out exactly where that stolen merchandise ended up and who they were selling it to. Dawn Timoney, Fox 29 News.
As we share with you some new video today showing students beginning their day at Memorial High School in Frisco. It is the first time they've made it back to campus since one of their fellow students was stabbed and killed during a district track meet. Today, extra counselors will be on hand at Memorial High School. Now, this took place at a district meet inside Frisco's stadium. Police say they arrested a 17-year-old, Carmelo Anthony is his name, from Centennial High School, also in Frisco, and they've accused him of the stabbing and killing death of Austin Metcalf from Memorial. Both were at that stadium for the track meet, and police say at one point they got into an altercation. That's when Austin was stabbed. His twin brother was on hand as well, and his family says he tried to save his brother.
They made him go away when they were doing CPR on him, but he was there when he was stabbed, and he was holding, I guess, the wound to keep it from, he was trying to save his brother.
It's just really heartbreaking to see someone that cares for me that much and does everything
even by your side no matter what, just pass away like that.
Austin's mom and twin brother had quite a bit to say about his life, and you can watch their full interview with WFAA right now on WFAA Plus. Now, the district tells us they are planning to reschedule that track meet, but for now it is set to get underway on Monday. And we've got quite a bit more on this story coming your way during our 4 p.m. newscast.
Situation in Collin County. Frisco police say a high school student stabbed and killed another student during a UIL track meet this morning. It happened at Frisco ISD's Kirkendall Stadium around 10:30 this morning. Richard Solomon joins us live from Frisco to walk us through this tragedy. Richard?
Well, Cynthia, within the last hour or so, students have left here at Memorial High School, but when they come back in the morning, there will be counselors here for them to talk to if they need to. And we also got confirmed from the district that they will acknowledge the death of 16-year-old Austin Metcalf. Now, Frisco police tell us he died from his injuries after he was stabbed by 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, who we've since been able to confirm was another Frisco ISD student. But today we spoke with Austin's mother, and I want to show you now some pictures that she shared with us of her son. Take a look at your screen. This is Austin. Again, he was a student here at Memorial High School. He played football and was also on the track and field team. Now, you can probably imagine that the pain that his family is in right now. Police say the stabbing itself happened around 10 this morning during the UIL District 11 5A championship that was held at the David Kirkendall Stadium. A spokesperson with the district told me 8 high schools were there and at least 100 student athletes. Now, investigators say a fight broke out between 2 students. Then Anthony stabbed Metcalf. Anthony was taken into custody on a murder charge. His bond has not yet been set. Police say he was a student at Centennial High School. Again, that is another school here within Frisco ISD. And just within the last 30 minutes or so, we learned that there will be a vigil tonight to honor the life of Austin. That is coming up for you tonight at 7 at Hope Fellowship Church. It's about 15 minutes or so from where we're at here right now in Frisco. But we'll, of course, have a report there for you later on tonight at 10. And, of course, a tragic story that we will continue to follow. For now, live in Frisco this evening, I'm Richard Solomon. Back to you.
All right, Richard, thank you. And now
police in Newark have arrested a man wanted in a hit-and-run crash that left a 9-year-old girl in critical condition. 51-year-old Sewab Williams faces charges of assault by auto and endangering an injured victim. Police say he was driving down Irvine Turner Boulevard early Tuesday when he hit a car, then turned onto Spruce Street, and just as a mother and her 3 children were crossing. Police say that's when he hit the 9-year-old girl, then fled on the scene. The child is expected to survive.
New this morning while you were sleeping, we got the mugshot of 31-year-old Demetrius Spence, who Atlanta police say placed a fake 911 call that ended in the death of Atlanta rapper Young Scooter. Today, the woman charged with making that fake call before the events that led to the rapper's death will go before a judge. 31-year-old Demetrius Spence is currently in custody at the Fulton County Jail, and that is where we find 11 Alive's Karis Belger. Karis, let's talk about what charges is Spence facing.
Well, Spence is charged with transmitting a false public alarm. She's scheduled to have her first appearance at noon today. Police put out a public call earlier this week asking for the voice of the woman who made those 911 calls to be identified. Later, they say Spence was taken into custody. Young Scooter, whose legal name was Kenneth Bailey, died from injuries to his leg, according to the medical examiner. A statement says he, quote, punctured his right thigh, which led to blood loss. Now, police say they were called to a home on William Nye High Drive Southeast on March 29th about a dispute and a report of a woman being dragged into a home. The caller, who police say was Demetria Spence, claimed there were gunshots. Atlanta police say officers knocked on the door of the home and a man opened the door before closing it in their faces. Officers say then two men, including Bailey, left the home and jumped a fence. And officers say they were not able to corroborate the claims made in those 911 calls. Here's a little bit of that audio.
The situation that's going on right now, this girl doesn't have on any clothes. They threw her outside. He was fighting the girl. It sounded like they were fighting over drugs. And they started shooting. But the house needs to be investigated. They're definitely doing illegal stuff over there.
Now, Atlanta police have released a statement, and they reiterated in that statement that they did not fire their weapons during their interaction with Bailey or any of the others, nor did they use force. Right now, the incident is still under investigation. I'm Karis Belger, 11 Alive News.
All right, Karis, thank you. And if you want to listen to that full 911 call, we do have it inside the story. Just head to 11alive.com.
The man accused of pointing a gun at a Jackson police officer and then posting it on social media is out on bond. Stephen Perry Jr. was given a $25,000 bond during his initial court appearance this morning. Perry's charged with a terroristic threat. The incident happened at the corner of Robinson and Highway 80. According to Police Chief Joseph Wade, the weapon he posted was illegally modified with a Glock switch, which can turn the gun into an automatic weapon. No shots were fired during the incident, however.
We're learning new details after the Justice Department says one of the top MS-13 gang leaders in the U.S. was arrested just days ago outside of Washington, D.C. Attorney General Pam Bondi saying the 24-year-old man from El Salvador was in the U.S. illegally and was taken into custody in Northern Virginia Thursday morning. Several federal and local agencies have been involved, from the FBI to ICE and the Prince William County law enforcement. The 24-year-old man from El Salvador, again in the country illegally, according to authorities. Victor Angry is a Prince William County supervisor representing the Dale City area, and the arrest did happen in his district. He joins us now to talk about it. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to start from the beginning here. When you start to get the information about the arrest in general and then it being in your district, what's going through your mind at that point?
Well, first of all, that the details of that always happen kind of after the fact. So, of course, it's a swarm of information that comes at you all at once to understand what just happened. So what I can tell you is that the surveillance and the coordinated efforts of all the agencies involved in the task force went very well. So that part I'm very extremely happy with. Just learning the details of who the individual is, the status and the organizations they work with or alleged or members of, is always a lot to take in, because I have to take that information and then get it back to the public to ensure that we are in a safe community and that we're doing all those things to ensure safety of our citizens.
Can you tell me a little bit about the area where this arrest happened specifically? I know it's your district, so what can you tell me about it?
Well, I mean, it is 100% heavily a residential area. So Dale City really is one of the oldest communities in Prince William County. It is filled with many homes, many townhouses, many apartments. So it's very residential.
What have community members been saying to you about just all of this? I imagine that it has to be something that literally everyone is talking about in some form or fashion.
Yes. I mean, the number one statement is that they didn't know they had such a high profile, alleged criminal in their community as their neighbor. The thing I share with that is the connection piece there is the fact that we have a community safety program that we have always had, but we've been improving over the last year or so. And events such as that event that took place really show that what we're doing is working and really cleaning up crime and really presenting public safety to all of our citizens.
Does it make you and the others in that community maybe feel safer knowing this person is off the streets, or are there potentially more concerns about who might be out there?
Yes, sir. Without a doubt, that answer is yes. It does make the community feel a lot safer, especially when you know that you have an alleged person of this caliber off the streets. Now, it's always going to put fear in others, but what we have to continue showing is that we're making those improvements to improve safety around this area, or to really hone in on it, and so to make sure that it is a safe area and a safe county, to tell you the truth.
People who are in that area who talk to you and maybe do say they're concerned, they have questions about who could be in the neighborhood where they live over in that Virginia community there that you represent, what would you say to them to maybe make them feel better, to feel safer out there?
Yeah, and thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I would say what I always say to everyone, which is, and it's an old saying, if you see something, say something. Now, the issue there, because many people don't want to be involved when they know something is bad. So I would tell you, do what most people, and I say all the time, continue to reach out to my office. I don't report where I get it from. I become the one that reported. My last name is Angry. So I really push that forward to really get out there, and anything someone calls me with, I report to, the folks that, work for me, the staff in the county, and we get after those issues. And that goes from everything from even crime to really, street lights, traffic, trash. Anyway, I won't, digest from the conversation, but really reach out to my office, and we don't use names as we investigate whatever their concerns are.
When we look at this a little bit deeper, obviously the investigation itself is still underway. Do you specifically have any questions that you hope will be answered?
Well, I wish there was a way that we could know what type of high-profile individuals we have in the county, and I know that that goes against surveillance, and you don't want to jeopardize whatever that search is. But it does bring to my head that I want to know, like, who does live in the county, and what kind of crime do we really have that I or leadership particularly does not know about. And I understand why we don't when it comes to surveillance and gathering information and making sure that as they go about these arrests, that they've done everything by the book. We have laws we have to follow. So I understand that. But if I could, those are just things I would like to know if I could. And I doubt I'll ever will. I'm really happy with the outcome of this particular situation here.
All right. Victor Angry, Prince William County Supervisor representing the Dale City area where the arrest did happen. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Well, first of all, thank you again for having me. And I would just simply say Prince William County is a thriving, beautiful county, and we welcome all. We're the most diverse in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so all of our people are treated with dignity and respect, and we just want to create safe and secure society communities for everyone. So,
All right. Victor, thanks again for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
thank you, sir. All right.
An arrest has now been made in a deadly hit-and-run crash that happened at a Miami bus stop recently. A 53-year-old man, this man right here, Ivan Houston, is facing several charges, including driving with a suspended license, causing death and serious bodily injuries. According to the arrest warrant, Houston was already on probation for aggravated elderly abuse. Police say Houston was driving when his car hopped a curb right near Northwest 17th Avenue and 54th Street last month, hitting 5 people. They say he took off right after that crash. 47-year-old Patricia Valencia was killed. 3 others also had some critical injuries.
Nemeth tells me the 4 people who damaged her diner left behind these images, and she has been on a mission to find them ever since. She says she and her husband opened the Dead End Diner here just before COVID, and they were shut down shortly after. She says it has been a real struggle to get back open, but in November, they decided to give it another try. They say that they came here, they turned on the power, and the very next day, they found this.
They broke in, they put a ladder up against the building, they climbed through, they broke a window with a log, climbed through the window and just destroyed the entire inside of this diner. Everything from dumping 10 gallons of cooking oil all over the hardwood floors to taking TVs off the wall and breaking them.
Ashley Nemeth shared these images of the damage left behind, equipment broken, items toppled and smashed, and residue from the fire extinguisher used covering nearly everything inside. Nemeth says it was clear in the course of the destruction that the suspects knew there were cameras, and they tried to eliminate their images.
They ripped down the cameras on the inside, except they forgot about one in the corner. And when they found the office where the security cameras, where the monitor was, they destroyed the monitor, but they never destroyed the DVR. So I had the DVR, I handed it over to the county detectives.
And that is how these images were obtained. Nemeth has been circulating them ever since, and Allegheny County Police have posted them as well, searching for these suspects. If you can identify them, you're asked to call county police. In Portview, Marcy Cipriani, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Well, caught on camera an armed robbery at a gas station. Boulder police are now asking for your help identifying this man. Happened last Saturday, just after 6 at the Circle K on Arapahoe Avenue. You can see that man. He actually holds a knife or some sort of box cutter to the clerk's neck, then steals money from the register. Boulder police ask anyone who may recognize the armed robber to give them a call.
New this afternoon, we are learning new details about the man arrested and charged with raping and kidnapping a woman from Southeast Louisiana University. 19-year-old Demetrius Harris is now being charged in connection with that crime. Investigators say that he held the young woman up at gunpoint at a parking lot on campus, and after the rape, she was able to get away. Meanwhile, Southeastern Police, along with Hammond Police and Tangipahoa Parish deputies, were able to use surveillance video from on campus to track down that suspect's vehicle and license plate. Harris, who isn't a student at Southeastern, is originally from Jackson, Mississippi. And if anybody has any additional information, you're asked to call Southeastern Police.
Now at 5:30, a suspected double murderer from Alaska is found hiding on Staten Island. A raid by Homeland Security agents and NYPD detectives ended this cross-country search. And now this double murder mystery has a disturbing twist. Chief investigative reporter Jonathan Dienst has more now. John.
The suspected Alaska killer hiding here in New York is also an accused child rapist. HSI agents and police were seen earlier today making the arrest in the Emerson Hill section of Staten Island. 39-year-old Jelani Blackshear taken into custody after an Alaska to New York manhunt. Investigators searching the Harold Street home where he was believed to be hiding out. They say Blackshear, a correction officer, used a shotgun to shoot and kill his 14-year-old daughter and her mom back on April 15th. This after the teen accused him on March 30th of raping her. Prosecutors say hospital DNA tests on the girl were positive for a sex assault. Knowing he was under investigation, but before those DNA results came in, Anchorage police say Blackshear went on a rampage. They say he quit his corrections officer job and then went home and shot his daughter and her mom. They say Blackshear next fled Anchorage and flew here to New York. He was considered armed and dangerous. Blackshear had a hearing in Brooklyn federal court this afternoon. A judge ordered him held without bail pending his return to Alaska on the double murder and child sex abuse charges. His public defender had no comment. Investigators here are looking to see if anyone in New York knowingly helped him hide while wanted on the Alaska murder and child rape counts. The investigation ongoing. Adam?
Okay, Jonathan Dietz with the latest on that mystery. Thank you so much, John.
And now we have more breaking news just into the Wavy newsroom. Norfolk police just made an arrest in a homicide from last year. Detectives charged this man, 26-year-old Tyreek Anderson Gadsden, with second-degree murder and use of a firearm. Officers say he gunned down 66-year-old James Fortson Jr. in November of last year on Hanson Avenue. Investigators say they caught Anderson Gadsden in Suffolk yesterday. So this midday, he's in the Norfolk jail without bond.
I'm Jennifer Tomazik on the breaking news desk. A tough story became even more heartbreaking with new police paperwork that we just got into the newsroom. We just found out that the suspect in the killing of a woman was arrested 4 times last year for domestic violence against her, and the last time was just 20 days before she was killed. The victim is Crystal Leshner. Her body was found inside a suitcase inside a shed on Saturday in the Knoxville neighborhood. Her family told police that she was in a relationship with Montel Reed. Police interviewed him while he was in jail for something else. He confessed to stabbing Crystal on December 27th inside her garage apartment on Reeford Street. We put some more details for you about what police say happened between then and when her body was found in the shed on our WPXI News app. I want to let you know, in reading this paperwork, Montel Reed just got out of jail 10 days before he admitted to killing Crystal Leshner. He was in there for 10 days for alleged domestic abuse against her. He's behind bars this morning for criminal homicide. Catherine?
A teenager is in custody tonight, charged with wounding a 5-year-old outside a Mobile apartment complex. Tonight, Mobile police tell us the child was an unintended target, caught in the line of fire by 2 people who intended to shoot someone else. Another startling development today as investigators report bullets from the attack struck at least 5 units at Oak Ridge Apartments on Moffett Road. It was a story NBC 15's Darren Singleton brought us last night at 10. Darren, you talked with Chief William Jackson a short time ago, and he says more arrests could be coming.
And I'd say that's a pretty good bet, Kim. It's not exaggeration when I say Chief Jackson is pretty angry about what happened at Oak Ridge Apartments last night. Let's start with that arrest. It actually happened last night, not long after the shooting. We have his picture here. He's 18-year-old Zion Patrick Sashington of 8 Mile in Pritchard. That's him right there. He's in Metro Jail tonight. He's charged with assault and discharging a gun into an occupied building. Now, as you mentioned, Kim, there are now bullet holes in 5 different apartments. Add to that dozens of kids playing outside when the gunfire began, and it's amazing no one else was injured or even killed. The child that was hit does not have a life-threatening injury, but that does little to subdue Chief Jackson's anger at what happened there last night. Listen.
We're not going to tolerate it as a department. The community is not going to tolerate it. And I think you heard the district attorney yesterday, Keith Blackwood, say he's going to prosecute these violent felonies to the bitter end. He's not going to tolerate it either. I can tell you we made the arrest last night on 1 individual, and we have leads on others, so we expect more to come. We will get justice in this case, but the senseless acts have to stop.
Now, someone else is angry too. Today, Mobile Mayor Sandy Stimpson released this statement saying he and the state's Big Ten mayors are behind new legislation to increase the penalties for anyone charged with shooting into an occupied building or vehicle. We are strongly encouraging lawmakers, he says, to pass a pair of proposed bills that would make this offense a Class A felony and give judges the discretion to deny bail to those charged with it. These changes at the state level, he says, will help law enforcement hold reckless, violent criminals accountable and keep them off our streets. Now, remember, I said 5 apartments were struck by gunfire. Well, I went inside one of those apartments today, and tonight at 10 o'clock, I'll take you inside, and I'll show you just how close one of those bullets came to a woman and the fortunate reason that she wasn't hit, Kim.
I'm Christine for
Now in Washington, where U.S. Customs and Border Protection says the month of March recorded the lowest number of crossings at the southwest border in history. It's a stunning 180-degree shift from the situation just months ago. But as the White House celebrates, there are rising concerns about the methods being used. A new reality at the southern border, captured in the headlines of border cities and towns. The Los Angeles Times this week reporting the California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, now nearly empty. The Texas Tribune reporting the same about migrant shelters. And U.S. Customs and Border Protection is now using two words to describe the situation few thought possible: operational control.
Operational control is what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to detect anyone and everything coming across the border illegally and to have 100% situational awareness of what's going on in our area of responsibility.
The month of March 3 years ago saw more than 222,000 southwest border encounters, followed by numbers hovering just below 200,000 until March of 2025, with just a little more than 7,000 illegal crossings recorded. The U.S. military assisting with the effort.
So that's part of the show of force here in El Paso sector. So the visual, the optics of vehicles like these, it's a deterrent factor.
Inside the country, ICE continues to post photos of undocumented immigrants they've arrested and insist are criminals. The total surpassing 113,000, with 100,000 deported, according to the New York Post. But some are sounding alarm bells following 3 school-age students being detained by ICE at this New York dairy and sent to Texas, and a growing list of people taken to the El Salvador prison turning out not to be criminals, including a gay hairdresser from Florida and a father from Maryland, which the White House called a clerical error.
Nobody had a hearing. There was no due process at all. That's why due process are the two most beautiful words in the English language, because they prevent these kinds of Kafkaesque nightmares from happening.
As these incidents continue to pile up, questions about the legality of the methods remain tied up in court. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
You're supposed to feel safe in your area. You're not supposed to feel like you need to safeguard your stuff.
First on 6, the man here sharing his Rolls-Royce story. His vehicle was stolen from right in front of his condo building in Edgewater. The car was found a little while later after the thief crashed it at the gas station.
NBC6's Daniela Cotto. She joins us now live with the interview. And Daniela, what is he saying about all this?
Constance, the owner is furious. He says he can't believe his car was stolen in a matter of minutes and the theft was caught on surveillance. Take a listen.
I'm like, how does this happen? I gave you the car. You just let him get in the car and just roll on off? You're supposed to feel safe in your area.
Jonathan Sanchez says he's angry. His black badge Rolls-Royce, worth more than $400,000, was stolen from right in front of his luxury condo early Sunday morning.
I'm furious, but, what comes to mind first is just do better.
Sanchez lives at Paraíso Bayviews in Edgewater. He says around 6:30 Sunday morning, he was heading to urgent care when he moved the luxury car from his parking spot to the valet area of his building. He says he ran back upstairs to get something when his phone started ringing. The valet said someone had stolen his car. Sanchez says this surveillance picture shows the man who allegedly stole it as he approached the car, then jumped in and drove off. Sanchez called police and Rolls-Royce to track where the thief was heading. Sanchez says he drove to the police station and was able to get an address of where it was taken. He says he and a friend drove around Little Haiti, eventually tracking the car down at a gas station on Northwest 7th Avenue and Northwest 54th Street. This picture shows the suspect pinned down as officers arrived to arrest him. Sanchez says when he got the car back, it was in pretty bad shape, adding it had crashed into a pole at the gas station several times.
The chassis, the suspension, windows are cracked, vandalized inside.
Sanchez says he pays a lot to live in the luxury high-rise and says this shouldn't have happened.
It's just sad to see that, something so careless could have just been prevented by doing simple procedures.
Now, we reached out to the apartment building management for a statement, but haven't heard back just yet. For now, live in the newsroom, Daniela Cado, NBC 6 News.
We are following breaking news in Miami-Dade. A man has been arrested for a deadly hit and run in Liberty City. Miami police say Ivan Maurice Houston was behind the wheel of a Mercedes that struck and killed Patricia Valencia. The crash happened last week at a bus stop along Northwest 54th Street near 17th Avenue. 4 other people were injured. The Mercedes jumped a curb and flipped onto its side. The driver left the scene on foot. Police say Houston was driving without a license. The 53-year-old is being held on bond.
An Orleans Parish jury convicts a man caught on video trying to kill 2 New Orleans police officers.
All right, turn around. So we go. Just turn around for me. Just turn around.
That was the scene in February of 2021 when police officers tried to arrest Michael Clark on suspicion of aggravated assault in the Holy Cross neighborhood. Police found an AK-47 assault rifle and other weapons at the scene. A jury found Clark guilty of attempted manslaughter and other charges yesterday. Now the Orleans Parish DA's office wants to hold him without bond as he awaits sentencing.
There are new developments regarding 2 homicides in Jackson. One happened just last year. 12 News' Alicia Banks has that information.
On Monday, September 23, 2024, JPD investigated the murder of 58-year-old Margaret Washington. She was found stabbed to death in her home along the 3400 block of Exchange Drive. Her vehicle was also reported stolen following the incident. 22-year-old Denarius McDonald was arrested on April 8th of this year and was charged with capital murder. McDonald made his initial appearance in court on Wednesday, April 9th, and was denied bond.
I feel peace. I'm at rest. It's been months of unrest in the family and, unease and answer questions, and it feels really good to know that they finally got somebody for it.
On Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, JPD received a call about a vehicle that was engulfed in flames. A body was later found inside the vehicle once the flames were put out. The body was identified as 34-year-old Antoine Thomas. Suspects Jacob Falcon, 38, and Levi Falcon, 23, were arrested this Tuesday and were charged with murder. The uncle and nephew made initial appearances in court today. Both received $250,000 bonds.
And upon questioning these individuals, both confessed and admitted to working in concert with a third individual that we've issued a warrant for as well, by the name of Justin Wallace, 35 years of age, black male. They worked in concert together to take this young man's life, Antoine Thomas, place him in the trunk of a vehicle, drive that vehicle across town, park the vehicle, then set the vehicle on fire.
JPD is asking anyone with additional information regarding his whereabouts to contact Crime Stoppers at 601-355-TIPS or the Jackson Police Department at 601-960-1234. Delisha Banks, 12 News.
We have new information tonight on an active shooter situation inside a Columbus high school. We're learning that a teacher stepped in to confront a student who had fired a gun inside the building. Police officers called to Columbus Scioto High School on the south side at around 8:30 this morning on the report that a student fired shots inside the building. The suspect taken into custody about 20 minutes later, while the rest of the students and the staff were evacuated. NBC4's Ted Hart is live tonight with the latest details on the investigation. Ted?
Well, Mike, the police response was overwhelming to this incident, as was the sense of relief from school officials, because as bad as this sounded initially, when it was over, there were no injuries. The first call of a student with a gun came in about 8:30 from an assistant principal locked in a closet.
He's in the main hallway right now in front of the office. He's fired shot 3 times. He's got a weapon. He's shot 3 times.
The school was placed on lockdown. Dozens of police officers responded. Even while that was happening, a school staff member was apparently intervening.
One of the staff members did make contact with the armed suspect and was able to talk to that suspect and get him to calm down. And our officers arrived and were able to take him into custody.
Some parents and guardians rushed to the school, like Geraldine Thompson, worried about her 12-year-old niece.
And I was just like, I just couldn't think straight, panicking. It's just ridiculous that children have to go through this. It's just awful.
Police arrested the 18-year-old suspect, Aiden Abdullahi, recovered the gun, and no one was injured. School officials say students attending Columbus Scioto have social, emotional, or behavioral challenges. 9th grader Ian Addis said staff members check students for weapons or drugs.
They pat us down. They sometimes, depends on who it is, they make us take off our shoes. They check our they get in our pockets. They just pat us down everywhere and make sure there's nothing on us.
So that's every day?
Yeah, every day.
And police charged Abdullahi with improperly discharging a firearm inside a school safety zone. That's a second-degree felony. They have not said yet how he was able to get that gun inside the building. Live on the South Side, Ted Hart, NBC4.
Thanks so much, Ted.
At a rape investigation in Alexandria, police say the alleged victim is a child under the age of 13. The suspect is Trulin Hall, 29 years old. Investigators say he taught Taekwondo classes and possibly other youth programs in Northern Virginia. Now, they say at this point they have not uncovered any evidence of inappropriate contact with other children, but Alexandria police want to hear from anyone with information related to this case.